2024, and it is my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So welcome. Happy that you're with us today. So with that, we have the invocation by Reverend Tom Garton of Faith Episcopal Church. Is the Reverend with us today? He's on Zoom. Oh, perfect. There he is. Good morning, Reverend.
Thank you. Good morning, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. My name is Tom Garden. I bring you greetings from Faith Episcopal Church in Cameron Park. If you can see the Zoom, you can probably see our church in the background here. That's it. Recognizable Highway 50 landmark. I know the work that you do is an endless shepherding of a multitude of details, projects, proposals, budgets, laws, and the voices and lives of the residents of the county whom you represent and serve. So I want you to know that we pray for the Board of Supervisors and all our elected officials each Sunday as we ask God to bless and guide them in serving the people of our region. Thank you for inviting me to give this invocation as you begin your meeting today. I'd like to share a prayer for local government, which comes from the Book of Common Prayer. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send down upon those who hold office in this county the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Reverend, thank you so much for being with us. I believe this is the first time that you've been with us, and so we just thank you so much. And I've been in your beautiful church before, and I know we all pass it many times on our way to and from this beautiful county. So once again, thank you for starting us off right this morning, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And with that, it's my pleasure to invite you to join me in honoring our nation's flag. Please rise. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. I will first staff, are there any changes to the agenda this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair, staff are requesting that item 2 be pulled off calendar.
Item 2 on the consent calendar to be pulled off calendar. All right. We'll now go to supervisor changes or comments. Supervisor Lane?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor
No changes.
Reynolds? Supervisor Caribou?
On item 2, if it's going to pull off calendar, I don't have to comment on it, correct?
Right. Perfect. All right. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a couple shout outs because, try to read the agendas and all the text and stuff. And item 5 and IT item says that we're going to achieve $600,000 in savings. And I thought that was noteworthy and thank you. Item 7 has it's an HHSA item, fabulous background, taking us back to the history of the PEF and how we got to where we are with the contracts. And I found that very helpful and I didn't have to research it myself. So thank you. And another one on DOT number 12, also I thought had really good background history to tell us how we got where we are. And again, otherwise I would have had to research all that myself. So I just really appreciate these thorough staff reports because boards come and go and saves us time from having to research things ourselves. And then lastly, on item 17, I'm going to vote no on that. And I have a statement that I'd like in the record that I do not support this item because it's a one-off and outside of the board's direction for TOT, and therefore the opportunity was not equitably extended to all stakeholders.
All right. Thank you very much. And I too have a comment to make. I would like to give a shout out to item number 11 on our consent calendar. This is a very exciting item where the action before us is to approve plans and go out to bid for the Missouri Flat pedestrian overcrossing. And this will be a game changer for the Missouri Flat corridor. We've gone out for funding rounds many times and we finally secured funding. So much gratitude to our El Dorado County DOT staff, our El Dorado County Transportation staff, and SACOG, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, who approved funding for this, for grant funding. It's a beautiful design that honors our railroad routes, and I so appreciate all the rock and details. So take a look at that item. It's going to elevate the Missouri Flat corridor and very exciting and connect the trail across a dangerous road. So very excited about item number 11. And I too would like to register a no vote on item 17. In going back on that, I voted no on this item when it came before us on September 19th, 2023. And I want to be consistent with my vote as we face diminishing revenues. It was outside of the process, and I'd like to vote no on item 17. So those are my comments. So with that, Kim, can we open public comment up on the consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have two hats on today. Item 7, Taxpayers Association is my hat. We spend multi-millions of dollars, and I'm hoping that this 4 million can go to something positive. I take, and others take, the taxpayers, we take our view from what we see. We're out there walking around just like your board, and we see specific things happening with our community, sometimes good, sometimes bad. I mean, in terms of our perspective. But it's a lot of money, $4 million additional money in item 7. And then I want to put my hat back on, but I can't, but I'm gonna hold it. This item 11, what a wonderful thing. As you know, I've said to you before, I was the project manager of the trail that went across the trestle to the jail, that piece of the trail. And this road scared me, Missouri Flat, because I saw people walking there. And so I had a little piece of fence put in during the project to try to keep people from crossing. They still crossed. Every day I see people on bikes trying to get across because they don't want to go down to the corner. Ooh, I still got a lot of time. Whoa, okay. So in that regard, this project is a long time coming. And as you know, Supervisor Thomas, we all have been looking favorably, including the railroad, towards this piece being finished. This is a grade separated. So it's going to go over and it's going to have a trestle look just like a railroad. Hopefully we're going to put some signage up about the history of the surrounding area. As you know, that was the Caldor lumber yard that was right there in Diamond Springs. There's so much history there that's still on the ground. And so in that respect, I hope you approve 11 and I look at it in a favorable light. And thank you so much, Chair, for mentioning how important that is to the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to comment? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Good morning. I changed my thing to Kelly N, so nobody would have to try to say Nalavaya anymore. This is Kelly Nalavaya. I'm actually wearing two hats. First of all, on the Republican Central Committee commends you for pulling item 2. It really rubbed us the wrong way to use the word order Joe Hearn. He is an elected official. I remind you that he works for me and the citizens. He doesn't work for the CAO. And we respect where he's going with his decisions, especially in light of what we're just now going through at the Supreme Court level. Let's maybe see how that plays out. Because I really do think we might be in for some really ugly futures when it comes to these misappropriated fees that are being held. And El Dorado Hills CSD certainly is a mess. Secondly, thank you, item 17. I agree on the Shingle Springs chamber allocation. It's about time that we equitably share between our chambers that are hopefully doing their due diligence. Sometimes I am skeptical about chambers, but I do believe that we shouldn't be discriminating one against the other. Now I'm in personal mode, by the way. Item number 16, I really would like you all to have a conversation because that Track-It system sucks. I am a licensed contractor. I work in commercial construction, as you know. I can't even get through it and try to pull things. I've gone down there myself, another time with Sue Taylor, and the employee couldn't even help us and admitted that it's just a disaster. So I don't know why we're investing more money into trying to figure out something that's a mess. Lastly, item 7, telecare, $34 million. I just want to let the people's knows again that that's $34 million from the taxpayers, not saying it's you. I realize it's Medicare and all this stuff for a 15-bed facility in Placerville, again, addressing mental health care. And the key word in it is other counties. And so we're once again just providing more and more hubs for other counties to utilize what we're putting in our county. I think we have overmet our Medicare and Medi-Cal needed inpatient, and now we're going to add more potentially in rescue. When does it end? I would challenge if you've gone to any of these places. I went actually down to the one you gave $6 million grant to in Diamond Springs a couple of days ago. Have decided that maybe I'll just be in the business of opening a group home, because that's what it's come down to. The standards of what this is, it's barely probably a 1,600 square foot house. How they're cramming in X amount of people, I don't know, but I would challenge you, go out to these places before you start sending money all over the place. Have your assistants do it. Have a citizen do it. I think you're just going, yes, yes, yes. And we can do better than some of these or create better or reevaluate what our needs are, not the state of California. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. And actually, before we go on, I was a little remiss that we have a new timer. You probably just saw that. So it's not as aggressive as our old one. And you believe me, timers have been very hard to find. You wouldn't think they have been. So thank you so much, Kim, for all your diligence of this. But we have a timer on the podium. It will not give a 30-second warning, but you will hear beeps afterwards. But at least you can follow and kind of time yourself. So that will be very helpful. So just wanted to introduce our new timer. So with that, let's take the next caller, Kim.
Sure. Now taking public comment from Melissa Sodstrom.
Good morning.
Good morning. Melissa Soderston, Director, Tahoe Forest Matter. I'm here today again to talk about the logging that's going on in the area. Many proposals for new sawmills, biomass, etc.
Consent item?
Yeah, are you speaking on a consent item?
No, I'm sorry. I thought this was public comment.
I am so sorry. No, our public comment is at 1 o'clock. So this is just comments on our consent calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Excuse me. I wanted to commend the staff and the board for removing item number 2. As a resident of El Dorado Hills, I have seen a previous request made by the CSD for matters of park maintenance and other items that are not legally allowable in terms of use of park impact fees. I would ask that staff go back and review the previous basic requests and approvals in the past to make sure that those requests align with state laws. The other issue is one of the requests associated with item 2 had to do with Heritage Park. As president of a nonprofit that is engaged in litigation with CSD on that particular park, we were very concerned that the county would consider allocating and approving money for a park that does not have permits for amenities that are inconsistent with both county code and with the Carson Creek Civic Plan. So again, thank you for removing that, and I urge you to take a retrospective look at previous approvals to make sure that they're consistent with state law. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for approval and
Chair,
action. And
could we ask for some clarification on the concern about ordering Joe Harn to disperse things? Because my understanding is we have to have that language, or there's a requirement or something. Why do we use that, I guess, if it offends people? Do we have some?
It's my understanding as well that it's language that the auditor has requested the board provide
Okay.
in such items.
So I just wanted that clarification out
Thank
there
you.
that if some people don't like it, I believe that's part of our process. So maybe talk to the auditor about that. And if we need to make changes, he'll let us know.
thank you for that clarification. Perfect. So Kim, can you read what we are about to do?
Of course. Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Continue item number 2 off calendar. Supervisors Thomas and Parlin will register a no vote on item number 17.
All right, thank you. Do I hear a
Move.
motion? Second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, so with that, we move on to our department matters. Item number 21, Kim.
Item number 21 is a hearing from Air Quality Management District, AQMD, recommending the board acting as AQMD Board of Directors. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the adoption of Rule 611 Clean Air Act non-attainment fees. And 2, direct staff to forward the rule to the California Resources Board. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
And with that, I open the public hearing and welcome Dave Johnson to ours. I believe this is probably your last time before you retire that you will address this board.
Yeah, if I'm lucky.
Well, welcome.
Wow.
Good morning, board, council, CEO. Dave Johnson, Air Pollution Control Officer. Senior Air Quality Engineer Ronnie Soraya will give you a presentation today.
Excellent. Well, welcome. We're delighted to have you with us.
Thank you. Hello, board members, Chief Administrative Officer, County Council. I have thank you. So I'm here to present for you a proposed rule to adopt. It is a Clean Air Act non-attainment fees. It will be helpful to have the presentation. But
Absolutely. She's
can,
pulling it up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah, we can go to the next. Thank you. So as you may know, the western portion of El Dorado County is located within the Sacramento Federal Non-Attainment Area, which is designated as non-attainment for 1997, 2008, and 2015 ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standards. As such, the Clean Air Act, Section 185, requires the Air District to implement a penalty rule for major sources of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds emissions in severe and extreme ozone non-attainment areas. To assess the fee if EPA issues a finding of failure to attain by the attainment date, the fee authority applies to all standards 2008, 2015, 1997, 2008, and 2015. The fee is required from each major source of NOx and VOC emissions, and each year after the missed attainment year until the EPA redesignated the area as attainment. Next, please. I think this is the most important slide. Why we need to adopt 611. On January 17, 2023, the EPA made the finding that the air quality failed to submit a penalty fee for the 2008 standards. February 16, 2023 was the effective date of the EPA's finding of failure submittal and started sanctioning clocks. Sanctioning clocks would increase emission offset for new or modified sources. We're talking about major sources. Withhold federal highway funds from the region. In addition to that, if by August 16, 2024, the EPA determines that the SFNA Air District failed to comply with Section 185, then the EPA must promulgate, it's required by the Clean Air Act, a federal implementation plan that will supersede the state implementation plan and dictate measures that the Air District must, and the state actually, must take in order to attain. So that's something we have to keep in mind in addition of the sanctions. Next, please. So what's required by, what are the requirements of Rule 611? There is a baseline amount, which is the lowest tonnage amount of actual ozone standards, which are the VOC and the NOx, or the amount allowed by the district, the air district for the facility to operate, which is potential to emit. The fee was originally established by the Clean Air Act in 1990 to be $5,000 per ton of VOC or NOx emitted in excess of 80% of the baseline. The baseline emissions is the emissions of the facility during the attainment year. If we don't attain by the attainment date, then the fee would be applicable, and it will be that established by the Clean Air Act. Actually, this provision, the fee rule, was added to the amended 1990 Clean Air Act to address shortcoming in the Clean Air Act of allowing areas that are located in the non-attainment area to miss the attainment date without substantial consequences. So that provision was included in the amendment of 1990. The fee is adjusted by inflation by adding the Consumer Produce Index and published annually by the EPA. So for 2023, it was $11,922 per ton of emissions. It will impose fees on major sources only if we fail to attain by the attainment date. Major sources of NOx and VOC would be required either to pay the penalty fee or to keep their actual emissions post-attainment year 20% lower than the baseline. Next, please. So what are the sources subject to this rule? Basically none in the county, because we don't have any major source currently operating in the county. Our classification under the Clean Air Act now for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards are severe. The major source for severe non-attainment is any source that would emit 25 tons or more of nitrogen oxides or volatile organic compounds. But because we currently don't have any major source, so if adopted, Rule 611 will not result in any new requirements for sources currently operating in the county.
Can you give us an example of what type of facility would emit that type of major source?
Yeah, that's a great question. Would be like petroleum, refinery, which, but for what we think mostly we may have is like compost facility. And yeah, we looked actually at other facilities in neighboring their district like Yolo and Placer, and we found that it will easily trigger a major source threshold.
Compost facilities.
Yeah, compost facility, yes. Or like we had before a major source facility, it was SPI Lemper mill. And it triggered because they have a boiler, steam boiler, that it was firewood, and that would trigger for NOx and VOC. But the good news, there are always new technologies of control emissions, like biomass burner, like biomass facility. And that now they call it biomass 02 version because the old version was burning. So there were potential to emit that. It's hard for us even to permit it because it would exceed the offset threshold. But because of the new technology of gasification and other control, now it can be permitted without triggering it to be a major source. But for compost facility, to answer your question, it will be a major source. It will trigger the threshold of 25 tons per year.
Can I just interject so we don't freak everybody out?
Please.
We are looking at a compost facility using some technologies to mitigate that. I want everybody to know that right here, because I saw the concern on your face. And we are the biomass ad hoc with our biomass consultant is looking at something, and we're very aware of the noxious and all that.
Right.
And
I just wanted us all.
yeah,
kind of
I wanted to
aware.
make
Yeah,
sure, I saw your
great.
face and I'm like going, concern. So
Perfect.
very aware, and we are looking at ways to mitigate that. So
Yeah,
we're still on track.
And
Great.
one of the biggest things is especially with these horrific fires we've had, especially the, particulate matter that it produces, especially more than all the vehicles put together. One day, one fire can put out more particulate matter than all the vehicles in the state of California one year.
Yeah.
So that's why we need to address that. And that's why Lori and I are working on it to get biomass facilities here to reduce that horrific fires that we could have by, doing good forest management. And that's what we need to look to.
Yeah, and we're aware of that, and we're trying. Just we have to comply with whatever applicable regulation, but certainly the new biomass, new technologies are really promising. So
right.
Great.
And
Well, thank you for
especially when
that.
these vehicles
Sure.
put out zero emissions now too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how good they are.
We're making progress.
Right.
But I think there's a misunderstanding of the definition of compost.
Right.
And I've actually been working with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee group to try to put out some information so people understand what it is. It's not organic waste that you throw outside your door for the wildlife to feed on. That's not compost. There are specific definitions of compost. So we need to clarify some of those things because there's abuses to SB 1383 going on in communities that people just need to understand. They're not consistent with state law when they do those kinds of things. So I think the definition of compost is one of those areas that will help people better understand what is compost and what is not compost. It's not necessarily biomass either. So that's a definition I think we all need to come to grips with in terms of understanding what qualifies and what does not qualify.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Okay, what we are here to ask, kindly approval of the Rule 611 as exempted from CEQA, approve the resolution, and we propose to stop the EPA sanction clocks by adopting the Rule 611. I just want to say that if we achieve the ozone standards by the respective attainment date, then for all, an EPA would designate the SFNA to attainment or revoke. Actually, there is either redesignated to attainment, or if a standard will be revoked, then it will terminate anti-backsliding requirements for Section 185. Then basically Rule 611 will no longer apply. So that's basically it. And again, it only would apply to major sources, which we don't have currently. And that would be my presentation. It's a short and brief, and I'm here happy to answer any question.
Excellent. Thank you so much for helping us walk through this.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel, you have a
Yeah,
question.
so in reading the summary, the discussion and background, I was encouraged by the statement that says air quality photochemical modeling conducted by CARB forecasts that our Sacramento federal non-attainment area will not attain the 20 by serious attainment until August of 2027. So that that forecast is something that we have to always look at, right?
Right.
And I guess the question is, in that doing that forecasting, is the situation getting better, or is it pretty just status quo? You can't change all the emissions coming up from the Sacramento Valley that invade El Dorado County, and we're just going to have to continue to live with it. Or is that prediction getting better with time?
It is getting better. And I don't know if you recall, sir, the presentation that we did for the State Implementation Plan 2015 a couple of months ago.
Okay.
It was actually, it has a diagram showing how the emissions are going lower. Why we, it was there is, I think you are referencing or looking at the 2015.
Yes,
We were designated as serious.
Right.
However, we have to meet attainment date in order not to miss that attainment date, because the attainment date is associated with the designation. So because the photochemical reaction didn't show that we're gonna meet for sure by that attainment date, doesn't mean that we're not going toward the right direction for lowering the emissions, but because there was a possibility that we would miss the attainment date. So section 185 would apply and another sections would apply, and we will be in trouble. So
Right.
we asked to pump up to severe in order to give us to August 2033 deadline, which
Right.
will give us more time. But that does not mean that the photochemical modeling and the design values for ozone are showing that for sure we are going to attain.
okay, so it's possible that we could attain by 2033, but it's not for sure, or? 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't remember the trend chart versus the requirement.
right. It is possible, but we would, it's not only wouldn't meet the attainment, we wouldn't meet the requirement also for the other SIP elements by
Okay.
that date. So the SIP elements have many things, include, if you recall, also the contingency measures and other elements that we wouldn't be able to meet by that date. So to make things more stable and achievable, we asked to pump up to the severe,
Okay.
and that would change the date.
Well, we may be faced with the same situation in 2033 that we just can't get there from here, so.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, we cannot know, but as we mentioned, the photochemical modeling and the design value are all showing that we will attain by that.
Oh, it's showing we will. So if you,
Yes, yeah.
if you continue the forecast, the trend.
Right,
It says we will attain in 2033 or something sooner than that?
right,
Okay,
right.
that's good.
Yes,
That's
it is good
encouraging
news.
then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we will. Yes.
And one of the things on that is, especially on the smogs now, it's going to be plug and play from 97 to current. And the reason why they're doing away with it, because there's not very many old vehicles on the road now. So that's eliminated. So our emission standards and stuff that CARB put in place on these manufacturers are excellent, is what they are. And there's zero emissions coming out the tailpipe. A lot of people don't know what it pertains, but I've been in that industry for many, many years and stuff. And a lot of it is with all the ideas and all the computer technologies and everything that's going on. These vehicles are very, very efficient now.
Good. So we're moving in the right direction. All right, any other comments
lot are
before we take
becoming
public
electric.
comment on this item?
That's true.
I don't see any more board comments. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation,
Thank you.
helping walk us through this.
Right.
Appreciate
Sure.
it.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so with that, I will close this public hearing and bring this back to the board for any further discussion or into action.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll
Excellent,
second it.
excellent. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
for
it very
walking
much.
us through
Thanks,
this.
Vanya.
Yeah, great. Excellent presentation. All right, item number 23, or 22, let's talk libraries.
Item number 22 comes from the library department recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on the October 23rd, 2023 in-service day, and 2, provide direction for closure of county libraries and museum for annual in-service days.
Good morning, Bryce. Pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Good morning, Bryce Lavelle, Library Director. Thank you in advance for Kim going through the numerous slides.
We look forward to hearing about your in-service days.
It was very successful.
My favorite slide was the last one.
Yeah.
The
That
team
was
wanted to include a
awesome.
fun.
That was
That is
fun.
awesome.
Yeah, so we did.
Yep, that's good.
Spoiler alert for that.
It's great.
All right.
So the library held an in-service day on October 20th, 2023. It was very successful. Next slide, please. In-service day supports library work and benefits staff and the community. These are some of our most recent state library statistics. So we had over 11,000 open hours. We have over 90,000 people in El Dorado County Library that have a library card. Over 415,000 people walked through our doors last year. Over 11,000 reference questions were asked. We have over 600,000 items in our collection. We had over 170,000 items that were downloaded. So our ebooks, our digital offerings, and overall, we had nearly 795,000 checkouts.
It's remarkable.
We have a great team. Yeah. Next slide, please. There's a picture of the team during staff day. Again, fabulous team to work with. Next slide. So in-service day as an overview. So in-service day allowed the library and museum team to learn, train, and grow in a dedicated collaborative environment with a collective goal of continuing to provide excellent customer service to our patrons as community needs continue to evolve. Training this year included a nearly 4-hour foundational course focused on building staff confidence and skill as related to working with those experiencing homelessness. And when we say that, we're also talking about through a trauma lens, which includes all sorts of different groups, because as you all know, the public library reflects the community as a whole, and everyone is, of course, welcome. Team building during in-service day this year included nearly 3 hours dedicated to exploring marketing possibilities, and staff brought nearly 50 different logo ideas for discussion. And lastly, we were able to team up with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office homeless outreach team and do a Q&A session. And this was especially beneficial because within service day and having it on ground, we were able to have our staff from different locations be in the same place and then interface with that team and share ideas and brainstorm solutions and just exchange information. So it was very effective through that scope. Next slide, please. So again, 3 hours of team building, 1 hour of a Q&A session with the homeless outreach team, and then 4 hours as far as the training itself. And there's a few pictures included of the team working on some team building activities. Next slide, please. The training sessions included trauma in the 5 most important seconds of conflict, nonverbal tools to eliminate conflict, preventing conflict, managing your own emotions during conflict, and also verbal tools for conflict. Next slide. This is a slide from our training, and with de-escalation and knowing that the people that we serve come from all different backgrounds and experiences. And with our interactions through a customer service scope, there's certain things that we can do that potentially de-escalate situations, and we can get to a positive place from a customer service scope. And there's certain things that tend to escalate certain situations. Some people are in a certain state, even when they walk through our doors, where they might be in a more emotional or impulsive state. Other people might be more in a self-control or a rational decision-making state. Next slide, please. Related to that, we recognize that people have experienced different events in their life, and sometimes there's trauma there. And typically with certain experiences, it can actually change the way that that your brain is wired. Essentially, it changes how the brain responds in certain situations. So sometimes you might have somebody in a more hyperactive state just based on their past experiences. Other folks could be in a more suppressed state. Next slide, please. And ultimately, through that customer service scope and knowing all these things, how do we continue to offer the best customer service, knowing that our community is very diverse and experiences are diverse. And there's a handful of very practical things that can be implemented during those first 5 seconds of customer service discussions that set you up for a likelihood of success and creating a balance. And one of the things is that you can slow down. You introduce yourself. If there's a large group, maybe you step to the side, still in public view, but you give the person a little bit more of that one-on-one type of attention. You can also change your stance. So instead of standing directly in front of someone, you turn to a 15-degree angle. So there's a lot of psychology and science behind this as well. And also give the person your full attention. It's a matter of levels of respect in certain aspects. So those are some of the things that the team learned with some of the more challenging customer service interactions that they can do to set themselves up for success. Next slide, please. This is one of my favorite slides. So considering challenging customer service interactions, the team completed pre and post surveys. And so they were instructed to circle a number from 1 to 10, 1 being extremely uncomfortable in those challenging customer service situations, and 10 being that they would be extremely comfortable. And with collecting that data overall as a team, our average was 6.2 on a scale from 1 to 10. After the trainings, as a team, the average jumped to 7.8. And if you dig a little further into the data as well, it was fantastic to see that some of our team members that were further towards the 1 on the scale. So for example, we have some folks that were at a 3. After the training, they jumped as far as a 7 with being comfortable in some of those challenging situations. Next slide, please. A 100% of staff said they were better prepared to offer excellent customer service after the training. 97% indicated that they were better or they better understood some of our patrons and their behaviors. 97% also indicated that they learned something that specifically helps them in their job. Next slide. With the sessions, we require 100% participation. With it being an on-ground workshop, we did have a couple folks that were unable to attend. All the trainings are available online, and so they were able to complete that core training online. And then system-wide, we made it a requirement in the performance evaluation goals that the team, in addition to the core training, complete at least 1 other training within those modules, within that coursework. And that has to occur within a year. Next slide, please. These are examples of some of the courses that are within those training modules. So working specifically with teenagers, also advanced body language. There's several courses to choose from, and all of them are relevant to the work that we do. Next slide. Another aspect of In-Service Day was team building activities where we explored different marketing possibilities, and specifically through our logo and branding. And so the team brought a lot of different logo ideas, and through group exercises and discussion, we chose a design to kind of explore further. And ultimately, being reflective on our branding and where we're going and how we connect with patrons, our goal is to better tell the story of the library and what we offer to the community. And these exercises have spawned other activities to where we're just about complete in creating a media team and some other the elements that will assist with our marketing in general. Next slide, please. The homeless outreach team was able to join us and provide a Q&A session, and it was fantastic. I cannot say enough positive things about this team and how they help the community and just individuals that are experiencing certain challenges and how they assist. I've seen them help folks get into the navigation center, connect with resources. It's not only what they do, but how they go about it. I'm continually impressed with this team. Some of the things that we talked about in the Q&A session is that they shared how they help the community, challenges and opportunities that they see throughout the county, and then how the library and the homeless outreach team can continue to work together. And one of the things that we talked about was using spaces as intended, because now and again, we have an individual that might want to use one of our spaces and in a way that's not as intended. And so action items that spawned from that is, one, we pruned a lot of the shrubs around certain areas of our libraries, in particular the Placerville Library, to create just better sight lines so we can see if, well, you're not supposed to be doing that over there. And so it just makes it easier for library staff and for our HOT team. A second action item that we implemented was we modified our Wi-Fi hours. So Wi-Fi is available at the Placerville Library from 6 in the morning until 8 at night. We also increased some of our outdoor lighting. Just going back to sight lines and visibility, we installed multiple lights in certain areas. And lastly, we plan to fence our shed area that's used by the Native Plant Society. So we have a small shed. The Native Plant Society has gardening tools in there. They have landscaped the area near the children's area on one side of the library. And so once we fence that area, which will likely occur in the next few months, the Native Plant Society will continue their work from that fenced area all the way to the parking lot where we have our electric chargers. So we'll continue to invest in that natural beauty and landscaping, and specifically at the Placerville Library. Next slide, please. Some additional photos of the team. Our friends of the library were very generous and they provided a staff lunch during in-service day. They also paid for our training modules. So we get access to all of the training videos and webinars, also upcoming live trainings, and they paid $1,349 for that. So we're very thankful for our friends of the library and everything that they assist with. Next slide, please. With collecting feedback on different surveys and written forms, these were some of the staff comments. Very informative, great video training. Thank you. It was good information. Very informative, fun, educational. In-service day was great, helpful, very good, learned a lot, very informative. I like learning how the brain is functioning during a conflict. Today's in-service day was great. Great day. The training was dynamic and easily understandable. Next slide. The team wanted to include a fun photo, and so we did that.
That's great.
And that concludes my presentation.
Fabulous presentation, Bryce. My goodness. We just so appreciate you coming back and letting us know the fruitage of your day together. It's just great presentation, and I'm sure my colleagues have comments. Would like to begin. Supervisor Heidel.
So Bryce, I think you've set a new standard on how we introduce effective training in El Dorado County. And I come from a private sector background where we used to do these kinds of things. We had stand down days and the business would just be shut down because there was an urgency to communicate to people. A lot of it was safety related. Obviously, this is a different environment, but I applaud you for what you did here and putting together a structured training program that will really help the employees interact with the public much better. I think if we took that as an ideal situation and tried to find other areas within the county departments to apply it, we'd find great results because everyone needs continuous training. No one comes out of college or normal life experience with all the things under their belt to understand how people react to things, what emotions are all about, how you defuse a situation. Conflict resolution is what we used to call it years ago.
Right.
So I think you picked a great topic because obviously the interaction between our library staff and the public is extremely important. The public needs to have a positive outlook on what that is, but we also need to address issues as they come up, right? And there are people that get upset and they want to come in and complain and stuff, but knowing how to deal with those situations is huge. So I think you picked a great training topic. I'm interested to see what you pick next. But I think it also opens up a discussion of where do we encourage similar activities in other departments across the county spectrum of services. And I think for very, very large departments, it's probably difficult to do an in-service day because there's just so many people involved. So you're somewhat limited by the amount of participants in some cases in terms of how effective the training can be. So maybe it has to be broken up. So I think in some departments, in-service day type applications might make a lot of sense. In others, maybe not so much, but it should be, at the recommendation of that department. But I would hope the Board of Supervisors would continue to look at opportunities like that because training is extremely important and it's very difficult to set aside the time unless you have something dedicated to do it. And then you see the results. So thank you again.
Well said. Anyone else have any comments?
I just want to say I commend you. I mean, you're doing a great job, and I'm glad you're working with the hot team, especially with some of the issues that's happened in the past and stuff, and we're eliminating those issues. So I think that's a great thing, and I also want to commend you for a community hub day, especially at Pioneer Park. That's a great event. We get like anywhere from 200 to 250 people show up, and working with the El Dorado County Food Bank and all the other county entities, I think it's awesome, and I just want to commend you for what you're doing. Thank you.
I'm just going to echo what Supervisor Heidel said about new standard in training. I think that all of us, even the board, could probably use some conflict resolution, dealing with public training, because just when you think you got it going on, they throw something new at us, and plus reminders are always helpful. So just thank you for really, in my mind, you're watching out for your employees to make sure that they're successful. And that's just awesome. So, and, we have to remember that we talk about that a lot in our strategic planning. So this falls right there with retention and making innovative things. So, wow. Thanks, Bryce.
Thank you.
Well said. And I like the idea of extending some of that training to the board.
I did
I like that.
too.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
inspired us. My goodness.
I do have a comment. Did you work with HR at all in terms of the training process here and selecting the curriculum, or did you just totally independently? Because I think there's a benefit of you communicating to HR. They have a trainer that works with leadership training and other things and has other skills. But I think sharing that knowledge and making sure that they're involved with any planning of other departments and stuff, because lessons learned, I'm sure you had some takeaways of things you might do a little differently. It went really, really well, but sometimes those things happen, and communicating that helps the next program that might occur be better.
Yeah, early on I was, I did share the idea at multiple department head meetings. Great. And also reached out to some other departments specifically where I thought that the training or aspects of the training might be beneficial. With this particular training module, an individual that has run a homeless shelter out of the Chicago area for, I think, 25 years. They started developing trainings and they've been offering this for quite some time. And in my experience working at different libraries, I was exposed to this training a few years ago, and I found it to be one of the most beneficial trainings that I personally have participated in. And there are options for, based on how many staff you have, it's scalable. So it would be an option to have it countywide or with just certain departments. And so it was, but yeah, with the price too, it was very reasonable. And then we have access for a year.
Excellent.
Great
Excellent.
job.
So we love our libraries and love that they're a place for everyone. And that also, as you articulated, can be really challenging. And it's so important that our staff have, the tools that they need to support them in helping our libraries remain a welcoming and just helpful place
Yeah.
to meet our community's needs. So thank you for ensuring that. And you've inspired us all.
Yeah.
So really
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you.
that. So Kim, let's take public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Bryce is one of the best things we've got right now. We've had him before us talking about things that he sees for the future. Obviously, this is an important one because he's talking about an in-service day that's in the past. What we do next is extremely important. Just in terms of the word conflict, because having been a county employee, we had conflict resolution training. It was mandatory every so often. But when Bryce comes up and talks about conflict, there was really no definition of what conflict is. I looked through the literature that was part of this presentation because conflict could come in many forms. Is conflict because of the navigation center being just down the block? Does that constitute conflict? No, I wouldn't think so. Just because you have a navigation center doesn't mean you're going to have conflict. So what kind of conflict are we speaking about is extremely important. When a person comes through the door, if it's a family, you can tell. I mean, you can tell because of the parents, the children, they're coming in for an experience that's our libraries are notorious for. The experience of having something very positive. But when we talk about conflict, the perception is it's negative. Conflict being negative and how you deal with that is it can be done in different ways. For instance, I think I used that just a second ago, but as you look to the door from the counter, people come in and people dress obviously different if they're from the navigation center than they do if they're coming from their home. So is there an assessment that's going on? Are we visualizing as people come in or being prepared for something to happen that may not even happen? That's the part that I'm kind of confused on as we talk about what conflict might be at the library. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, then obviously I could try. I got 37 seconds to be more clear, but I think I'm clear enough. I just like to know what conflict is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim. Oh, great, perfect. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I have a situation, it's maybe not on the agenda but I want to talk about it.
Is it related to the library?
It's not related to the library.
A public comment is at 1 o'clock. I apologize.
Okay.
This is only for this
well,
presentation that was
thank
just
you.
before us. Thank you. Look forward to talking to you at 1 o'clock.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Welcome back.
Morning. I agree with everybody in that we love libraries. Most of us grew up in libraries. I remember as a little girl just dying to go get Little House on the Prairie and Judy Blume and all those books. I would really like to expand on, I too am confused on this word conflict. I think it's relevant to say, and nobody wants to just say it straightforward in terms of a lot of the efforts I feel that are underlining this workshop of conflict is the perhaps lack of looking forward to what placing this navigation center near a public library. I have been sent photos. We all have of the fact that people feel unsafe, that drug paraphernalia has been found. Needle boxes are overflowing at times. So I really don't know why we're skirting around that. In terms of the other word of conflict, I too am really perplexed. I know that my daughter really enjoys taking her little ones to the library in El Dorado Hills, for example. But there's a lot of parents who have lately been awakened to the idea that sometimes our library has accessible to children information within children's sections or teen sections that are what a lot of us would include inappropriate or being highlighted in libraries against perhaps value systems that we may hold and not want to safely send our children into libraries. And I just have to wonder, when they say conflict, are they also including parents who hopefully are being positive in their dialogue, but also being firm in the fact that we aren't appreciating that our library has readily available, whether it's the internet or, like I said, information in children's and teen sections that if I were to read aloud from some of these books to you, I would probably be thrown out for being vulgar. So I too would like a little bit more dialogue about what kind of conflicts are they seeing that we had to go to this extent of training. And I thought the presentation was great. Again, I love our libraries. I just also want to see, who are we identifying and in what situations does conflict mean? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, Bryce, would you like to briefly come up and just address the definition of conflict that you were operating under, or whatever else you would like to articulate regarding those comments?
So through that scope of customer service, conflicts can take different forms. It could even be somebody that might be, say, upset that they have to pay to replace a book because, say, maybe their dog chewed on it or something like that. And so in any situation where we work to resolve an issue, I suppose that could be viewed as conflict. And they're based with staff comfort and skill levels. And then depending on the specific situation, there could be different challenges or stress points within an interaction. So whether it's something that would seem more minor with expressing or getting to the point of explaining to the person that you will have to replace this book before you can check out additional books, or if it's just chatting with somebody that might be too close to the entrance and they are smoking or something of that nature. And it could even be something where maybe the individual has a lot of items with them and they're looking to store some of those items for a little bit, say out front or something of that nature. And so that ties into using spaces as intended. So ultimately, how do, with these interactions and smaller micro interactions and then larger challenges, how do we create that balance to continue to ensure a space that is especially welcoming, in particular through the scope of some of our most vulnerable populations, which typically include children and teens and our seniors and families. So that is one of our main goals, is creating a welcoming space. And we always look at things through the lens of safety as well. So as far as defining conflict, it can look different in different situations. The bottom line is that through a workforce excellence scope and knowing that if we support our staff, they will support our customers. And so that's what we're looking at. And as far as content that we have at the library, internet access, all sorts of different books on different topics, our goal is to empower people to choose. And so that's how that's set up. We provide the items, and then ultimately it's an individual's choice if they want to read this book, or if they want to read this book, or if they want to stay away from that topic altogether. And so that is, I think, one of the great benefits of especially a public library. We have all the items, and you choose what resonates with you and what you want to explore.
Great. That was very helpful. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll bring this back to the board. So the action before us is to receive and file a presentation, which we did, and then to provide direction for closures of county libraries and museums for annual in-service days. So CAO, what are you looking for the board to say, yes, we found this beneficial and would support this, or what kind of direction are you looking for?
Yeah, and I believe that one of the requests, the original request, was to do this on an annual
Mhm.
basis.
Right.
And so there was a desire to seek some concurrence regarding that, recognizing that we're using our resources and the libraries were closed for a period of time, but certainly wanted to
Mhm.
demonstrate the benefit and get the thoughts of the board there.
Excellent. So what is the board's wish on this matter?
I support it. I'll move to approve it, that we support an in-service day and just make sure that it's well announced so the public knows library will be closed, of course.
And I'll second it. And in the comments, it says on the third Friday in October. So they
There was- I
actually
couldn't
defined
find
the
it.
date.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Excellent.
and
There
that's
it
good
is.
too. Everybody has a knowledge of what it is
Consistency.
ahead of time and they can plan around that, hopefully
Right.
to make sure that they can attend. Because that's one of the things you find is some people can't make it a given day. And then I recognize you have a makeup program and various training modules and stuff, but that in-person interaction, you know, you can't do better than that. So that's always better if you can make that happen. Hopefully people will plan for it.
Sounds good. All right. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much, Bryce, and we look forward to another report next year. But actually, end of this year. Thank goodness. It's
Right.
2024, isn't it?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
See you,
What
Bryce.
year is it? I don't know.
Right. We turned the corner. All right, excellent. Well, it is now 10:05 and we are in time for our 10 a.m. time allocation, item number 24, Kim.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, approve and authorize the chair to sign calendar year 2024 El Dorado County Fair Association budget, and two, receive a presentation on and file the following documents as outlined in the agreement between the county and the association.
Excellent. Good morning, Emma.
Hi.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. The county has an agreement with the Fair Association for the use and management of the fairgrounds and also for putting on the county fair. And so per government code in our agreement, the board is responsible for approving the budget that could get submitted to the state, the Fair Association's budget. And then also in our agreement, we have receiving some documents that basically tell what the fair has been up to and what they plan to do. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the CEO of the fair, Kathy Dunkirk.
The documents that are online, I encourage all the public to look at. They were excellent and
Good.
just a full picture. So welcome. We're glad you're here and thank
Thank
you
you.
for walking us through this today.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all of your time. I'm not going to start on the budget quite yet. I want to briefly run through what we accomplished last year. With the ARPA funding that the county granted to us, we were able to accomplish things that would have never happened. Our drainage system underground is now secure and safe, and I don't have to worry about Ferris wheels falling over. During the weather, it was a real worry.
Oh my gosh.
During the weather, they performed beautifully. The inside of the 40 received a audiovisual much needed upgrade. You can hear people talk now, actually, which is great. The front bathrooms are all ADA compliant now, and also they're pretty.
Nice.
Yeah, the asphalt, of course, we had a lot of trip and fall hazards, and so I'm pretty confident. I never thought I would care so much about asphalt as I do. Our fair this past year was, 22 was our first fair after COVID and the mosquito fire. We were a fire camp, so couldn't hold fair in 21. Was a record breaker for us with over 60,000 people. And the weather was a big attribute to that. 23 was off the charts, and I hope we don't do that again because there was so many people. It was great though. People were wonderful. They had a great time. They didn't seem to complain waiting in lines. And we had over 80,000 people at our fair.
Wow.
Our size continues to be an issue. Parking is a constant challenge, not only for us, but for the people that rent the facility. We lost one of our big music events because they just grew out of us. We're too small. We're getting another one back, and he doesn't want to grow that big. So hopefully that works out very well for us. this year moving forward in 2024, our fair theme, because I know you guys are all just dying to know, is Barrows, Boots and Bling. That's kind of a play. The Kiwanis Club is their 80th year running the wheelbarrow races. So that's the Barrows is a nod to that.
Fun.
So we're excited for that. The other thing that changed in our 2023 fair was instead of having Placerville Police, which we are in their jurisdiction as our on-grounds law enforcement, we had the El Dorado County Sheriff, which worked out brilliantly. We put a huge strain on Placerville PD during fair. They just simply don't have enough staff. And the Sheriff's Department did. So moving forward, we plan to continue that agreement with the Sheriff's Office as long as we can. They did a brilliant job. They brought equipment to the fair that we haven't had before. So that was pretty awesome. On our goals and strategic plans, we have several, rather than starting a new one, our board wanted to show everybody what we've finished. And so there are a few on slate for this year. Irrigation is always an issue for us. Paint. One of the big things that we'd like to do is upgrade the organ room, put a kitchenette and a restroom in it, but with the organ still there, we can't. It does belong to the county. So if anybody has any brilliant ideas on what to do with that organ, we would love to hear it. It does not work. And Mary Corey from the museum had somebody out and we're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars to make it functional.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad because it's like the second in the world left, but it's just a giant dust collector is what it is. It's beautiful to look at, but it's locked in the building most of the time and people don't see it other than during fair time. We have a new fair board and officers this year. Our fair officers this year, Lori Warden is president. Dee Kovrovig is our vice president. Sherry White is our treasurer, and then Karen Forney Feathers is our past president, immediate past president. The Heritage Foundation. Oh, one other thing. Mick McGuire, who some of you may know, he worked at the county, he had an engineering business here in town for years. He retired in November after serving 50 years on our board.
Wow.
50 years. He's a wealth of knowledge, and some of the stories that he has to tell are pretty amazing. Our Heritage Foundation, which was created in the intention of raising funds for some of our capital improvements that we were not able to afford, has provided us with the new gatehouse, the EC, or the remodel of the gatehouse. It's brand new inside. It's amazing. We've purchased hog panels, which were $100,000, sheep and lamb panels for livestock. So it's a better setup. It's safer for the animals, and it looks nice too for our kids. We have one more ARPA project pending, and that is for the flooding that we're dealing with. The little canal that separates our property from Forney and County property. We've had a lot of problems with that, with the construction of the park and ride, the addition of asphalt to Thompson's, the sidewalks and stuff up Fair Lane. Even though the pipe that it goes into now is functioning much better, it's the pipe, the culvert that's there now is not intended for the amount of water that we get through there. It's eroding our land and the Forney property. So we are working with a couple of agencies. Our goal is to put it underground. I don't know that we have enough money in the ARPA funding right now to complete that, but we're gonna move forward like we do and think positive. With that, I'm just open to, one more thing about the budget and the fair. The one thing that we are doing differently this year is we do have events in the fair grandstands every single night of fair. We will have 2 events on Thursday night and Friday night that will require a small fee, $8. We'll have we're gonna have truck pulls and tractor pulls on Saturday night, and Friday night we're gonna have the crazy motorcycle guys. We'll continue to have the Kiwanis in our we'll be doing the wheelbarrow race on Saturday late afternoon, and Jeepers Jamboree will do our Rubicon challenge, and there will be no fee for those. Those are our own homegrown events that we like to put on.
And what is the date on the fair this year again?
Fair dates are June 13th through the 16th.
All right, June 13th.
It's always Father's Day weekend.
Perfect, good. Well, Kathy, that's excellent. And Boots Barrels and bling.
Barrels, boots and bling.
Barrels, boots and bling. That's hard to say. That's an awesome.
It is
thing.
hard to say.
That certainly reflects El Dorado County, and I know we are all eagerly awaiting another just fantastic fair. So,
Thank you.
so appreciate you coming before us today. I'm sure my colleagues have comments
Yeah,
and
I
questions.
got some questions. Kathy, we're not gonna have the outlaw race here anymore, is that correct? They suspended it or not?
Not this year. The
Not this year?
Outlaws, yeah, they purchased the track, I think it's Roseville
Is that what they
or
did?
Chico. They've got a home base and unfortunately it's not here. So
Yeah,
they're not on the schedule for 24 now.
right. Another thing, I'm curious and stuff that I think, especially when that tire came off on the 100, I was sitting in front of it. I
Yeah.
don't know if you knew that. I think I
You
did tell
told
you
me,
that.
you told me about it. And
Yeah,
we
I
are
think we
looking
need
at
to,
fencing.
especially for safety, I think we need to stretch some cables there because a cyclone fence is not gonna stop a tire, trust me.
No.
If it wasn't for the concrete thing and hit and went up, and then over, but I think we need to also extend the fence at the top so it doesn't limit, a tire to come over, especially when it comes to safety,
Right,
especially for the people that are watching the races.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, thank
Yeah,
you.
that was crazy, let me tell you.
I bet.
We'll make your heart stop.
Supervisor Heidel.
Thank you, Kathy, for providing the information you provided. I think this is providing more insight in terms of what the Fair Association is working on and things. So, but I would like to talk about some of the things in a strategic plan.
Okay.
And one of the things I read in the vision statement is bringing the community together. And the thing I think I would like to see here, just a personal thing, is sustainability of the financing. We recognize that the ARPA funds are kind of a one-time thing. We're
Yep.
making some great improvements, and that's all very much appreciated. The public's going to love that. But when the county looks forward in our 5-year projection, we're seeing reductions in revenues. So the county will not have monies as currently forecast by staff to be able to supplement very much of anything.
Correct.
So the fairgrounds and its operation has to really focus, I believe, on sustainability. If we're going to try to bring people together, it's in a sustainable manner. Year over year, we can continue to make the improvements. So that's one thing I would think that needs to be emphasized a little bit. And then when I go to the goals, it was broken out in 2 parts. The 3 to 5 year goals, there was 8 of them identified.
Mhm.
And I think those are good from a standpoint of organizational development. But again, I didn't see anything in there that resonated with sustainability, finding new revenue streams, working with the public to identify ways of having more activities in the fairgrounds to get better utilization. I just didn't see anything in that goals list.
That's kind of an ongoing thing for us
Okay.
and staff. And we do recognize that chunk of money will probably never happen again, not in my lifetime and probably not my kids' lifetime.
Right.
We're grateful that we were able to use those funds to correct those big ticket things. We have been increasing our revenues each year. And I know from the road, it doesn't necessarily look, some people say that the fairgrounds is underutilized. Right now, you couldn't book the Forney building until probably May.
Wow.
I mean, every Saturday night.
Wow,
And
that's
what people
fabulous.
don't realize is you can't have an event in there on a Friday night and an event in there on a Saturday night because of staffing. We don't have enough staff to do a midnight tear down and clean up and have it set up and ready for the people that want to come in on Saturday.
But if that's a lost revenue, there's ways of I'm not going to get into details. I think you can address that effectively with part-time employees or whatever it is, but.
And we've done that. We have
Okay.
done, we push our staff, God bless our staff. We're up to pre-COVID levels in our facility staff, not admin yet. We're working on it. But we do constantly with our board and with just staff, ruminate over ways that we can continue to grow and our revenues have been going up and we have been able to put money in savings for that rainy day or those emergency funds as far as infrastructure goes.
Excellent.
And they do have a lot of volunteers that help them out, help
Yes.
their staff out.
We
too,
do,
so.
we do.
Right, but I mean, missing a Friday and a Saturday event because you can't get, I know organizations that do that all the time. So I'm just hopeful we can find a way to make that happen. Because
Yeah.
again, that's a significant amount of revenue. And if it's only 4 hours of 8 people going in there and doing the work to tear things down and do a new setup, that doesn't seem like it's extreme, but.
It doesn't. But you need to have somebody that's smart enough to supervise those 4 staff
Right, right.
in the midnight hours, and
Right,
that's
understand.
a little tough right now.
So number 8 on the list, and I think it's just a typo. It says remail a critical support.
Remain, it's a typo.
Remain.
Yes,
Okay, I
sorry
wasn't sure
about
if it
that.
was retain or remain.
Thank you for
so-
that. I read that. I'm like, what? I don't know what
Remain.
that meant.
Yeah, it's remain.
And then infrastructure goals are kind of a separate list that says not expected in 5 years. However, keeping on our list going annually. And yet when I read through this, several of these were completed in July 2022, completed in 2023. That doesn't look like a future beyond 5 years goals list if these items have been completed.
Well, I just left them there so you could see what we've done.
Okay, so even though it was completed in 2022,
Right, but
they're still there. So those are coming off the list, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Because this is a pretty heavy list when you look at, when you start trying to dollarize some of these improvements.
It's terrifying.
It is. So you talk about saving money and having reserves. I don't think there's ever enough. So I just encourage you to reemphasize the need to look at additional revenue streams to keep our fairgrounds vibrant
And
and
we're always
active and.
open to suggestions. If anybody has a brilliant idea, they're more than welcome to pick up the phone and call me or stop by the office.
Okay.
The one thing, gosh, you made me think of something in the thought left.
The last one is number 31, and this one concerns me because I had experience down with a situation in El Dorado Hills that says fair office upgrade, remove popcorn ceiling. It should be a flag for a lot of people because a lot of these popcorn ceilings have asbestos in them. And those can be health hazards. And particularly in the senior center in El Dorado Hills, the CSD recognized it was popcorn. We went in and did an analysis, yay, verily. It contained asbestos. We had to go through and remediate, get everything out. It's now very clean, pristine. We don't have a potential liability of employees being concerned or patrons being concerned. So that one, I think somebody should look at a higher level from the standpoint of what are the liabilities if somebody comes forward and says, I work in that office every day. And guess what? I've been exposed and you didn't clean up the mess.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's got asbestos in it, but
Yeah.
most of these popcorn ceiling experiences do.
Yeah, in the past. Yes.
So anyway, so I would think that one needed to be elevated, but otherwise,
I'm with
kudos,
you.
you guys are doing great, but there's always room to find another source of revenue for sustainability purposes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Heidel, and I think that a complicating factor with the fair as an asset is it's the county's asset. And so you always have to go back and look at whose responsibility is it to keep the infrastructure going, the buildings versus running the events. I mean, I think this is a more complex situation, which is why, the county, we had to pump quite a bit of money into it the last few years because we had, I guess, the term is deferred maintenance, right? Just like many of our other county buildings. And so where is the balance between where the Fair Association reinvest their money, because you can tell they have, versus what is the county's responsibility for the maintenance of our own buildings. And so I think this one's a little bit trickier. And so I appreciate, reminding us that we have to look at this just carefully. And we do have an agreement on what the association, and I didn't bring it up today because I didn't think about going in this direction in the conversation, but I think our agreement kind of delineates who does what and all that stuff. So we might want to revisit that. And I do like your idea though, of looking at different ways, like could you get an on-call team to come in and bust down things to help get more events in there? I mean, maybe some creative ideas like that perhaps, because I agree, the more that it's used, the better. So, but yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. And it's an ongoing thing that, in my mind, it's a county asset. And so ultimately it falls on us, but they're the revenue generator. So I do think that this is one that we have to be careful when we say things about who's responsible for what is all, and I appreciate it because the ARPA money that you've brought up, that has deadlines on it and you guys are aware and you're going to get it spent. So okay, very good. That's super important.
Yeah, we're not wasting that.
Looks like it's committed. Looks like it's committed.
We have ARPA money all over the county that we're keeping an eye on. It's really like, so thank you for that. And just thank you, Kathy, for, being in the building with the new sound system. The bathrooms has been fabulous.
It's hot water now too.
Yeah. I mean,
especially in the winter. That's
Unbelievable.
lovely.
It used to be where I kind of would be like, oh God, I don't want to use the restroom, but now it's okay. So anyway, thank you for all you do. And I did see your priority of parking. Yes. Don't know how we're all going to do that, but it is critical that we figure that out. So
We do have some funds set aside. You'll see in the budget, of about 400,000. We have a donor that wishes to remain anonymous, that if we are able to find property that would serve as a parking area, for instance, if we can match funds, then
incredible. Wow.
yeah, it's just finding
That's
it because
huge.
we're landlocked.
Excellent. Very good to hear that. So thank you.
So I had a couple questions for the CAO, but I think I'm going to keep those until after public
Public comment?
comment.
All right,
Yeah.
very good. So Kathy, once again, thank you for coming before this and this annual kind of update on what the fair has been doing. And I just want to commend you for the progress and the work that you and your board and your staff have made over the last couple of years. The progress has been meaningful. And I'm just so excited by the kind of new ideas and energy that's blowing through the fair. And that's just, it's showing in how the fairgrounds are utilized in our community and our community is responding. So just, kudos to you and the fair board and your staff
Thank you.
for all the progress that you've made. And I love your vision statement, bringing the community together. I mean, that just says it all and encapsulates it. I also really liked your values. Your values were, deeply thought through. And as I went through all of them, it showed the scope of how you view the fair as an asset in our community and all the different ways that it serves El Dorado County. There are a lot of values in there that you do talk about, creating new avenues to generate revenue and being, fiscally responsible. And so, those goals are in there. And I really appreciated your values. So
Thank you.
just once again, well done. We love the fair and I look forward to the barrels, boots and bling in June.
You got it.
I say that after 2 classes.
Right.
All
right. So
Thank
let's
you for
take
all you
public
do.
comment on
Thank
this.
you.
And once again, thanks for coming before us today, Kathy.
Thank you
for
very
all that
much.
you do.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi.
Chris Payne, I'm a member of the El Dorado County Historical Society. Many years I was president, and Jill Kearney is now the current president. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I believe, Kathy, first of all, thank you for your annual report. But on the 7th of February at 4:30, there's going to be a presentation during the agenda where the annual 2023 Preservation Award from the Historical Society was given to the Gate Project. As you know, in the past, some of the recipients have been the Herrick Building on Main Street. That was Tim and Sue Taylor's project, currently renovated, completely preserved, with the notion that it might have been demolished. The gatehouse was similar, I believe, in the early discussions, whether or not it would be modernized or whether or not it would keep the same character. As we know, it's beautiful. It's a fantastic job of preserving our history. And in this case, we're all going to benefit from it for many years. Sue Taylor, as a designer, does phenomenal work. She was also on the team that came up with the design to prove to keep the gatehouse. The Poor Reds, also in El Dorado, got the Preservation Award winner, and they came in and brought us a big pan of ribs at one of the Historical Society meetings, so we could have the benefit of them doing ribs for us. But these are the kinds of things that I believe Kathy and the Fair Board thought were extremely important. And as we look into the future, I'm sure there's other opportunities that we may have in order to be able to preserve things that are close to us on the fair property. So thank you very much for this chance to kind of talk about what's happening in the historical world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our online participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, great. I will bring this back to the board. Yeah, Supervisor Heidel, you had some questions.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not familiar with Agreement 6269, which defines county's responsibilities versus the Fair Board Association, but is the requirement for maintenance and improvement of infrastructure at the fairgrounds the county's responsibility, or is it split somehow? Because I need to understand that, because if that's the case, we have not been setting aside the funds on an ongoing basis to make those improvements in infrastructure. And that's been an oversight on the county's part, if that's the way the agreement's written. But can you help me, Emma?
The agreement is for the use, management, and possession of the fairgrounds by the Fair Association. So
Right.
the Fair Association actually acquired the property over time, but
Right.
per government code, it's a county asset.
Yes.
But the agreement clearly states that the Fair Association is responsible for the management of the property and the maintenance of the property. We do have an outline and an agreement that any project over $50,000 needs the contract administrator, which is the CAO, to approve any infrastructure project over 50,000. Really, we make sure that the strategic plan states what they're going to be doing over the next year, and the item states what they're going to be doing over the next year that will qualify as that. But if there was some emergency repair that needed to come up that was over 50,000, our office would be made aware of that before it occurred.
But you clearly said maintenance of infrastructure is the Fair Board Association's responsibility, not the county. So I want to make sure that was
But it is a
understood.
county property.
Yes, right. So the second question I have, since there's a note in here that if additional parking space is obtained, Agreement 6269 likely donate the property to the county in order to be in compliance with Government Code Section 25905. What is the county's plan if we inherit parking space in terms of utilization? Is this 3 times a year, 8 times a year, and the rest of the time we've got this parking space we're trying to maintain? Or is that in the agreement going to be the responsibility of the Fair Board to maintain the parking? Because I can tell you parking lots deteriorate too.
Yeah, so it would be, so as stated in the item, we're all going to call a 2x2 meeting with the Fair Board and our ad hoc to
Okay.
kind of talk out all these details. It's very early stages in all of this, but the intention so far is that it would be amended to be a parcel in the fair agreement, and the Fair Association would be in charge of maintaining that parcel.
Okay. And then lastly, the Oregon, we have a surplus process. If it's county owned, why are we keeping something locked up that's collecting dust that some collector may really want to restore and or have parts for the other unit that they have? I mean, why would we not put it on the surplus list? Why does it just sit there collecting dust?
I don't know that that question has been asked before, but we can certainly look into it.
Good question.
Because it opens up
Yeah.
space
Good
for them,
question.
and I
Yeah.
mean, it's a great artifact, but
Right.
you know, we're not running a museum per se
Right.
within the fairground. We have a museum within the fairgrounds, but the intent is not to harbor organs that
Yeah.
are outdated from the standpoint.
I'm
of-
gonna interject, Supervisor Heidel. I think that organ does have historical significance, and just simply surplusing it, I think, could send it to a dump. And so I think if we are going to, I know that I've personally made some inquiries. I just don't have the bandwidth to do something serious, but there are probably worldwide organizations that would have some interest. It's just, we need someone to make that concerted effort, because it's a money pit, but yet it has historical significance. And so there's the rub. And so I would hesitate to just throw it on a surplus list, and it could end up in a dump.
Right.
So I just caution that we do this carefully and thoughtfully.
My understanding of the surplus list is we have to give government agencies the first right, but after that, we could post it on eBay. We can put it all kinds of places to see if there's a buyer who wants to acquire it.
I think we can commit, CAO's office can commit to reaching out to Mary Corey, oversees the
Okay.
museums,
Yeah.
And if we
and to
can't
see
get a
what,
reasonable
and see
price,
what the
it's gonna
options
go to
are.
the dump. We don't have to surplus it, right? But we need to find some place to store it that doesn't occupy space that the Fair Board could use.
Yeah, good. Well, I hear from the CAO's office is going to explore options and
Thank
then
you.
bring that back to the board. So excellent, a good conversation. So the action before us is to approve the calendar year 2024 El Dorado County Fair Association budget. that the Fair Association already approved to receive a presentation, which we did. And so that is the action before us. Is there a
Move.
motion? Move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
So once again, Kathy, so thank you so much, and we look forward to ongoing activities at the fair, at our beloved fairgrounds.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Would the board like to take a brief break
let's
at
take a
all
break,
before the
please.
presentation?
Brief.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
brief.
yeah.
Breathe.
5 minutes.
Yeah, before item number
Where we going?
23, the
23.
department
23.
improvements. That will be our last morning item. So be back in 5 minutes or so. All right, thank you. The board is back from our brief break, and we will now hear item number 23, Kim.
Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and the Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, one, conceptually approve the reassignment of airports and cemeteries from the Planning and Building Department to the Chief Administrative Office. Two, direct staff to return to the board with an organizational structure and staffing plan to reflect the reassignment of airports and cemeteries. Three, direct staff to explore alternate staffing and/or organizational structures for the Planning and Building Department South Lake Tahoe office. Four, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the Planning and Building Department process improvements. Five, conceptually approve the creation of a deputy director position under the Planning and Building to implement improvements included in the resolution. And six, approve the discontinuation of the exploration of a new county department of community services and direct staff to return to the board with a recommended internal reorganization of the Health and Human Services Agency that will allow for HHSA programs to remain in the agency.
Thank you, Kim. There is a lot here in this board item. So thank you for introducing that, and welcome Karen and Jennifer. So
Thank
let's
you.
dive in.
Good morning, board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. So as Kim said, this item is to reassign airports and cemeteries, and should the board support that move, direct staff to return to the board with a new org structure and staffing plan with the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget. We are also requesting approval of a resolution with some specific efforts for the Planning and Building Department and the Chief Administrative Office to support improvements to the development review process. The actions listed in the resolution are to take steps to assess the process, prepare a comprehensive report on this assessment, and prepare recommendations for policy, organizational leadership, and cultural improvements. The item also contemplates the addition of a new deputy director position, which would work toward implementing those improvements in the resolution, and direction to staff to evaluate the planning and building assistant director and deputy director roles and responsibilities, as well as to explore the possibility of alternate staffing or organizational structures for the department's South Lake Tahoe office. And then last, as Kim also noted, it's recommended that the board direct staff to return to the board with internal reorganization for HHSA that would allow all of the HHSA programs to remain in the agency. And there is a lot in this item. All of it has some substantial history, which we tried to go through in the staff report. And there's also those old board items linked to the item. But we are here to answer any questions you might have and have a conversation about these ideas.
Would you like us to take these one at a time or just tackle the whole thing together? What would be your preference? Perhaps we want to break down and talk about airports and cemeteries. Why don't we do that? And then talk about the organizational structure of building and planning and the process improvements. I think that might be a more helpful discussion. And then we'll take, public comment on everything at the end. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, great. So let's tackle items 1 and 2 with airports and cemeteries. And I'm sure we're all going to want to weigh in on things. So let's use our buttons so I can keep track of the conversation. Supervisor Parlin.
Ah, shoot. Okay. I'll push the button first. This has been a much needed conversation, I guess. And I just wanted to I read the staff report over the weekend, so of course it's already gone because there's so much in here. But what can you kind of just really brief, go back over history? Because I think that the airports and the cemeteries have bounced around a lot historically. And where have they been? Were they ever really successful anywhere? I want to be really supportive of these two, airports and cemeteries. Truly, I do, because I feel like they've been struggling since I can remember And so where have they been, and were they ever stabilized, and where to where everybody felt that their level of customer service and all of that was really high or anything like that?
Yeah, so feel free to fill in if I'm missing something. The airports and cemeteries has moved around a lot. Most recently, it was under the Chief Administrative Office. Before that, it was under the Community Development Agency. Before that was broken up into the three departments of transportation, planning and building, and environmental management.
Okay.
And then I believe prior to that, it was both of those were under our general services department. So they are programs in our view that can fit in different departments, but they are unique and small, but also there's a lot of community interest in those. So I think they're just difficult programs to run from that perspective.
Okay.
And if anybody has more history, go ahead.
And I'll add too, with regard to cemeteries, El Dorado County, and we say this often, we are unique in that we are one of the few counties that actually has county administered cemeteries. We not only have one, but we have
17.
17. That is entirely funded with the general fund. So it becomes often a budgetary discussion. And when the board, I think, is faced with other competing needs, such as maintaining roads, cemeteries sometimes fall short.
Right.
There have been discussions historically about moving forward a ballot initiative for a special tax to help offset the cost of cemeteries. Thus far, there has not been an appetite to move forward with that. And I think they struggle in that regard. Regarding airports, that's also something unique that the county has 2 county-owned airports. They are supposed to be enterprise funded services, meaning they're self-sustaining. They are not. They also require a county contribution of general fund. So just kind of a historic and also,
Right.
yeah.
Which is why, right, I struggle with this. I know we need to make change. There's no doubt about it. I just can't figure out in my brain what's going to work the best. I do recognize that the trend I've noticed is that when a department is struggling or a new program is started, it usually starts in the CAO's office to get it some really good, strong eyes on it and support, and then maybe it could be moved later once it's stabilized. So I just airports, my understanding, typically are under DOT because it is a transportation. But at this point, we're undergoing what are we undergoing? The consultant study with the airports. It's the
Economic opportunity
yeah,
study or
something like that.
Right.
So I guess it makes sense to put it in the CAO's office while we're doing this study and looking for economic opportunities. I think everyone here has said over the years that it is such an underutilized asset in the county. And how do we make it more revenue generating or revenue generating, I guess, because right now it's at a deficit. I mean, it takes general funds. So I get that. The cemeteries, I'm struggling with that one a little bit as to where it should be. It does need some support for sure. And we're going to be having and this is why I'm a little bit concerned about this conversation today, is because in a week or two, we're going to be talking about a recommendation regarding the Cemetery Advisory Committee, which also has a recommendation about some staff support and things that the board could do to support that. So, okay, conceptually, yes. And then this is conceptual. So then will we get details later then? Is that the idea? Or should I be looking at Jennifer? Sorry. I was looking at CAO, sorry.
Right. So because there's a lot to kind of untangle when we're moving programs, the proposal is that we would return with the staffing plan and a setup for airports and cemeteries with the recommended budget. So staff, with your direction today, if you want to move forward, we would start on that immediately, but we wouldn't probably have a fully fledged plan until recommended budget.
Okay, and I guess I'm just gonna throw it out here. We'll talk about it more when the Cemetery Advisory Committee recommendation comes out, but there's been, quite honestly, and we mentioned it when the Cemetery Advisory Committee gave their last report. There's been tensions between the cemetery division and facilities historically about the maintenance, and cemeteries are specialized in my mind. They do need different types of maintenance than just regular parks. And so I just want to be mindful of that as we move forward so that those details aren't lost, I guess, if that makes sense. And I'm very supportive of conceptually doing this, and I'm, the meat's always in the details there. So we'll see how that goes. So that's just my thoughts on, we're just doing items 1 and 2 right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I know you care about our cemetery, so.
Well, there are history,
Yeah.
and so there's that connection, and plus I want to make it more touristy. Actually, that's where we want to go. So
There's opportunities there too.
there are.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I have a similar line of questions. I guess if we look back at April of 2020, the board reassigned airports and cemeteries. At that time, did we feel like the CAO's office had everything up and running well and it was a handoff? Or was it strictly because there was additional staff allocated within planning and building to go ahead and move that over because they had additional staff? That's what I recollect. So having it in the CAO's office never really set a true course for those two areas, either cemeteries or airports. So what's going to be different this time? Is it going to go under facilities? Is there going to be a harder look at the sustainability? I know we're doing it with the airports of trying to look at the entrepreneurial aspect of it, creating an enterprise that's self-sustaining and stuff. But at some point, it almost seems like we have to consider why is the county funding, subsidizing airports that are utilized by a very small group of people? Is it better to offer that to a private enterprise? Put it up as surplus, whatever we have to do to put it out there, because at some point it breaks the bank. If we can't come up with the revenue stream, the improvements that really keep it at a sustainable level. So I'm not convinced that putting in the CAO's office is going to change a whole lot of things. It seems like it's a holding place, but help me understand what you're going to do differently this time around.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is a bit of I wouldn't call it a holding place, but it is a place to bring and program back up and assess policy issues, and then
Right.
bring those policy issues to the board so that we can kind of get to a baseline. Is what happened in 2020. The deputy chief administrative officer at the time, Mr. Avila, who many remember,
Yeah.
he was overseeing those programs in the CAO's office, and in an effort to provide the then planning and building director, that was myself, some additional support. The board moved Mr. Avila down to planning and building as an assistant director, but all of those programs came down with the intent of Mr. Avila continuing to move forward with the type of evaluative efforts that you're talking about. And then Mr. Avila promptly left the county. So they just didn't actualize what I think the intent was good, but it just didn't materialize the way we all intended. So it's kind of what we do. Someone mentioned, we pull programs up, we should stabilize them, address those policy issues, and then deploy them. And as far as moving them to another county department, we certainly considered moving them, at least airports, to DOT. But frankly, I don't want to just pass the issue. That's something that we just need to get to the bottom of.
It's more of a reset.
So have you defined the future Mr. Avila who's going to take this on, or does it just get lumped
You're
in
looking
facilities
at
and
her.
see where it's going? or-
That
Avila. Okay, Miss
Yeah.
Jennifer Avila. Okay, got it.
And regard, yes, so they would be assigned as is parks under Jennifer. It would
Okay.
be airports and cemeteries. so that we could do that deep dive. As far as the concerns regarding facilities does provide some maintenance for cemeteries
Yep.
currently.
Yep.
And we recognize there are specialty needs there. There are contracts in place that also help provide some of that maintenance to cemeteries. But frankly, as we have constrained and continually constrained resources, we need to leverage our internal resources to the maximum extent possible. And I think that there's some, it's an overused word, but there are definitely some efficiencies that can be had.
Okay.
Because facilities is also under the CAO's office.
Right. Understand. I
So we can
understand.
kind of.
So I think if
Force
there's
that
a
coordination.
global look at how these things are operating,
Yep.
maybe we can come up with some new ideas in terms of revenue generation to keep them alive, something like that, or reduction of the amount of activity that goes on to the point that it is sustainable. I don't know what the answers are, but because I was on the cemetery advisory committee and I faced the same thing that Lori's been faced with is we are unique in that area. And we tried to find a way to get out of that uniqueness by being more similar to other counties in the way they operate. And it just wasn't going to go forward with the public. So at some point, we have to define what are our true responsibilities. I think we know what those are. And then put a realistic price tag with it. How much is it going to cost every year? And then I guess we have to budget for that because we can't continue to ignore it. But it will take away from other resources, the way I see it, that are also, looking for additional funds to expand programs or whatever. So it's always a give and take process. But I'm very pleased with the response you gave, that we've identified a person and we have the facility staff to help, because I think it is more of a team look at this refresh. How do we do it differently in the future? And we'll have inputs from the consultants and other things to base that on. So I'm hopeful it will end up with a stabilization process, and then we can determine where this goes long-term in terms of real organizational fit. And that's a tough one because we've dealt with that a lot of times. And there is no ideal organizational fit that I've been able to define. So kind of just let's draw straws, see where it goes, right? We should have a better process than that, but it is difficult, granted.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Yep, just two quick questions of clarification. You mentioned that the general fund subsidizes airports. Is there kind of like an average every year that, what is that dollar amount?
I don't have the precise numbers. I don't know if Jennifer does. I know that it has been increasing over the years. I believe at least for Georgetown, correct me if I'm wrong, there was $124,000 general fund subsidy. And I'm not sure what Placerville's was. I don't know if Laura has that number. Okay, the 124 was Placerville. My apologies. Okay. Sorry, that's the best I have for my memory.
It's something like that number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it fluctuates year to year depending on what project needs the airports have and what through the budget process we're able to provide for those project needs. But I feel like it's been somewhere around 1 to 200,000 each year.
Okay. Thank you for that. And question of clarification with regards to the Cemeteries Advisory Committee. Is that something that the CAO's office looks to keep intact during this transition, or what is the outcome of that?
So we are looking to the Cemetery Ad Hoc Committee to provide recommendations to the board on whether or not, or if it changes in its current form, the Cemetery Advisory Committee. So that effort is already occurring. If it's decided that the Cemetery Advisory Committee should stay or be modified in its form, we would certainly take that on. We already, oversee Parks Commission, and so we're accustomed to overseeing such committees.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. All right.
I could tell you that Supervisor Lane in the agenda review materials, I think, did we see it yet? Is it in there yet in Legistar, the bare bones of that item?
Yes, there is a draft item.
There's a draft in there that if you wanted to get a head start, you could take a look at it.
What day would that be coming before us?
It should be coming on February 6th.
Okay.
So if you have trouble finding it, just reach out to Jennifer and she can get you to the right Legistar item.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Supervisor Schimber, did you have a comment?
Well, no, because being on the ad hoc committee, we're just looking at different avenues and stuff. And And one of the biggest things is a lot of these organizations like the Native Daughters and stuff, we need to look at, they could actually, maybe these private organizations or that could actually take over some of these cemeteries would be a benefit to our county. So it's less expensive because they do fundraisers and stuff for that. And so that's something we could leave in. So
We'll look forward to the ad
anything
hoc
Lily and I
committee's
all kinds of different
recommendations
avenues that we're
when it
looking at.
comes before us. Thank you for your work on that. And let's see, I just have a brief, most of my questions have been already answered. And I am encouraged that we are in the middle of looking at the economic potential of our airports. With a background in private aviation myself, I have, there's a lot of untapped potential there. And I think I attended the community meeting at Placerville, I believe it was in December. It was a great meeting, widely attended by our aviation community on the West Slope. And I was encouraged by our consultants. So I think that is going to be a really helpful tool for our CAO's office. As we, provide this reset and then figure out how to move forward with some additional revenue. So at least for our airports, I have some hope that some practical tools will be on the horizon for that. Look forward to that process. So any further questions on our airports or cemeteries from the board? Kim, let's go ahead and break this down with public comment as well. And let's take public comment on our airports and cemeteries if anyone wants to weigh in on this issue. And then we'll turn our sights to the building and planning department.
And now taking public comment on item number 23, subsections 1 and 2, airports. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Good
morning.
Good morning. Carol Lewis. I'm not here representing the Taxpayers Association, but in my tenure last year as president, we did have a committee that was, which you were informed of, was looking toward good government. We have been in contact with the users of the airport, and they have made recommendations to us about as Wendy had mentioned, that this facility can be made probably very functional and make a lot of money. That if we don't have the management to do that, then we need to get our management up to speed in that area so they know how to do the work necessary to bring it together so that it is not a budget issue for you, that you're actually either going to meet or exceed the expenditures. So I'd like to have that in public record. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Chris Payne. I think I'm going to speak for the taxpayers right now relating to the organizational changes that
We're just talking about airports and cemeteries right now.
So, thank you so much.
You bet.
Because I was going to take them all off.
No, just airports and cemeteries.
Okay. I've been before you saying, I believe we could do better by both. We've had these separate. Today they're together. But you have some unique things. Supervisor Parlin has a lot of experience with cemeteries due to her immediate involvement. And so her comments are always on that subject very well received by me. And so I think that's part of what we're trying to understand is the best fit. But cemeteries are unique in El Dorado County because they have a historical precedent. Supervisor Turnbull talks about family, talks about cemeteries, talks about historical cemeteries. And he knows from his family's background that that's very important to his family. And so there's that tie, whether it's Supervisor Parlin or Supervisor Turnbull, even you, Supervisor Thomas, tying family with what we have. I look at it from a historical perspective. Most times, cemeteries in this county are historical and therefore should be, one of the things that nobody's brought up is How about putting it with Bryce in libraries? Make it a sub? No, seriously, just think about it from an open perspective. Museums is already part of the library department. Why couldn't cemeteries also be part of the library department? There's some things that are synergies that could help in working. But I want to go to the airports. Back in, that's my comment on airports. My in-laws flew in a Learjet from Southern California. They flew into this Placerville Airport because it could take a jet. This thing is big. It's got very much economic possibilities. Being formerly of DOT, I see the connections with Department of Transportation, but gosh, economic development, we got to do better. And I think we can, because we got the facility. Now let's just find out how to utilize it the best.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Jason Brand.
Good morning. Mr. Brand, I see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Are you there? Perhaps maybe go to the next speaker and then revisit.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Morning again. Just to echo my opinion on the airports, I couldn't agree more with the people that are saying we are under capitalizing what could be a lucrative value to El Dorado County. My parents live in Half Moon Bay, and if you know anything about Half Moon Bay, they have this little tiny airport, and my dad and his club go out there and fly their little model. They made them their own little runway so they could fly their model airplanes. Barbara Streisand has flown in because they like to go on private tiny airports for safety. Maybe somebody coming into El Dorado County, Tahoe, would want to utilize the opportunity to be a little more discreet in the airports they use, where they store. I've often felt sad that it's not somewhere where field trips are going, and the community at large would be really attracted to the hangars and things like that. So I would love to see that continued. As for cemeteries, probably irrelevant because I don't really know how our historic cemeteries work, but I really want to be groundbreaking. And I hope El Dorado County becomes one of the first to create the environmentally eco-friendly cemeteries for burial. My mom desperately would like to be a tree. And right now, the only place we can find is in Southern California. So maybe that's something we can look into. It is something people are really becoming interested and attracted to in terms of their eternity and contributing to the environment, and costs, obviously, of burials have gotten out of most people's reach. It's not even an option for most anymore. So maybe it's something we could consider, if that's even something within our historic cemeteries, to consider for the future. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Jason Brand.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Are you guys able to hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hey, thanks. So, I'm chair of the Airport Advisory Committee. And I want to say that the advisory committee is certainly excited about the working with the CAO's office, if you guys approve this, and providing feedback in terms of how, the organizational structure what organizational structure probably would be best in terms of the long-term success of our airports. So we really see this as a good thing. I should say, at least I certainly see this as a good thing. But what I want to make sure is that the CEO is going to be considering the splitting up of airports and cemeteries. It's long-term been joked about relative to having these two organizations combined. We certainly know that airports require, unique skills, personality, as well as accountability to being successful in order to achieve the most self-sustaining, possible funding model we can within the enterprise fund of the airport. So again, we're excited about participating here, going forward, looking forward to hearing from the CAO's office. And, to Mr. Heidal's comment earlier about, the users being subsidized, at least that's how I interpret it. I want to make sure that it's clear that as users of the airport, we see ourselves being much more as offsetting the expense of the airport. The airport is a county asset. It's utilized quite heavily for all kinds of governmental services. And, we do work hard to be able to, encourage growth at the airport so that we can offset that's the necessary costs of airport operations. So anyway, I want to thank you for your time, and that's all I have.
Thanks for your insights. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, great. Well, that was helpful direction. All right. Now I suggest that the board turn their sights to items 3 through 6 and talk about the building and planning department. So who would like to start that conversation?
Just make it so. just do it.
Is that a motion?
No, I don't know. There's so much to unpack there. I don't know. Does anyone know where to start on this conversation? Supervisor Lane, I know you have some thoughts on the Tahoe part. You want to start us off, perhaps?
Yeah, for sure. I can, I'll start us off because that's number 3. So there you go.
There you go.
Okay. I've been speaking with the CAO's office now for a couple of months, and also the department head for building and planning with regards to the Tahoe office. The South Lake Tahoe office is really broken. It does not function properly. It's not staffed sufficiently. And a lot of the decisions that are made down here on the West Slope by people. What we find is permits are taking a year. I mean, a kitchen remodel can take a year to get a permit. It starts in the Tahoe office. It often gets brought down here for whatever reason, the tech to review, building inspectors, the whole 9 yards. And it gets, starts at the bottom of the pile, and it just takes time. I have felt that there are, for example, we don't even have anybody at the front counter when somebody walks into the planning and building department. There's no clerical support there. So these are just examples of the lack of, completeness that I believe the basin residents deserve as far as effective and efficient permit processing. They also handle stormwater, as you know, and they handle the VHR permitting with like 4 people. I mean, it's just not working properly. And I've asked if that department can be its own department. I'm not sure that that's the best solution, but it was the only way I could interpret the question, to just get the ball rolling. And I think having met with Ms. Garner yesterday, and we talked about this item, I think we're in very good hands. And I just want to support planning and building, taking a look at how can this infrastructure work better, and how can we be better at servicing, our residents. And so I'm 100% behind restructuring and whatever you come up with. I think what the concerns are. And so I just will leave it at that, for this particular item, but it's grossly needed. Way over.
And I appreciate that, because I'll be quite honest, sometimes I think that there's a huge disconnect between what's happening in the basin and the West Slope. And honestly, if you were to ask me today, what kind of staff, if somebody were to walk in, what is there? I would be like, I don't really know.
Right.
And I do hear from, other departments when we get updates, sometimes they'll say, well, we have certain Tahoe day hours perhaps, or something like that. So I don't even know that about this. So looking at what is versus where we want to go, what's realistic, and all of that will be really helpful. And so I think the way that this is worded is to explore,
Yes.
and really figure out where we are now and where we need to go to make it work. This is really a very timely issue.
And now's a good time as we embark on our budget process, which is starting this afternoon. So it's a timely discussion, and appreciate that you've brought this before us and that you've elevated the concerns, as Supervisor Parlin said. We don't know.
Right.
So appreciate you working with Supervisor Lane to explore this.
Well, and I just really appreciate the CAO's office for, taking this matter seriously, and for Ms. Garner also taking this matter seriously. It's been long overdue. I'm grateful for the employees that we have up there, that they've hung in there, but it's not sustainable. It doesn't work. The residents aren't being served well. And the back and forth, between people down here having to go up to Tahoe, or people up in Tahoe having to come down here. Just give us the resources to do the job ourselves and stop the kind of inefficiency.
Very good. I look forward to seeing what you come up with on this.
Yeah, one of the things I want to talk about, I think there's been a lot of lack of communication, but I think the communication is getting better. I think that's what happened. A lot of that stuff has happened in the past, and I think we're working through that, which is good. I really believe that, especially with the Title 25 and some of the other things that we presented to you, Karen. You've done a great job on that. But I'd just like to also, there's some issues with the surveyor's office and some of we're talking about lot lines and everything like that. Brian, can you come up and talk about that a little bit? He can, or Kenny, or Brian Fraser can talk about it on Zoom if he talks about it later or whatever.
Well, we're not talking about the surveyor's office in this.
No, I know that, but it's just some of the input that he might have that could help us out a little bit more too. So that's just, I just want to ask that.
Probably, yeah. I don't know if that's appropriate in this board item because he's not probably prepared to do that.
Right,
So I would
right.
hesitate
I'm
to do
happy to
that.
reach out to him and get the input when we come back.
Okay.
How's that?
All right.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Get
Okay,
some-
so I just want to, like I said, Karen, I think the communication is getting a lot better, and I think there's been a lack of communication because especially when a lot of these permits have been on deaf ears for a long, long time, and especially when there was no lack of communication with a developer, nobody was getting back to them, but it's getting better. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I think I'm just going to take these in sequence, but I'm going to start out by saying I'm in full support of everything that's being proposed here. I have some comments that might affect the thinking that goes into this, but I think this is absolutely the right step forward. Read the resolution in detail, and I think I'm going to point out some points in there that I think are responsive to some of the public comments we've heard today and other things that I think are key elements. But if I just take number 2 and kind of run through them very quickly, direct staff, and the first part talks about airports and cemeteries. We had that discussion, but it includes evaluating the planning and building assistant director and deputy director roles and responsibilities. I think that is fundamental, and I think you've been doing that over some period of time. I've personally seen shifts in terms of responsibilities and things coming into a targeted time frame that were just kind of floating out there. So I commend you on some of those discussions that have happened and the progress that's happened in that regard so far. We talked about number 3, in terms of what's going on in Tahoe. I have no knowledge of that, but one of the things that occurs to me is I know the city processes plans and stuff. Is there some discussion that happens there? Maybe we have to outsource part of that service if it makes sense, right? From an economics perspective, because they have talented planners, and maybe given the population base is probably within the Tahoe Basin area, maybe 90% within the city limits and 10% out. Maybe we can work with the city to come up with something that helps us without having to overstaff under low demand periods, right? Because you can't always have a clerk sitting there if they only interact with 2 people a day. And you just can't predict some of those things without knowing the history of what's there. So creative thinking in terms of maybe there's an alliance, and I've seen that done elsewhere and quite successfully, but there has to be a really firm agreement.
Yeah, Ms. Gardner and I have actually discussed that,
Good.
the possibility of maybe sharing, like a building inspector, somebody that is big price tag, but maybe we don't have full, FTE need.
Right.
So that's a great idea. And I think the more things that we can partner with, the better.
Yeah.
Especially with all the rules and regulations in Tahoe that are very specific to the basin, that are
Right.
complex in
There's a
terms
lot
of
overlap,
development.
obviously
Yeah.
TRPA and other thing
Right.
overlays. I mean, it affects both. And
Yep.
so, all right. So
Good.
I'm going to move on then to the actual resolution. and just highlight a couple of things. When you get to page 2, where it gets to the be therefore resolved, number 4 talked about through increased and continued contact with tracking and information technologies, identify and implement improvements. I know that's an ongoing effort. I know the public has asked for it. The board has asked for other ways for the public to get the data. Again, we've got the web pages now that major projects are highlighted on the web page with all this stuff. You don't have to go through Track It. But Track It is a fundamental tool that we've adopted and we need to continue to use until such point that we determine there's a better tool. And I don't know that there is today, but those improvements, and I commend you for working with IT on it. It's never going to happen overnight, but it's an area we need to continue to focus on because I think it's a useful tool, but it could be a lot more better and it could be a lot more user-friendly when it's all said and done, right? So that's part of it. I also wanted to highlight under item 6, develop a robust department-wide program for performance management and employee development. Employee development is huge, but I want to pull out in particular at number C, a comprehensive plan for county-sponsored training and other professional development opportunities, provide enhanced employee expertise and provide improved service to our customers. Fundamental, one of the things I think is beneficial. We heard Bryce's presentation. Similar things I think can happen in planning and building that will give the staff more tools and more knowledge of where to go with specific issues if necessary, and identify things that we can do that make more standardized, more in the line of ADUs. How do we come up with standardized? Those kinds of creative things will help streamline that. But a lot of that comes down to training and exposure of what other agencies are doing. And you don't necessarily get that sitting in an office trying to respond to the fire calls and the demand and everything else happens on a day-to-day basis. So, and then the other, number 7, create a set of meaningful standards and performance measures. To me, that's also fundamental. You have to have some way to measure how you're doing. And it's not just customer complaints and responses. It's how are we doing looking at the things that the state is perpetually throwing at us, and how do we deal with those, and how do we allocate the proper resources and make sure that we communicate effectively with our state representatives of what the impact is to the county. Because at some point, those unfunded mandates start taking away substantial amount of resources from other areas to the point that from a county's perspective, and I think from the public's perspective, we're putting funding into the wrong things as a priority. We can only do so many things, right? But it's a state mandate. So, continually staying on top of those things. But I thought the resolution was very well written. It completely, defines the things that I think we need to really look at, and that's through detailed conversation. So I'll leave that one. Move on to number 5, conceptually approve the addition of a deputy director position under plan. I agree with that as well. I think this is something that needs to happen. I'm a little concerned relative to putting the title with it of being the director, let me get to the deputy director of economic development and administration, because now we've put economic development in there with this process related administration thing. Those aren't necessarily the best fit. They can be if you find an individual who's really process knowledgeable and also understands the economic development part of it. To me, they're 2 major different skill sets. One person is good at one doesn't necessarily have the other. So I think it has to be very selective. I'm wondering if it should really emphasize economic development first versus administration. I mean, I look at this as 80% process stuff and 20% economic development support with the staff that we have. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong compared to the way you're looking at it. But if it really is the administration, director of administration and economic development, I mean, sometimes people read it into, all right, this is really to emphasize economic development. I don't think that's necessarily the emphasis, but there's a synergy there if you get the right kind of person to do it. So I'm in agreement with that approach. I just think we need to be careful in the selection of that person, that they really have both sets of very demanding skills that can deal with the situation that we have at hand. So, and then finally, approve the discontinuation of the exploration of a new county Department of Community Service. I agree with that. I think that was an important thing to visit, to explore. But I think in the end assessment, there's other things that need to happen, and that it would include certain internal organizations being put back into Health and Human Services to allow them to remain within that agency where they properly are defined. So those changes I think are also favorable. And we always look at these things of where does it best fit? And sometimes there isn't a best fit. When it talks about public health, it really belongs in Health and Human Services, I believe. So I think that aspect of it is fundamental. So again, kudos for putting this all together. I think the resolution really defines the specific things you're going to go after. And I look forward to seeing the measures of how you're going to accomplish them.
Very good. Excellent. Supervisor Carlin, you have additional comments?
Yes. So some of your concerns, Supervisor Heidel, about the deputy director of econ dev and administration, I'm a little, I guess concerned is the right word. So what do you envision, Karen, if we were to go that path? Because my concern is our econ dev group right now has been so successful in so many areas, and I don't want to derail that in any way, shape, or form. And so what do you see here? Why would this new position have anything to do with econ dev when we're rocking it?
Yeah.
So first of all, the position, it's an addition. So, it won't change the existing structure of economic development as far as the positions we have there now. But in my mind, I see such a close tie between economic development, the economy of this county, tied to our permit process. That's a big part of it. How quickly and how efficiently can we process our permits? And so this position is going to be looking at both of those and the ties between those. The admin part of it is really focused on the permitting process, our internal processes. Where can we be more efficient? Also overseeing Trackit. And Trackit is in our admin division right now because it is a department-wide issue. But this position will really take a look at that tool and how do we make it better? How do we get it to function the way we've always envisioned that we've wanted it to function? And then again, recommending that any changes that we need to make to our process, because that's one of the things we've heard with Trackit is that it may not necessarily be a Trackit issue so much as our internal process issue. Like we have to perhaps consider doing things differently rather than trying to force this program to do it the way we've always done it. And so this position, especially with the higher level, will have that authority to take a look, make those decisions, and then implement those decisions across not only our own divisions within the department, but it may affect DOT or it may affect environmental management or even outside agencies. For example, of course, we work very closely with all the fire districts when we're processing plans. So, that level of authority to be able to bring those groups in and make those changes that are necessary. But in my experience, again, when you can get that permit process working well and it's reliable and people know what to expect, that helps fuel economic development within the county because people know, hey, I can invest. If I want to build something, I can invest in this county. I know it's going to take me, whatever, 9 months or 12 months, whatever they've set out. And, they have that experience, the proof that, yes, this is the time frame you can expect. Right now, I think people come in and they just really don't know. And that's a scary prospect. If you're wanting to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in the county, but you don't know what the end point is, I understand that being fearful of that. Now, as far as changes, no, I don't expect any changes to the way economic development functions now and all the successes that Kyle has done such a phenomenal job. What I do see is we have with the new strategic plan some additional economic development related items that we want to start working on. The biggest one in my mind is the economic development strategy. What for El Dorado County makes sense. We've got ag, tourism, entrepreneurial companies that are growing, very diverse economy. We want to support all those things. So this strategy going forward is going to be very important. And so, having this additional position can focus on that strategy while not taking resources away from our existing programs and the things that we're doing.
Okay. I'm still concerned. I don't know why I can't not be concerned about this. I don't know why, if it's just the title, but maybe the devil will be in the details when it comes back and we'll have more clarity on what is and isn't. Because right now I know when we have, or at least when I have a commercial, permit going through and they hit some hiccups, I send them to, well, our liaison now, not ombudsperson, but our liaison who, man, I just love that position. They just go in and slice and dice and go figure it out. And so I just, I don't fully understand. Then I get the administrative part and looking at stuff. So putting econ dev on there, to me, I'm concerned is all. So I'll wait and see what you come up with, because we can always say ew, or if you want to run it by us ahead, please feel free. That's always helpful. And then another thing too that Supervisor Heidel said, and it made me go, oh, right. You mentioned ADUs and all those other programs that we're trying to get going, and a lot of those are already in the works. And I think that we don't get updates often enough to remember that they're in the works and where they are and how close they are to being done. And I do remember you were going to be doing quarterly reports for us on things like that, I think. So those need to happen more frequently or regularly, because again, in our minds, we don't know where the ADU program is. And I thought it was getting really gosh darn close, but so we just need more regular updates so we know what's going on. And what the reality is. And I don't know if that needs to be put in a resolution or not. I hadn't thought of that until that triggered me though. But then I also had some really thoughts about the resolution itself. And I was hoping that somebody on staff could bring it up so we could look at it. Because I do want to do a tiny bit of wordsmithing perhaps.
Okay.
And it's in, let's see, how's this? Oh, so it's number 1. On page 2, and okay, where it talks about a plan with milestones to eliminate superfluous, I never can say that word right, requirements. Yeah, superfluous requirements. So who will be doing that review if we go there? And who's going to determine if they are superfluous?
I'm sorry, which, what?
On number 1, on
One.
the, be it further resolved on number 1, it says conduct a review of application information. And then it talks about a plan with milestones to eliminate requirements. And it's like, because there's a lot of requirements, of course, that we can't get rid of, their state and all that, but you're just looking at our county ones requirements. And what does that mean, requirements?
Right. So for example, sometimes there's something in the zoning code that will require an applicant to go through a couple of steps to get to where they want to be, where, we might be able to eliminate one of those, still have proper vetting, still have public input, all those things, but maybe eliminate a step or two to get them to the finish line quicker. And then as far as, determining that, again, this proposed deputy director would be the one that oversees that. But I also envision, that we would get community feedback specifically from our development construction folks. We right now people forget we have a building industry advisory committee that reports and has typically looked at the building side of the house. But, in recent years, like some of our other committees, they haven't had too much to do, but we actually have a really good group of folks on that committee right now. So one of my thoughts was we can re-envision that group to provide feedback. So we internally could come up with some recommendations, some changes, and then run it by that group to get their feedback and input, before bringing it back to the board.
Okay. Because do you currently, do you have like a feedback comment when someone's done with the project, or if they just throw up their hands and don't do it because it's like, it's too overwhelming or something? Do you have a feedback loop already gathering things?
We do. So, we have surveys that we send out, and at the end of projects, they're available as well. If anybody, midway through a project wants to either fill one out, there's hard copies in our lobby, or you can go online and fill one out. And those get distributed then to the proper manager, depending on what the comments were.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Yeah, BIA, let's use them, right? We
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
that group. So, I have concerns about the way this is worded. It's still the same paragraph, but it's at the last sentence where it's talking about, approvals of staff level or lower hearing, and other changes that make it easier to do business with the county and build within the unincorporated area. And I get that as an overarching goal, but my concern is that when you say easier to do business, I don't want to give the impression that we're just going to start throwing out variances and making it so that you can do whatever, because we do have rules and regulations and zoning purposefully. It's, to avoid chaos in the county. We've seen it where when you get a variance and there's like, oh gosh, that wasn't really a good idea. So, and then they're hard to undo, quite honestly. So I just wonder if we could, put some kind of a preface or explaining words on there or something that to make it clear that, yeah, if it's more of a project with no discretion or ministerial or whatever the right kind of words are, just to clarify, because I don't want to go back to the wild, wild west that we've had in the past. And I think that over time, as the county, has developed quite a bit in the last 20 years, those regulations and zonings and things are important. Back in the day when there was nothing here, it wasn't such a big deal if your neighbor had a pig farm across your fence, right? But nowadays, we're all closer and tighter. The county's getting more developed. It's important to have those. So I don't know how to make it. I just don't want anybody to misinterpret this and say, oh, you guys are supposed to make this easier. And that doesn't mean we're not going to keep what we have for regulations and stuff. And I don't know if the rest of the board has that same thought or not. That's why I brought it up, because I do not like to variance the world away. It's not, it's not fair to neighbors and people that plan on those regulations to provide their quality of life, so, and just given kind of what I just rambled, do you have any thoughts on a word or two that we could throw in there to make it better or clarify it perhaps?
Perhaps it's an efficient process or.
Yeah, that's one of the words that came to my mind. It's really applying necessary regulations in a consistent, efficient, and transparent manner.
There you go.
Timely and transparent
Yeah.
manner. perhaps.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So in that area there.
And I think number 3 applies too. That's the demystifying of what the
Mhm.
process is, because so many people don't understand how many things they're going to have to go through.
Yes.
If they're an owner builder in particular, right?
Yeah.
It's a first time experience in maybe 20 years and everything has changed when you're an owner builder trying to get something approved.
Yeah.
And you get to those hiccup points and that's where the liaison person can be great help. But that demystifying thing, I think, is how we're going to make it easier. I agree the words can be changed, but that to me is a key part of understanding, makes it easier to get it accomplished as a business base. I think we've all had business enterprises contact us and say, I can't get my building permit approved and da 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 da. It's hung up on this or that or the other
Yes.
thing. So demystifying that, because what I've found in most cases, it's a situation where there's 3 parties involved. It's planning and building, it's the owner, and then it's the contractor. And there isn't always good communication across all 3 of them.
I do want Supervisor Prowling to finish your comments.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, sorry. I totally get it. And then, because then it kind of flowed with what we're saying here, because then on number 2, at the end of that sentence, it says for more efficient application processing. And I think that's our fundamental goal here, is we want things to be efficient for folks. And what I've noticed too, the board gets generally speaking, we get the complaint phone calls, right? So if something's going great, we don't get to hear about it. Except for I do have one business owner on the divide who has nothing but great things to say about planning and building staff. He's done 2 businesses. And part of the reason he keeps telling me to tell his story is because he's a business person that goes in, to planning and building and says, this is what I want to do. I know there's going to be requirements. I know this is going to cost me some money too, by the way. And he's been very successful. So, and so part of that demystifying, I think, goes with that. When someone walks in the door, if they don't really know anything, what can they expect? Somehow we have to help
Right.
with that. I know I'll just be honest, my one experience where I had to do a project, and I'm not an expert in any of this stuff. I brought one of my friends to help me navigate the county. So, we shouldn't have to have people, depend on others to understand the process. So, and then I think the consistency from one planner to the next, one staff member to the next is critical too, because that's been a complaint I've heard, is that so-and-so said this, and then so-and-so says this, and then this project just gets stuck. And I know that, you're talking about your training and improving track it with processes. And I think that's part of the picture too, for that consistency. And then somewhere you need, I'm not sure who, I think it's Rob probably. But he's the one in my mind that can go through and look and see what your staff's doing to make sure somebody's got to make sure they're all doing it consistently. And I don't know if that's happening now. I'm guessing it's not, because we've had a lot of turnover. So that's going to be critical as part of this whole thing. I'm not sure if that's captured in here well enough, but
we think that's part of the whole process of looking at our process improvements.
You would think so. So, and is that what that new person would be doing then? Also, is looking to make sure that the staff is processing things consistently, or who's supposed to do that?
Well, I look at that as a responsibility of all supervisors and managers in the department, honestly. But to your point, yes, some of it is better training to make sure we're giving consistent information. And a point you were kind of making too is we need to, not all customers are the same that walk through our door.
Right.
And so we need to identify their needs up front, and frankly, will get treated a little differently because some need more information. Probably the person that was saying good things about us. And I know like that Kitchen Mart has, they've got it down. So what they want is just to come in, quickly get what they need. They know they don't need any explanation. They just want to get on their way. But then the next person that walks in the door might need a lot more hand-holding, a lot more explanation, charts, graphs, here's step 1 through whatever that's going to get you through to the end. And, we need to recognize that and then, provide our services accordingly.
And that goes right to what you were saying, Supervisor Hart, that demystifying is just critical. So,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Called a roadmap or whatever, but that's what people are looking for.
All right.
Right.
So Supervisor Turnbull, you
Yeah,
have some
just I
comments?
want to address some of the things is being more business, more friendly, especially when you step up to the counter, because there's been a lot of complaints there that I've experienced from people that have called me afterwards at the building and planning. They're not friendly. I don't know what I'm doing. They're not guiding me. They're not helping me. I know the communication is getting better. And that was a lot of the things that was in the past, that there was a big issue there. And what we need to do is streamline the process a little bit. And because when an owner builder, like John was talking about, they have no idea what they're even doing when they even come in there. And we need to help them and guide them in the right way and not say, well, push them away like, well, that's your fault because you don't know what you're doing. We need to help them. And we need that communication. And one of the things is another thing is I'd like to get more updates on what's the amnesty program, all the homeowners that were, that had problems and stuff. I'd like to know what's going on in that process and see how many that we have been out there and helped them through that process. And we're not just stuck and it's not being handled. So I need to know that, especially it's mostly Lori's in my district. So, okay.
All right, thank you.
We have all the fun.
Yeah, we do.
I have a few comments before we go to public comment here. First of all, I greatly appreciate this resolution. I know you've been working on it for months and months and months, and it is a significant document that codifies our intention and our work plan, recognizing that we've heard our community, we've heard their frustrations, and we are committed to actively addressing them and changing the way we process and handle all our internal organization. So I thank you for the willingness to do that. I think the resolution is excellent. I also think for the public, it's so important to understand that the purpose of this resolution is to define exemplary customer service to support the beneficial development review process improvements to ensure that you have a positive experience with our department, and making sure that our department is also motivated and encouraged to develop a creative and solution-oriented mindset that is a problem-solving mindset. And that's really important to create as a culture within our organization to make sure that all of you are best served however you interface with the building and planning department. So I greatly appreciate this. It gives the resolution says the board gives our permission, to be innovative and creative, which is once again part of our one of our strategic initiatives in the strategic plan that we will all roll out next week, which I'm very excited to do. So I love that. I also want to acknowledge that while we have challenges in the building and planning department, we wouldn't be here with this item if we didn't acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that we have incredible staff in our building and planning department that are deeply committed to our county. And it takes humility and heart to be willing to embark on this kind of improvement. And I just want to acknowledge that we have just exceptional staff and look forward to working with them on this. So my question to you is, Karen, are you anticipating needing any other additional resources other than the deputy director to accomplish the items 1 through 8 that are laid out in this resolution? Because this is a heavy work task. Will that deputy director do that? Do you need additional resources?
Right now, I'm comfortable with the addition of the 1 deputy director, and just because I anticipate we might get this question, it's actually going to be proposed as an add delete, a position that's vacant in the department that we no longer need.
Great.
So there's no additional cost for that position. I think, as we go through this process, at some point in the future, it would, if there are any gaps, it'll become more apparent.
Okay.
If we need, for example, additional dev techs or somebody at the front counter. We've talked about hiring a dedicated front counter person, really serves DOT, environmental management, planning and building, that maybe just having, rather than rotating people around, maybe it makes sense to have 1 person there that we hire specifically for their customer service skills, so things like that. But even with things like that, there's probably a way we can, as when position becomes vacant, we can swap out and fill it, a little bit differently. Every time there's a vacancy, we always try and look at that and say, do we need to refill this exactly as it is, or does it make sense to do something a little different or have our needs change? So I'll continue to do that. So again, right now, I think the deputy director position, and then to looking at how we function in Tahoe would also be a help in this regard, is good for now. And then if anything changes, I'll come back to the board and report out on that.
Great. Well, I think by citing on to this today, this board is also saying we're a collaborative partner with you in this process, that you're not alone, and that we're in this together. So, and before we go to public comment, I know we're pushing up against the lunch hour, but just want the board, I heard that perhaps there were a few items that we wanted to adjust in this resolution. I just kind of wanted to walk through those and let me know if I actively, captured your concerns. So I'm hearing that on item, and then we'll get public comment on those suggestions as well. I'm hearing on item number 1, this board would perhaps like to revisit the language. It's easier to do business, which is rather loose, and codify it more, that we want a transparent, timely, efficient process. Something, we're not going to wordsmith on the dais, but something to that effect. That on item number 7, talking about consistent communication, because I think that is a frustration with folks that are doing projects, that perhaps under item number 7, we could create a D that says, create a set of meaningful standards and performance measures for the department adoption, to include something to the effect that we will communicate consistently on projects, have a process to communicate consistently on projects, so the message does not, change from, person to person. I mean, that's not the correct wording, but something to that effect. I think you could insert that direction there. I've heard my colleagues say that we'd like regular updates, and I think we could perhaps add a number 9 to this resolution that says something to the effect that we will create a process that provides regular updates to the board regarding progress on board-directed priority
Right,
projects.
there you go.
Something
Oh,
to that
I like
effect?
that. That's a good
That's
idea.
good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And that gives you flexibility. We're not telling you, come back every other month, but that our tier 1, tier 2 priorities that, we all are interested in, keep us up to date on that, and the community. So did I capture everything? that the board-
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Thank
think that's
you.
good.
Great job.
Great.
Can
Wonderful.
I just one note, and we can make changes to this if you'd like, but that last be it further resolved does direct staff to establish and routinely track metrics to measure progress and report back to the board on a semi-annual basis for at least the next 2 years. Is
Okay.
that, we could add to that,
Ah.
or we could,
Yes,
if you want
we
it
could-
quarterly instead?
I don't think we need it quarterly. A quarter comes awfully fast. So we could add it there regarding process improvement accomplishments, as well as updates on board-directed priority projects, something to that
Just add
effect.
it there.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Jennifer. Okay, good.
We wouldn't have a number 9 then, right?
Right.
Just
including
add it
that
to
last
the,
one.
yeah, further.
And then
Okay.
that's easier to
Yeah.
wrap that in together.
Ties
That's
together, yeah.
perfect. Right. Well, Kim, let's now take public comment on items 3 through 6 on this board item, which is the building and planning improvements.
Now taking public comment on item number 23, sections 3 through 6. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. First of all, I want to apologize to the taxpayers of El Dorado County. I missed this item in that I focused entirely on the planning, the airports and cemeteries, and didn't look at the broader implications of this item, which is essentially to reorganize the Department of Planning and Building. I have a master's in public administration, paid for by El Dorado County. In those days, you could get education being an employee, and this gentleman back here sitting, Scott Chad, he thought enough of me to allow me to have this education. Organization is critically important to any success. And so we've been in front of the Board of Supervisors many, many, many times, talking about what can bring success to planning and building. As you know, we used to have a community development agency. The board decided to have one, and then the board has decided to not have one. So we essentially have tried things that didn't work. And I'm not sure this is going to work. I take the comments of the director to heart. It's very sincere, but no one has had the chance to really look at planning and building from a more global perspective until this item came up today. And it surprises me because now we're wordsmithing the resolution. No, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't wordsmith. If you're not satisfied with the work, you shouldn't try to do it here at the board. You should send it back and get it right, and then come and allow the public to have a chance to look at what the final results are going to be. Because I looked ahead, and they're going to come back and they're going to ask for the position to be defined by salary, benefits, and that'll be the future return, but not the resolution. The resolution is getting approved today. So I'm just concerned that we haven't had a chance to really digest this. And I'm not saying 6 months, a year from now. I'm saying weeks from now, bring this item back. I think we need to have more of a chance to be able to look at it in its entirety, because you supervisors have identified things, and you're making these changes right now and writing them into the resolution. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Any other comments from the boardroom? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, board members. My name's Scott Chad. Just a couple of observations I'd like to share. The process of organizational change is risky as well as complex. It's just fraught with all sorts of terrible things that can happen. And I want to give my best wishes to those who are tasked with implementing that. The process of successive approximation to try and arrive at the place you want to be. As regards Track It, there's an internal discussion which I think is really essential. And it's as much philosophical as it is organizational. Is the problem inside Track It, or is the problem that we're trying to solve in with us? And whenever you're trying to put those two pieces together, time spent trying to understand the locus of that particular issue, I think, is always time well spent. Finally, I did this kind of work for like 40 years. And everywhere I went, I found one of the issues that is similar across all jurisdictions. The people who are the intake responsible people in the county or the city or the special, that face of the organization, that intake person, that person, male or female, who's the first person that member of the public sees, gives the strongest impression of El Dorado County. And I've always felt that one of the things that happens is, you know, you sort of go in and you kick over all the bar stools, and anybody that stands up gets to work the front counter because it can be extremely unpleasant. It's very hard work, really difficult. And I think that we ought to consider putting our very best people, and instead of being down in the organization, I think that those people should be elevated because they can solve a world of your problems without them ever happening. So thank you.
Thank you for your insightful comments. Appreciate it very much.
Don't you miss the blue sky timer?
In progress. All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking online participants, now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hello.
Oh, finally, good afternoon by 2 minutes. What awesome input from the previous two speakers. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to, as a licensed contractor for 30 years, my husband and I, located in El Dorado County. But just to give you an idea, I went through my estimating on where we're at. Just this last year, we've worked with Placer, San Jose, Rancho, Folsom, Davis, Manteca, Vacaville, Sacramento, West End County, and all of these different planning departments. Most of the work we do is new commercial construction. Some of it is renovation. A lot of it is public works. I can tell you as a citizen and a business, the consensus is El Dorado County is one of the least popular planning departments to work with. And I don't say this critically, I promise. What I am saying is, how about if you reached out and had a working workshop, not with people who work for you? Let's get Roblin. Let's get Carter Kelly. Let's get DG Grenade. Let's get Weichert. Let's get Dyer Construction or some of our bigger developments in the area and let them explain to you how difficult it is. How about my architect, C. Swagner, one of the most respected architects in Northern California, will no longer design in El Dorado County. I begged him to design our ADU, and he said he would do the drawings, but that's it. He's not working with the planning department. And I can tell you, my husband tried diligently to get through the planning department with simple questions that a citizen should be able to answer, and nobody could. And George Turnbow can testify to that, because I called him saying, okay, who else can I try? Who else can I try? Basic questions. As for Track It, I'm sorry, I'm not a fan. I've tried to maneuver it. I don't know why we're investing in something that is very unuser friendly. Even for your staff, have sat at the desks face to face with the staff trying to get information on some projects in El Dorado Hills. And it was very, very frustrating. And I could tell they were very, very frustrated. So I don't know what may be better out there. Most of these places has gone so automated. We're still, I feel, very, very few steps behind a lot of our other city and county brothers and sisters out there with their departments. A lot more fast tracking goes on. People should not have to deal with water heaters, roofs, basic home improvements, and be stuck in the planning department. Maybe adding a small in-law suite because they need to move in their mother-in-law or father. This really should not be the nightmare that it is for people. So I love that you know it's a problem, that we're going to work on it, but maybe get some insight from the actual deep professionals in the industry would help give some insight. Thank you.
Your comments, appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Bretbaum.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'd like to start by sharing a comment that Lori made. Please don't do anything that's going to adversely affect economic development. They are rock stars, and we are all working so well together. That being said, I want to compliment Karen and her department on being innovative, being proactive, and looking at the fact that this is the way we always did it shouldn't be part of the scenario. We need to be innovative and proactive and move forward. And I have watched Karen do some heavy lifting and really try to make some positive changes. So I like the attempt at the culture shift in that department. And we as the chamber would like to support the agenda item.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, real quick as we wrap this up. So the board has directed a few changes to the resolution. So what would our process be? Would it come back to the board for final adoption so we could have a chance to review?
Yes, we could do that and couple it with the item that would come from HR recommending the add delete, if that timing works well.
Okay, great.
Would that just be on consent then, since we've already pretty
Yeah.
much wordsmithed it and
Yeah.
stuff?
Okay.
I support, just bring out a consent. If there's any, major glaring challenges that the board has, we can always pull it
We
off
can
at that
always
point.
pull
But
it off and add to
great,
it.
but I think we've had a very substantive conversation today. And do you understand then the conversation that the board has had and the direction we've given? Okay, great. So would anyone like to make a motion on this
I'll make a motion to approve.
with the changes that
With the
we
changes that we already
identified on the resolution?
Right.
Okay.
Was that the only changes then really that we made, I think?
I
think it
believe that's
was.
all.
That's it.
That's all the changes we had was to the resolution. Yes.
Yep, okay,
Good.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Oh.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Karen, thank you so much for all your work on this. And I'll look forward to this moving forward and making meaningful changes for the benefit of our staff and our community, really. So thank you so much. So we will be back at 1 o'clock sharp, and like to remind the board and anyone else listening, we have a jam-packed afternoon. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock and we'll get ready to dig into our budget process. So
Are we gonna do the closed session like?
that's a good question.
Can we do it in two minutes? Or
What is the
when are we gonna
recommendation?
squeeze that in?
Good idea. Are we anticipating to take about 15 minutes?
Number 26.
Probably. if you want an abbreviated lunch, we could probably squeeze it in. I can text HR director though and see if he's.
Does the
ready.
board, how about, why don't we,
Or can we just,
hear the closed session at 12:45? Would that work for the board?
okay, okay. I
Yeah,
just
that
like,
sounds
do
good.
we have to hear it today? Can we just continue it? But,
No, we need to.
We need to hear
okay,
it
that's
today.
all I want to know.
Yeah.
We have to squeeze it in today.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
And the afternoon is going to be tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, doing it 12:45 probably makes the most sense.
Yes, that'll give me a moment to contact all the.
Perfect.
Take the public
necessary
comment now
people.
then?
Yes, absolutely. So
Yep.
the board will recess into closed session at 12:45 during our lunch break. And anyone who wishes to provide comment concerning the matter on item number 26 may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when you're called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, great. Well, we will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. And with that, we are back. And we now will move into the open forum, public comment portion of our meeting. So Kim, can you please open that? Oh, pardon me, yes. We just came from closed session. Is there any report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did complete its closed session agenda, having heard item number 26, and there is no action to report out.
Excellent. Thank you for the reminder, Kim. All right, with that, let's open public forum, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back. Thanks
Good
for coming
afternoon.
back.
Philip Bearer is my name. Thank you, board, for coming today. And I'm here because I had a grower's license for the medical part 6 years ago and it was taken away by the county. My profession is I am a retired special education teacher. I spend many time there, coach football, coach baseball, all involved in the community. As well, I was in corporate. I was a director at Prudential Financial. I've seen many children, and it's very difficult in dealing with that, the pains, the anxiety that they go through. And years ago, what they did is we experimented with CBD with the parents and being involved and the doctors to it. The change of these people and students are just enormous. That led me to get involved into this and starting to cultivate and starting to make my own medicine. It was good. I helped my clients. I helped everybody. And I don't know why, for whatever reason, that the county will not allow small people like me that we can zig and zag, we can come up with different things, get involved in this legally on it. I just don't understand, why you guys were going to have prejudice against small people. Not only that, there was a situation a couple of years back in Sacramento where 3 African-American people were trying to get involved in a business too, and Sacramento continued to knock them down. They contacted the ACLU, they came and they solved the issue with them, and they were able to involve some years ago. I've been also spoken to the ACLU on this. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but at the same time, I do, because I feel you are discriminating against people like me who are trying to help people with various conditions. Now, these children, they were taking some drugs the normal way. They would pass out in their seats. They would fall asleep. They would drool on themselves. And the ones that experimented with CBD, none of those effects were. They were able to sleep at night. They were calmer. We didn't have to have, some jackets on it, restraining jackets on them, et cetera. So clearly there is a help there. And I don't know why, once again, that you will not let people like me continue to experiment in this field and provide this necessary medicine to people. So I can understand you may not want to go Broadway. If you don't want to go broadly on this thing, then why not have a pilot program? Why not allow a few licenses, back to the medical, whatever you want to call it, I don't care, the cottage grow on it, doesn't matter. Why not let us start this? Why not participate in the county and see what happens from there?
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon.
Chair Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. What a glorious day. And I love how God always sets things in motion. And he actually brought a word that I didn't even was going to bring. We all need encouragement. Would you agree that we all need encouragement? We all need to walk in peace and love and joy. It says the joy of the Lord is our strength. And there's a war going on. It's a spiritual war. We've got to stop fighting against each other. I don't have all the truth. You don't have all the truth, but between us is the truth. And what I loved about this morning is we had a great prayer opened up, and I want to open it up again. And I'm asking God to move on this place in Colorado County, because we need him. You don't need me. We need Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We don't need Christianity. We need Christ. That means the anointed one. With all that being said, he was speaking of children going through a lot of hard times. There's a mental illness that needs to be addressed spiritually. It's spiritual mental illness. If we can really get this, we all deal with stuff at times. We get weird thoughts. We either get thoughts from God, the devil, or from other people. I want to get my thoughts from the Lord. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there a tree of life. Thank you, Jesus. And bare 12 manners of fruit, like the 12 tribes, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of her trees, not marijuana, but the leaves of her trees were for the healing of the nations. And his healing is here right now. Thank you, Lord. And I'll tell you, all these lords are bringing, there's one Lord. His name is one. Therefore, if you have been raised with Christ to a new life, sharing in his resurrection from the dead, keep seeking the things from above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Set your mind and keep focused habitually on the things from above in heavenly things. In that day of those final 10 kings of the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed, nor will its sovereignty be left for any other people, but it will crush, it will put an end to all these kingdoms, and it will stand forever. That's in the book of Daniel. Remember, we're in a spiritual war, and we have won. We're seated in heavenly places. Believe it or not, every one of us, if we would just repent, turn from our wicked ways, seek God. Don't seek Lars, seek God. Seek him, and he shall be found. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repentance. God bless you.
Thanks for your comments.
Hallelujah. Come on.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming back.
Good afternoon. Nice to be here. So, good afternoon. Follow my script here. My name is Brad Kane, and I'm the Director of Finance and Administration for Pioneer Community Energy. And also, I'm a resident of El Dorado County. Pioneer Community Energy is a locally owned, not-for-profit electricity provider serving El Dorado and Placer counties, the cities of Auburn, Colfax, Lincoln, Placerville, Rockland, and the town of Loomis. We are also proud to add Grass Valley and Nevada City to our service territory effective this month. As a reminder, we supply electricity, which is indicated as generation on your customer bills, but gas, transmission, and distribution costs still are from PG&E. Pioneer has been serving the region for 5 years, and the focus of our board and leadership is on ratepayer savings, resulting in more than $85 million in customer savings since 2018. In December, our governing board, which is comprised of representatives from all of our member agencies, including Supervisor Heidel, approved Pioneer rate changes that support a 19% discount for El Dorado County, which, by the way, was also the discount you experienced last year, compared to PG&E's generation portion of the bill for 2024. This will result in a projected $41 million in ratepayer savings in 2024 for customers in our territory. A household in El Dorado County with an average electricity usage, assuming 650 kilowatts an hour per month, will save roughly $262 per year with Pioneer. We encourage customers who previously chose to opt out of Pioneer to re-enroll to benefit from the additional savings on the electricity we offer. We also are pleased to report that the El Dorado Hills Community Service District voted earlier this month to enroll in Pioneer. We plan to be on the agenda at the upcoming meeting to discuss in greater detail our successes in 2023 and plans for 2024, as we plan to roll out some exciting programs. For more information, that can be found at pioneercommunityenergy.org. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and we'll look forward to you coming back to this board.
Thank you.
More thorough presentation. Thanks for being with us. Anyone else in the room like to speak? All right, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Board members, my name is Roger Lozada, El Dorado County Chair and State Senator for New California State. I've been here before. On January 27th, 24, this Saturday, the citizens of El Dorado County will be conducting a one-day in-person paper ballots, hand-counted and same-day results demo election at the Ontario Real Estate at 516 Main Street in Placerville. In-person voting will take place between the hours of 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. California ID and proof of residency will be required to participate. Vote tallying will begin after the last voter has cast their vote and will not cease until every ballot has been counted and the final results are shared and publicly posted. I have emailed each of you an invitation to our demo election, and I encourage you to come out and be part of this simple election. The purpose is to give its citizens a voice in the type of election they desire. We have created a hand count system based on the Colorado Clear Box method. These demo elections will be conducted across California in multiple counties, including our neighboring counties of Amador, Placer, and Sacramento rural. Not only will we be giving the citizens a voice in expressing the type of elections they want, we are showing this board and county boards across California that when you refuse to do right by the citizens, that you are meant to ethically represent in accordance to the Constitution of the United States. We, the people, stand up and do your job ourselves. This board has broken their oaths of office, nor have you acted upon a letter that was given to you back on June 6, 2023, that stated, and that what I read is back in 2017, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security issued a statement clearly designating election infrastructure as critical infrastructure. Furthermore, on March 29, 2023, Joseph Biden declared a national emergency pursuant to the International Emergency Economics Act to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States, constituted by the increasing prevalence and severity of malicious cyber-enabled activities originating from or directed by persons located in whole or substantial part outside of the United States. We know for a fact that the Dominion electronic voting machines that are used in this county has components embedded in its modem and circuitry on the motherboard the size of a pencil point that is made in China, a nation adversarial to the US, and obvious breach of security to elections, but yet we're still using them. Furthermore, the state government of California has over a $20 billion shortfall that will impact all the counties within its borders. But that I will present later on and explain. Thank you for your time. I have, like I said, mailed out the invitation. Here's our flyers, one to each board supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Dean Getz, El Dorado County taxpayer. The last time I was here, I brought you a letter from my lawyer that was corresponding with David Livingston's office over an important issue that, well, I'm satisfied to say the Central El Dorado Hills plan is no more. It won't be coming to you. Apparently, I'm sorry, at least in my head, is that the developer got the message that it was predicated on false statements, and those false statements would trip you guys up. So that didn't come to you. So I'm going to bring the next issue up. And that is, this morning, you guys had an item number 2 on consent calendar, and your consent calendar is failing you. The item apparently was pulled in part because there's discrepancies, or at least alleged discrepancies, in the item you were being asked to consent to. And so my understanding is that's going to be researched. It may or may not come back to you in the same format. But what I wanted to highlight is your consent calendar is failing you. In 2020, you consented to an agreement with Parker Development Company, Serrano Associates LLC, the CSD, El Dorado Hills CSD, and the county as reviewed by County Council Livingston. And that was for a 12.5 acre piece of property to be the Village J Park in connection with the 1995-ish development agreement in El Dorado Hills. The problem with that is the agreement called for $3.5 million to be put in the pot, which was already public money. was Melrose. It's a CFD that Joe Harn's office is operating, and the 12 and a half acres. And it included the obligation to build that park, arguably worth tens of millions of dollars today, more. You gave it away. And that's a violation of the California Constitution. If you look at the California Constitution, it's called gift of public funds, and no elected official, no board has the right to give away anything of value the public owns. So let me be clear. You guys entered into an agreement with Parker and the CSD and accepted the idea that $3.5 million in quote unquote available CFD money, which was already public funds, and 12 and a half acres that was already owed to the community was all that was put in the pot for Parker to get out of building that park, arguably worth tens of millions of dollars in additional costs. That's in writing in multiple places. So I just want to highlight very quickly for you that that IOU is a gift of public funds. It's going to need to be resolved. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Steve Ferry. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the El Dorado Hills Community Center, or CSD. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a single member of that board. I'm in support of what Dean Getz just told you. I've spent at least 15 hours figuring out some of this stuff. I think we've got a bad deal that got done, and I really encourage your board to take a look at this much more deeply. If we gave away even $1 million, much less 10 or 15 or $20 million, it's going to come out. It's going to be part of it. And I want you to know there's one guy on the CSD board that is going to keep his head under this until it's done. And I know I'm old, so some people might hope I'll die before it ends, but in any case, I don't plan on it. Second thing is, I'm a member of the populace of El Dorado Hills, a place that was created back in roughly 1988, El Dorado Hills Specific Plan. And we've been the cash cow for the county for all that time, particularly those since about 1992. Back in 2015, the board, not you folks, because none of you were on the board at that time, but the board passed a resolution to take the CIP for Bass Lake Road, Green Valley Road, and Latrobe Road out of the process. So Bass Lake Road is left with 2 lanes, Latrobe Road is left with 2 lanes, and Green Valley Road is left with 2 lanes, when in fact the developers should be involved in this as participating in the CIP. And I would ask you clearly that you should take this up again. You're at the end of some of your terms right now. There's not a backlash to it or anything like it. It's just the right thing to do to get the CIP back in process so that we can get those roads built properly. Because if AKT comes in here and gets it done, they don't even show their map as tying to Latrobe Road, but it will. And Latrobe Road is a 2-lane country road at that point, just like Bass Lake Road is today. So thank you very much for your time. I got 41 seconds left. You can give it to somebody else. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for your comments. Good afternoon.
My name is Caleb Armstrong. I'm the owner of Armstrong Residential Project Management and Development Solutions. We try to participate in being an affordable housing single family home developer. I'd like to just present you guys with an idea, just a thought. A self-sustaining economy, something we can all benefit from. Each of our different districts. You have Lori Parlin, George, John, Wendy, and Brooke. You look at affordable housing developments, okay? You have nonprofit corporations. They develop an affordable housing development, and that goes off of subsidy income. So such as, you take, for instance, Housing Choice Voucher Program, right? That pays anywhere for a 3-bedroom in South Lake Tahoe, $3,036. Camino, that takes $3,300. Greenwood, California, you can get up to $4,572 a month for a 4-bedroom rental unit. Now, if El Dorado County, or even say Black Oak Mine Unified School District, or school district in District 2, or District 1, or District 3 or 5, develop their own affordable housing developments, we're taking HUD funding back into our government, back into our area. That way, each one of you supervisors can address your own issues in each of our districts. Now, if Black Oak Mine Unified School District did it, that's one of the poorer communities, right? So not necessarily poor community, but what I'm saying is they don't have the same school fees as El Dorado Hills. Okay, so one development, okay, say one 35-unit manufactured home park, $3,800 a month, that is $133,000 in 1 month. That park would develop from the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Now, income-based developments are more important because that offsets our gentrification in our communities. So if we go with the USDA Guaranteed Loan Program, that goes off of income. So my son or my grandfather, they qualify for that housing that offsets low income, fixed income, what have you. A payment on, say, I think $3.5 million to develop something like that, $75,000 a year. You make your yearly annual payment for that in 1 month. And that's just reciprocating the funds from housing and community development for affordable housing. And we just take that back into our own municipalities. And we can use that for however this would be decided. But either way, it benefits our economy and it benefits our people. We have the opportunity to change the world around us. And I think this is a great board to do it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the room? Or we move on to online comments? Okay. Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
It's decorated.
trees are back.
Yeah.
Well, what we are told, what we get, and that would be the shaft. I was in town for a consult on a root canal. So I figured I'd come on over and continue that love and feeling. Here we are. What we get, what we're promised. Look, so shiny, so new, so glowing. Simple solution to eliminate 90% of your problems with the wireless telecommunication facility ordinance, or the WTF, is a fallover setback. Put it in the middle of the or away from the edges of the parcel, so that if it falls over, it doesn't hurt anybody else. And it's also, but mostly, out of their way. Because having one of these monstrosities next to your property ruins your property value forever, makes it hard, by making it harder to sell your property. Just ask any realtor. Anyway, we need an urgency ordinance. Because as I understand, and this is a formal request for an update on the WTF ordinance revision, because I think it's a long way off. And the only way we're going to get some sanity into this process is adopt that fallover setback as an urgency ordinance, get it done. We've wasted 4 or 5 years now since I've brought this up, at least. The feds haven't banned this approach, so let's take advantage of it. They've put a hole in just about everything. One of the things that's really wrong with the process also is alternative analysis. It's a huge issue. They make no effort beyond a one-time letter to property owners that looks like junk mail, and from what I see, gets thrown out. And so they never know about it. They don't knock on any doors unless it's one that they really, really already decided they wanted. CEQA requires a good alternative analysis. We're not doing that. Something's up for the Planning Commission consideration tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, and it's a monstrosity placed right at the edge of the property. Residential over here, research and development over here. Out of place, doesn't make the findings. I will be commenting on that. Also remember that a cell tower requires a phone line to it, that antiquated AT&T line that we see everywhere. Yes. And PG&E must go up there. So that's why the ideal place up on the ridge is about $100,000 away. And
Thanks for
they
your
don't want to
comments.
do that.
All right.
Anyway,
Thanks for being with us.
what we get, what we promise, what we get.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move to our online callers.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Melissa Soderston.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Melissa Soderston, Director, Tahoe Forest Matter, also a resident of South Lake Tahoe. I'm here today to talk to you again about the commercial logging projects and the proposed biomass that is going on in our county. The vast preponderance of science has shown that these projects are actually harming forest health and resilience. They've shown that they've done little to nothing to protect our communities from extreme fire. What we know works from a scientific perspective, and even our insurance companies, the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, et cetera, all agree on this, is home hardening and infrastructure hardening. However, what we see from the federal government, our local state government, counties, et cetera, is that the vast majority of funding goes to these logging projects. And there's very, very little that goes to home hardening. There is hardly any grant funding available. As you know, our most fire-prone communities, including those within El Dorado County, are also entirely low-income areas. They do not have the means to do these projects themselves. It is imperative that you as a board start directing the funds not into these logging projects, which I am aware that a few of you have actually profited from. It's imperative that the money that our county receives from taxpayers goes to home and infrastructure hardening, which will actually keep us safe. We saw during the Caldor fire that these thinning projects do not work. We saw in Hawaii where there was hardly any trees on the ground. Lahaina was still flattened. However, we do know that home and infrastructure hardening works. And I do hope that this year we see these trees saved. We do know that they are our best chance of meeting our climate goals for carbon storage and et cetera. And yet we've watched 800-year-old oak trees just be raised for fear. And we know it doesn't work. I do hope that the talk around biomass stops. I hope that you look at what the Center for Biological Diversity says regarding small scale biomass, is that it is incredibly polluting. It is not high paying jobs. They're low income jobs, predominantly put into poor communities, low income communities, disproportionately affect already marginalized communities. They're unsafe jobs, and they're not an option for us for meeting our climate goals in the future. We need to reduce emissions, and that would just be adding to it, as the logging already is doing. I hope that you will direct our funds toward true Firewise practices, which is at least 60 feet in from the home, not working from the forest in. We need to work from the home out. And I hope
Thanks
that
for your
I will see all
comments.
the comments go there.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. And this next will be the last caller, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon. Ms. Campbell, you're up. Can you hear us? I think you're on, you need.
Sorry. The
Perfect.
unmute pop-up went away. Sorry.
Welcome.
My name is Linda Campbell. I live in El Dorado Hills, and I am currently a candidate for District 1 Supervisor. Back in October of last year, I wrote to the board about a consent agenda item. In that communication, I asked about guidelines on what should be on the consent agenda because there was nothing published in the policy. On December 5th, that was approved and added as section H3. So thank you for following up on that. Recently, I've been reviewing some grand jury documents, and I found one in fiscal year 2010-2011 that included a report about the consent calendar. One of the findings was that any member of the public may request an item to be pulled from consent. The recently approved policy does not include that still. I would like to request that the consent policy be reviewed again against the FY 10-11 grand jury findings and try to close any gaps that may still exist. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right. Well, thank you all for addressing us during open forum. And I believe we had a request for an update on the wireless ordinance. Do we know when that is likely to come before us? Do we have a timeline?
I was looking through a long-range planning work plan while that question was coming in, and I actually do not see it, unfortunately. So Karen's going to have to follow up
We'll
with the
follow up
board
with
on that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So now we move into our afternoon item. Have a few housekeeping items, but I believe Supervisor Lane, you have a comment that you'd like to make regarding our budget process for the next 2 days?
Yes, thank you. I forgot about that. So last year this happened as well. I have a TRPA meeting tomorrow, so I can't be here for this one. And I'm losing my voice.
Oh, no. Your voice, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I have hot
You got-
water.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you anyway. Okay, all right.
So you can finish
All right.
my.
So Supervisor Lane, we're going to work on resolving these discrepancies in the future, but Supervisor Lane, while she won't be present with us tomorrow, she will, after the fact, review all of our staff's presentations. So she is fully up to speed on that.
There's going to be a quiz afterward,
Yes,
just
so-
so you know.
I'll be ready.
Okay. So did I accurately capture
You
that?
did. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Thank you.
We will miss you, but we certainly understand. All right, so a few housekeeping items. This officially kicks off our budget process, which is very exciting. Looking forward to this, and this is just the start of our process. Really appreciate all of our staff's work to get us to this point, and I know there's a lot more work ahead of us. We have a lot of presentations this afternoon and tomorrow. In fact, if you look at the list of just the staff presentations, they're about 3 3/4 hours of just presentations. That does not take into account board comments, questions, or public comment. So I think it's just important for us all to be aware of that. For efficiency's sake, here's how I'd like the process to work. With each presentation, I'd like my colleagues, for us all, to reserve our comments or questions till the very end of each presentation. I think that'll expedite it. And during public comment, we have 2 department groups today. We have Health and Human Services and we have Law and Justice. So we are going to take public comment after each department group. So it won't be after every department. It will be after when Health and Human Services is done, which is Child Support Services, Health and Human, HHSA, and the library and the museum, then we'll take public comment on that department group. And then when all of our law and justice partners are done with their presentations, we'll take public comment on that. And a reminder that this is just the beginning of our process, that we encourage you as a public, if you have questions or ideas that you want to engage with us, please email this board at edc.cob, click on the board, at edcgov.us. And we will read your comments. And to all of my colleagues, as a reminder, is if you have narrowly focused questions that just pertain to you and your district, that obviously reach out to the department heads, because once again, this is just the beginning of our process. So the goal of today is strictly information and presentation. So with that, also thank you to our staff for sticking within your time frame. And with that, let the presentations begin.
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive and file department presentations outlining the department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan, and upcoming policy issues.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, CAO, County Council. I'm Wendy Perry from Child Support Services. I'm the Assistant Director. Ron Ladage, our Director, can't be with us today, so I'm presenting on his behalf. So we'll start with our mission statement. Our mission statement in child support here in El Dorado County is making a difference in the lives of children by providing exceptional child support services to families. I'm also going to reference here and there the state child support's mission and vision as well. State child support's mission is to promote parental responsibility to enhance the well-being of children by providing child support services to establish parentage and collect child support. Our vision here in El Dorado County is every child, every time. We spent a long time putting together our mission and vision and our values. We work by them, live by them, and treat each other based on our values and mission statement, and values is extremely important to us. Everything we do falls back on our values and our vision. Next, we'll go over at a high level our organizational chart. It's hard to see. I will let you know we have 29 staff, and the bulk of our staff are our caseworkers. We have 12 caseworkers. 3 of those caseworkers establish the caseload. So when someone comes into our office and they want to open a case, they'll meet with one of our 3 establishment caseworkers. We have 2 court caseworkers that work with our attorneys and our customers and with the courts, and that's their position. We have 7 remaining enforcement caseworkers. Once the cases are established, then these caseworkers will work with the customers to ensure that their payments are coming in timely, answer any questions they have. And if they want additional services or request additional help, they'll let their caseworker know, and they will take it from there and assist them and get the parties involved that need to be involved. We also have 2 attorneys that go to court and handle our cases. You may know that our director, Ron Ladage, is our chief attorney director. So we actually have 3 attorneys. So the folks of El Dorado County are in a very good place. We do excellent service for the people that come into our office. Supporting those folks, we also have an executive assistant. We have an administrative technician, an analyst, the program manager. That also includes the legal clerks and the senior office assistants. They all support each other. It's a team effort to get all of this work done. And we are continually in the top 10 in California for our collections and our service to our customers. Next slide is a little overview on what we do. So we'll start with establishing parentage. If paternity has not been established, we will take the necessary steps to establish paternity, which must be done before child medical support can be ordered by the court. And so we do that, and then we move on to establishing, number 2, establishing court orders for child and medical support both. We open a child support case when they come in and ask. And as some people may not be aware, either a parent or guardian may open a child support case by completing an application. Services are available to all persons, whether or not they are receiving public assistance. Once they come in to open the case, then we move to locating the parent. To get a support order, we must establish paternity, or to enforce a support order, child support must know where the non-custodial parent lives or works. By providing child support with as much information as possible, the custodial party can help with the locate process. We make every effort to find the non-custodial parent. And then once all that is done, then we move on to establishing the order. If a support order doesn't already exist, we will establish one. The order will be based on both parents' ability to pay, the amount of time the child spends with each parent, and the financial needs of the child. Child support will also request the court to order the non-custodial parent to provide health insurance for the child. And the last bullet we have there is enforcing the child support order. We will take steps to enforce court orders for child and medical support, excuse me. Enforcement action will be taken if the non-custodial parent does not pay or pays less than the amount ordered by the court. Child support will determine what type of enforcement action is to be taken based on state and federal laws and regulations. And then part of that process, of course, is the collection and distribution of those support payments that are coming in. Most child support payments are deducted from wages. All payments are processed through the state disbursement unit, or it's referred to as the SDU, within 2 business days of receipt. We also offer the convenience of direct deposit or electronic payment card, which works similar to debit cards. And some people have asked, so we do let people know what we do not do in our office. We do not handle custody or visitation matters. We don't handle divorces. We don't obtain or enforce restraining orders, and we don't establish spousal support orders. Next slide is our total operating appropriations. We have two divisions, administrative, which you can see by the green circle there, obviously is our largest division. We have a smaller division, our EDP division, our electronic data processing division. The EDP division consists of the salary for our IT department specialist, and as well as the overhead from the county for all of our IT needs up the hill. Our admin budget is the largest, just like most departments, is the salary and benefits, 3.8 million. Our overhead within interfund transfers is 366,000. One thing I do want to bring up, which is just greatly appreciated, and you were all instrumental in that, our prior lease went down dramatically, freeing up money for these other components of our budget. Our prior lease amount was $29,769 a month. It's currently $14,403 with the county. Yeah. So a savings of $15,366 a month was just incredible. So that equates to $184,000 a year that we can move those funds to other areas of our budget. Much appreciated there. Our net county cost is $5,000. We'll get into this a little bit, but a high level, we are funded by state and federal funds, federal 66% and state 34%. There are certain things that are not covered that we cannot claim. And that's where the $5,000 of net county cost comes in. $1,000 is granted by the board in our budget for outreach items. We do a lot of outreach to high schools, the fair. We were just at the trunk or treat with all the kids and parents. So $1,000 is for outreach items. And the remaining $4,000 is earmarked for the employee tuition assistance program. Currently, we don't have any employees that are utilizing that program, but we did have two staff members that did utilize it. And they both have master's degrees now, so it's just fantastic. Our revenue sources, as I said, are federal 66% and states 34%, and general fund is $5,000. This is the federal performance measures that we are held to, and we monitor them constantly. As I said, we have a program manager, we have a program analyst, and we monitor this because this is how California gets their funding, by ensuring that all of these federal performance measures are met. So I will, at a very high level, go through these. The first one is the paternity establishment. I mentioned we tried to determine the paternity. The statewide average is 103.6, and El Dorado County is 102.9, and that is one area that we have no control over. And the reason for that is because it's measuring, and I'll just read this because it is pretty technical. It measures the total number of children in the 4D caseload in the fiscal year who have been born out of wedlock and for whom paternity has been established, compared to the total number of children in the 4D caseload as of the end of the prior fiscal year who were born out of wedlock. So it's just a matter of who's signing up and coming in for our services. The second one, the second federal performance measure, percent of cases with a child support order. You'll see on the chart there, we're ranked number one in the state. The state average is 88%. Ours is 96.4. So of all of the cases that are in our office, 96.4 of them have an order in place from the court, which is obviously good, ranked number one. Very proud of our staff. Current support, the state average is 63.1. El Dorado County is 70.2. Cases with arrears, 64.4. El Dorado County, 65.3. So that's any case with arrears that has, oh, shoot. Well, I better jump ahead. Let me jump way ahead. The role in the strategic plan, because that's important to all of us here. Just at a high level, we're utilizing the county's training opportunities. We've got 2 supervisors that have gone through the HR training. We recognize staff monthly with staff shout outs. Ron does a director's award annually. We involve our staff in our goals, and by having a voice in how it's measured and how we're going to go about it, I think that's why we're so successful. Sorry, I went over.
No, that's okay. And
All right.
the timer is there
Yeah.
just to kind of give you a
Yeah.
guideline, but it's just
All
a
right.
guideline.
All
So
right.
thank you, Wendy.
you.
Appreciate the presentation. Stay right there for a second.
Oh, sure.
Are there any board comments or questions?
Yeah, I got a question. There's still that issue with the driver's license. If they don't pay their child support, the driver's license suspended. Is
Yeah.
that still going into effect?
It still is in effect. That is one thing, Supervisor Turnbull, that the state is looking at to see if there's any leeway in that to perhaps not have to suspend it. That's one of the strategic
Yeah.
goals of the state.
Because here's the thing, because you're collecting funds and a person that can't get to work,
Right.
to generate that funds to pay this stuff back.
Right.
I think there's got to be some kind of leeway there because you got to have a proof of a job, and you can do that with the employer. You know what I mean? Make sure that he is working there and stuff like that.
Right.
And they go, and then that driver's license is only there to work, use that for work and to back. Because the thing is, when you suspend it, then these fees end up cumulative, they're out of control is what they are. And I think this is one way we need to look into it, especially when they collect these fees is because if you're not working, you can't pay them.
Right. And
So
that's
it's something we can look into. And then these people, then they risk driving on suspended license, and then it's just the ball just keeps rolling is what it does. So I think we need to look into it and maybe solve that issue.
And as I said, and that was at the end of my presentation, that's one of the state's goals where they're going to give the custodial parent the leeway to say, I don't want these enforcements, I want these type of enforcements. So they might be able to say, I don't want you to suspend a license, but that's all in the discussion phases with current
All right, well,
customers.
thank you for
Thank
that. I
you.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Supervisor Heidel.
A great presentation. I appreciate the metrics because you measure how well you're performing against other agencies. I wish all of our county agencies could do that. And then you look at the goals, you say, all right, they're already after the things that they're not as high as they'd like to be.
Right.
Continuous improvement. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well said. That's
Thank
what
you.
I was going to say. So thank you
All right.
again for
Oh, you're
your
welcome.
presentation this morning,
You're
kicking
welcome.
us off today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kim. And with that, we invite Health and Human Services up. Good afternoon, Olivia.
Good afternoon. Are you driving or am I? All right, I will drive.
Excellent. We have a lot to
All right.
uncover, I'm sure.
Right.
All right, thank you. So there we go. Nope, go back. There we go. So as a resident of El Dorado County, I find it very comforting to know that we have almost 800 employees whose mission it is to improve the quality of life. The resulting collective impact is notable, as is illustrated in our first ever Health and Human Services annual report, which was uploaded to Legistar and also emailed to all of you directly. I encourage you to take a look if you haven't already. It's a good companion document to this presentation. A complete organizational chart would require either a magnifying glass or 50 slides. And so we have just presented the exec level org chart here for you to look at.
Thank you.
We have an assistant director over each of our 6 divisions, and each division is comparable in size to many of our county departments. You will see a new face today representing public health. Jennifer Byrne is our new public health director, and we are thrilled that she is part of the team. This is the first time in a long while that we are fully staffed at this level. That being said, some of our divisions suffer from a vacancy rate of over 50%. So we are doing what we can to address this, and the problem is not unique to El Dorado County. I can't help but think that stable leadership at the exec level will play a part in at least retaining the employees that we currently have. We'll talk a little bit about strategies that we're doing to improve our recruitment later on in the presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our guru of all fiscal and administrative things, Kimberly McAdams, affectionately known as Kimmy.
And that is an appropriate title for Kimmy. Welcome, Kimmy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me join you today to share about our administration and finance department. Thank you for the introduction, Olivia. So many of you know majority of our programs housed in Health and Human Services are held to our federal and state mandates. Majority of those are. And from the way that they function, deliver services, how we claim, and how we contract. Our administration and finance collaborates with our other divisions in our overall agency, and we ensure that these legislative directives and regulations are followed, that our funding sources are tied to those allocations and grants and are drawn down to our county. So we are responsible for overseeing that. Core functions also support general operations of our agency, which includes setting policies and procedures that are focused on setting standards for efficiencies, establishing proper oversight to operations and processing invoices, contracts, and of course, building our budget. So with that, we'll go ahead and take a look at our appropriations. I'm going to read since we're taking. So total operating appropriations for HHSA is our $235 million, just slightly over that. As you'll see, it's broken down into the 8 financial divisions that we have, from admin and finance through animal services, behavioral health, social, and so on. When we take a look at our appropriations related to general fund, you'll see that we have 13.6 million of general fund that's associated to that 235 million, again, broken out in those respective divisions. So when we look at the breakdown of revenues that we draw in, as you would not be surprised, state and federal and realignment are majority of our revenue sources that we use to sustain the services and programs that we run in HHSA. Looking at a consumption of, I think, almost nearly the 90%, if I was correct calculating there. So with that, I would like to talk about some of our financial and administration accomplishments that we've done for the year. As we know, we've had a focus, and you've been seeing, I heard mentioned today, of our staff reports. We have maintained a focus on our contracts and implementing more timeliness. Sorry, I lost my place. And associated with using our available systems such as M365 and internal trainings to help better develop the staff reports, the timeliness of the contracts for renewals, and things of that sort. And we will be continuing to focus on that improvement. The following 2 items you'll notice are accomplishments related to the CalAIM initiatives that were implemented by the state this fiscal year. I know we continue to hear that CalAIM word. The changes brought down by the state essentially restructured how and what Medi-Cal services are claimed. This impacted every area tied to delivery of Medi-Cal service, which includes electronic health record systems on reading and calculating services to providing delivery of services in our behavioral health networks. Our staff, in particular to this accomplishment, were dedicated to seeing success among the tidal wave of changes that came in, and they did see success. Not only did we have a system development and procedural changes get identified at a rapid pace in our department, but our staff were acknowledged by one of the larger electronic healthcare systems in California, NetSmart, for collaborating and providing meaningful system changes that they were able to use and develop in their tech department. And as a result, we saw all of the organizing, planning, and dedication that paid off from this staff, as only just 2 months ago, only 14 counties were identified as successfully submitting claims for Medi-Cal. Associated CalAIM in El Dorado County was one of those. So job well done. And I wish I could see that would be the end of CalAIM as you would hear it, but as DHCS would have it, but wait, there's more. So you'll continue to hear that as we progress through other areas of accomplishments. And another item to mention on is our grants management system. We're currently in the development phase of that, looking forward to seeing it in its live state. This system would lend a better coordination and information sharing of the numerous grants that run through HHSA. It's hard to really imagine the size of that without getting to see those reports in one located area. So that is going to be the use of this system. And ideally, its effectiveness will allow us then to reach out and grab additional loans, or not loans, grants and allocations that can come into our community. So let me go to the next one. So upcoming policy and programmatic changes, as I mentioned, Colleen, that is a thing of what we live. So we'll start to see more data integration related to the legislative changes that start to come down. We're refining our fiscal auditing and monitoring of our vendors. We're growing our HHSA collaboration and integration, not just internally, but also with our county departments so that we can continue to support or positively affect our fellow departments through internal efforts. So where this concludes my portion of the presentation, I do want to express how fortunate this division feels to be playing a part in the operations of what makes HHSA programs possible. And we're connected to bringing positive change or hope for a stronger future to the lives in our community. So we're fortunate to be a part of that. With that, I'd like to pass the mic over to our Behavioral Health Director, Nicole. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kimmy. You were certainly a key part of all the success of HHSA. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, Board of Supervisors. I'm Nicole Abraham-Nukin, Director of Behavior Health, and I'm very happy to have that opportunity to provide you with an overview over the Behavior Health Division. And let's see, I should be able to do that. There we go. All right. So the Behavior Health Division within the Health and Human Services Agency, we have pretty much three branches. We have our mental health services. We provide mental health treatment services predominantly to the El Dorado County residents with medical insurance that are eligible for our specialty mental health services. The treatment array starts out with the outpatient treatment services and goes all the way up to the highest level, which is our inpatient psychiatric hospital stay. All ages, again, that are eligible and for our services. But we also have a number of prevention and early intervention services that we can provide in the arena of mental health treatment that are available to El Dorado County residents, and that is not related to medical insurance or any form of insurance at all. Another branch that we have is our substance use disorder services, very similar to how our mental health operates, again, predominantly focusing on the El Dorado County residents that have medical insurance and meet the eligibility criteria for substance use treatment services. We provide the array of outpatient treatment services all the way up to inpatient residential treatment for substance use. And we have a number of outreach, prevention, early intervention services in the substance use world that we can provide throughout the community, again, to those that are eligible and that no consideration of insurance status on that. And finally, we have our public guardian office within our behavior health division, which our team of deputy public guardians addresses those individuals that may need to have a representation payee, that may need to have a probation conservator, not probation, excuse me, probate conservatorship. And then finally, our LPS conservatorship, which is the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act type of conservatorship for those individuals that in the community that are gravely disabled and may need that support. And you are looking here at a picture of the dried mangoes, which is a band that we have within our division. We have staff and clients within our mental health services that participate in that, and you see them practicing there in our wellness center that we have at our Diamond Springs location. And with that, I'll go to the next slide. Accomplishments for 2023. So just to highlight a few, certainly want to highlight our continued working towards further integration amongst our HSSA division. And for us in behavior health, one opportunity was opening of the Navigation Center last spring, where we were able to co-locate behavior health staff. Currently, we do that one day a week where we have somebody on site who can engage the guests at the Navigation Center to identify any mental health and/or substance use treatment needs, and then help with linkage to services there. Another opportunity to partner with our public health division was the Youth Suicide Reporting and Response Grant Award. This is a California Department of Public Health grant that we were awarded roughly $1 million through June of 2025, where we hope to address youth suicide in our community. We were able to be awarded a behavioral health bridge housing fund from the Department of Healthcare Services, which is about a 3.3 million grant through June of 2027. We are implementing this now this year. The board just approved it. I believe it was December it came to you. So we're now in full swing of implementing this. And this is a partnership with our community services division, the housing and homelessness team in that division, together with our behavioral health team. We last year decided to also focus internally and developed a division-wide behavior health, division-wide system improvement plan. We need to address now a rather too long-standing vacancy rate among specifically our mental health clinician positions, but we also want to continue to focus on areas of quality improvement, as well as in our adult system of care. You've heard me talk about this over the last few years. We want to be able to strengthen our adult system of care opportunities within the county so we have beneficiaries staying in El Dorado County. We were able to complete the design for our mobile crisis effort that we're hoping to really now launch this year. We are in the process of staffing up and want to be able to therefore be able to provide a 24/7, 365 community-wide mobile crisis service. You are familiar with our current existing service and partnership with the sheriff, the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, PERT, but it's limited to 4 days right now. And so we want to expand that. We finished the procurement process last calendar year. We are utilizing the opioid settlement funds that are coming to the county and will continue to come to the county. But last year we initiated that procurement process, and we are going to bring to the Board of Supervisors and recommend and hope for approval. We have 8 community partners that have applied for utilization of these grants. So we hope to be able to award those to them, and then would see in this calendar year the initiation. These are services focusing specifically on the opioid use crisis, and they're going to be the spectrum of education, prevention, early intervention, and treatment services. We are certainly a division that has a number of performance measures due to the fact that we are predominantly operating with state and federal funds. One of the things that we in behavioral health have annually every year, we have what's called an external quality review. This is related to the contracts that we have with the Department of Healthcare Service for substance use services as well as mental health services. Typically, they used to be separate annual reviews, but this year we launched just a month ago, maybe even only 2 weeks ago. We had this external quality review take place over 2 days. There's a number of key indicator measures such as length of time from request for services to first delivered service and other types of measures that were being measured against in this external quality review. And then again, highlighting what Olivia mentioned, the annual report. Please take a look. There's some data in that report as well about the Behavioral Health Division. I'd like to share with you a little bit of a story, because sometimes all this data is very informative, but what does it mean to somebody who lives in El Dorado County? So what I'd like to share with you is a story about a community young adult who was growing up in our community in foster care, was then reunited with the biological mother at age 17, but then unfortunately the mother passed away due to medical conditions. The mother herself also had experienced severe mental illness, as well as a sibling of this individual. This individual received services through our children's mental health treatment, an extension of El Dorado County services through a network of local providers, and in recent years through the Behavioral Health Transition Age Youth Program, which is a specific program that our staff provide. Additionally, El Dorado County Behavioral Health provided psychiatric medication management. A few years back, this individual also required an inpatient psychiatric hospital stay. Remember that the highest level of care, while experiencing severe mental illness, including delusions and paranoid thinking. This is someone who is expressing feeling really good and stable on medication. This person is attending college and working for a social services agency that supports youth and young adults. And this person also says that this is a life goal to become a social worker.
Nice, lovely.
So I have one more slide that I get to talk to, which is what's ahead of us. And I have to chuckle because these are 4 things and there's many other things, but let's highlight the most important things. We, as I said earlier, we really are, the goal is to implement the 24/7 mobile crisis. We want to be able to address those in the community, preferably de-escalate in the community, connect to services, and avoid that eventual highest level of care, inpatient psychiatric or inpatient residential on the substance use side. We are very much engaged with our partners on the path just as involved. This is a CalAIM effort and is focusing on the incarcerated population in the correctional facilities in the community and addressing potential health, but also behavior health needs, substance use and or mental health needs. And so in partnership with our correctional partners, sheriff and probation, and then our social services division, we're building for behavior health that effort to understand what are those identified needs within the correctional facility and then have a warm handoff in place to connect people upon release to the community back into those services so that we can continue to stabilize and hopefully positively impact that person's life. That's going to be an important piece this year. Care court. I know you all have heard about care court. And that's the same expression I have when I think about it. But the reality is that we are now one of that larger group of counties that must implement care court by December 1st, 2024. So we're going to spend these months coming ahead of us with our court and justice partners to build this care court, collaborative court as best as we can, listening to other counties, the 7 counties that have implemented, hopefully some lessons learned that help us along. And finally, continue to collaborate, look for opportunities to further integrate the division with the different agencies and have opportunities to partner with them. And I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Sorry, I need to do a good job about this. I'm going to hand it off to my assistant director partner, Timolyn.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nicole, and welcome, Timolyn.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you all. So I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Community Services, and I'm going to talk about the top 5 programs. They're the largest programs that are in senior services. In community services. We have senior services. That's the first one. We also have our veteran service program. And our veteran services program helps disabled veterans apply for disability-based entitlement benefits. It also helps families apply for the entitlement benefits. Animal Services is a 24/7 operation. They protect the welfare of the animals and the safety of the community. And then we have our Housing and Homelessness Division, who works collaboratively with stakeholders and partners in the community to develop and provide a homeless response system in the county. And lastly, we have the LIHEAP and the weatherization program. The LIHEAP is the low-income weatherization. I don't even have it written out here. I'm sorry. LIHEAP provides payment assistance to low-income families for their heating and cooling bills. And the weatherization program provides assistance to low-income families to weatherize their homes. So they can help with things such as replacing or repairing heating and cooling units. We saw this come into play quite a bit in the winter storms last year. They can also help with increasing insulation, adding weather stripping to windows and things like that. That's one of our programs that is not well known, but it is a program. So some accomplishments from last year. So for senior services, we were able to reopen our final congregate dining and senior day site in El Dorado Hills in March of 2023. So between our 2 senior day sites, we have one in Placerville and we have one in El Dorado Hills. The staff provided approximately 5,500 days of service to seniors in our community. And it was an average of about 50 members per month between the 2 sites. Our senior nutrition program provided approximately 203,000 meals to seniors through either congregate dining or home delivered meals, which that's a lot. We have 7 congregate dining sites in the area. Our senior legal services, they received and returned approximately 5,300 phone calls and conducted 1,200 interviews with older adults in our community. Senior legal provides services related to estate planning, restraining orders, real estate, landlord-tenant laws, family law, And then there's just a handful of other things. We also have an information and assistance program, and they responded to approximately 1,900 phone calls. And the primary objective for our information and assistance within senior services is to develop a one-stop resource shop for older adults in our community. So they can call in and we have two case managers in that division that they speak with the older adults to determine what the need is or what the concern is. And then they have a small number of programs within information and assistance that they can help with. Otherwise, they connect through warm handoff to other services such as senior legal or adult protective services or in-home support services, different services in the county. One program that they have that I think I spoke to last year is the senior transportation. It's a small program, but it's much needed in the county. We do have a driver. They are back up and running. And it really is beneficial to seniors in our community, especially given, you know, the rural area and lack of transportation in some of those areas. Hey. So on the next slide, I'd like to start, for those of you that know, our manager of animal services, Henry Brzezinski, retired in October. So we have hired a new chief of animal services. Craig, do you want to come up here?
Oh, welcome.
So Craig started with us in December, and we are very happy to have him. He has fit right in, jumped right in. One of the biggest accomplishments that's not in here is we had the animal services supervisor position on the West Slope has been vacant since 2021. We had a successful internal promotion, so that position is now filled. We've brought on 3 additional animal services officers. And when I say additional, not additional FTEs, vacancies that we've had, consistent vacancies. We've successfully filled those positions. So we are nearly, knock on wood, fully staffed in animal services, which we haven't been in that space in a very long time. So in addition to that, I have to also apologize and call out, there's a data error in this slide, so I'm sorry. I did not give our animal services staff credit. They actually responded to 8,256 calls for service. And so that number is correct in our HHSA agency report. And in addition to responding to those calls for service, they also received, rehoused, or successfully rehomed 1,163 animals, and they receive all kinds of animals, dogs, cats, you would imagine, but pigs, chickens, goats, mice, mice. Yes, I've actually been there several times, and they have.
We took in 6 yesterday.
Where did you rehouse them to?
Your office. Yeah, I don't want them, but some people want mice. Yes. Yeah. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And then moving on to some of our other programs, our veteran services program, they assisted, sorry, this slide, I have to look up there. They assisted 2,039 walk-in interactions, 2,547 phone calls, and 671 scheduled appointments. And some veteran service officers do see people from neighboring counties or other areas. Our veteran service office is a small office. We do not. We only see veterans within El Dorado County. So that's a pretty significant number of veterans that they're serving. And then our LIHEAP program, they also had a pretty significant year with over 4,500 applications for utility assistance. Something that is going to change next year. A lot of that had to do with ARPA funding. We had increased funding. We were able to expand the program. That ending has expired, so we don't anticipate serving as many in the coming year, which is difficult for residents also. We are already feeling the impact of the tighter funding. And then our weatherization service served 139 homes. I would also like to call out that on February 7th, 2023, Housing and Homelessness, in collaboration with the COC, opened our first ever navigation center, 60-bed facility. We are currently hovering right at capacity. averaging about 58. Right now, as of today, we've been notified of an encampment that needs to be abated, so we have to reserve the beds to ensure we have enough beds for that. And then we also, for housing and homelessness, we work with 32 partners within the community. So I know when I had given the presentation, I think it was in May, about the NAV Center, that was a concern, is how much collaboration are we having, and are we really getting these services to the people that are in the Navigation Center? And I think that number shows that we really are. We are providing wraparound services and connecting them to the services that they need to transition out of the NAV Center. And so on that note, one of our community impact stories, we had a veteran enter into the NAV Center. They came to us from the Broadway encampment. So it was one of the first persons to enter the shelter. Our first documented encounter with this person was in 2019. So we know they've been homeless in our county since 2019. When they first came into the shelter, they were hesitant to engage in securing housing. They were used to sleeping outdoors, being outdoors. But through intensive case management with the HHSA case managers, with the Navigation Center case managers, and connections to veteran supports, we were able to get this person excited and willing to enter a veterans transitional housing program where they have secure housing and they will receive ongoing intensive case management. So that was a successful exit out of the NAV Center. Yes. And the last thing, upcoming changes for community services. The first one that I put up there is Assembly Bill 1417. This Assembly Bill would increase mandates for, and I just realized I skipped over the ombudsman. I'm so sorry. This would increase mandates for our long-term care ombudsman program, which is part of senior services. The long-term care ombudsman, they oversee 38 facilities within our community and over 1,200 beds. They investigate reports of suspected elder abuse within the facilities. In that program, we have one long-term ombudsman and a 0.2 FTE. So those are the only two that we have in the program. The remainder of the program is run through volunteers. Should this Assembly Bill pass, it increased mandates. It's a restructure of the mandates, but it requires, I'll give a brief overview. Right now, it's the facility staff report the abuse. If there's suspected abuse from facility staff or from doctors. This mandate would require a report of suspected abuse from a resident on another resident. So I'm going to give somebody with dementia is having a bad day and comes into contact with another resident, something like that. So it increases the reporting requirements, which increases the investigation requirements. It's not a bad thing, but it's an unfunded mandate. So the other change that's coming into play is the HHSA is the administrative entity for the COC and the HMIS lead. HMIS is the Homeless Management Information System, and our homeless response partners enter their data into HMIS. When we first purchased an HMIS system, we purchased kind of low-lying, we were just putting together the COC, so it wasn't a very robust system. In 2021, Assembly Bill 977 required most state-funded homeless programs to begin using HMIS, so that increased our user volume. So we'll be implementing a more robust homeless management information system this year. And then, of course, along the lines of homeless, we are continuing to look at developing that homeless division within HHSA to pull all of our different homeless programs into one area so that we are a one-stop shop. Nicole spoke a little bit about that when she talked about the Bridge House. We're looking at how we can integrate with behavioral health and have all of the homeless programs together as one. And then again, continued HHSA collaboration and integration, not only internally, but also externally. And with that, I will turn it over to my peer, Leslie, with Protective Services.
Thank you so much, Tim, and welcome, Craig.
Thank you very much.
Delighted to
Yeah.
meet you.
Congratulations.
Welcome, Leslie. Well, this is an
Hi,
integrated
thank you.
Yeah.
presentation.
Well orchestrated.
Yes, it is.
All right, good afternoon and thank you for having us. My name is Leslie Griffith and I'm an Assistant Director with Health and Human Services, and I oversee our Protective Services Division. The main programs are listed there for you on the screen. Our Child Welfare Services is the major system of intervention for child abuse and neglect here locally. Existing law provides for services to abused and neglected children and their families. The goal is to keep the child in his or her home when it is safe, and when the child is at risk, to develop an alternate plan as quickly as possible. Our Adult Protective Services helps elder adults 60 years and older and dependent adults 18 to 59 who are disabled when these adults are unable to meet their own needs or are victims of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. We investigate reports of abuse, we provide information and referral to other agencies, and educate the public about reporting requirements and responsibilities. Our in-home supportive services program provides in-home assistance to eligible aged, blind, and disabled individuals as an alternative to out-of-home care, and enables our recipients to remain safely in their own homes with the assistance of the public authority who assists the recipients and providers. Some accomplishments and performances. In 2023, Child Welfare Services received 2,224 reports of abuse, child abuse and neglect. This was a large increase to the past couple of years during COVID and now approaching our pre-COVID numbers. Of those reports, 138 were substantiated, meaning we found the abuse occurred. Of all those investigated and substantiated reports, 77 children remained at home while working with our agency to address the concerns that brought them to our attention, and 74 children in our community were removed and placed into foster care in 2023. But you can see how much, I mean, you could imagine how much work gets done between those initial 2,200 calls and those 77 children that get removed from their home. It's important to note that the landscape in child welfare has shifted, and the emphasis is on placing children with relatives or non-related family members and keeping them in their community whenever possible. I'm happy to report that out of our foster care population in 2023, just over half of them are placed with a relative or kin, compared to just 29% in 2018. With changes coming our way, which I'll discuss later, this is a number that I expect to continue to climb, and more of our kids placed with their relatives or somebody known to them. Research shows that children placed with relatives have better placement stability and better overall outcomes. Another accomplishment is our success at meeting or exceeding state and federal performance measures. Over the past 5 years, we have improved in every measure, going from meeting or exceeding only 2 measures to meeting or exceeding all but 1. And I was just recently told that in our most recent quarter, we are now meeting that measure as well, which is finding permanency for our children within 12 months of removal. This measure primarily shows how well we're doing at reunifying families. With these next group of accomplishments, it's important to note that we are continuing to see considerable growth in both our APS and IHSS referrals, and our staff continue to provide excellent customer service and respond timely despite the increased demand. IHSS referrals have increased by 49%, with a caseload growth of 41% over the past 5 years. Similarly, APS continues to see a 10.5% increase in referrals annually. In 2021, the definition of older adult changed from age 65 to age 60, which impacted our numbers, but has also shifted our referral breakdown, and now 80% of our referrals are on older adults compared to just 20% of dependent adults. The most prevalent types of abuse we investigate locally are what we call neglect, including self-neglect, and financial abuse. Together, those make up 81% of our investigations. Given the number of referrals we receive on financial abuse, we're very excited about the work we've been doing with our local partners and financial institutions to protect victims and increase prosecution. Our local financial abuse services team is continuing to come together to increase awareness and stop financial loss. All right, so when you guys usually hear about child welfare services, it's usually not something good. So we usually get complaints, right? Because people don't love to see us. But I want to share a couple of positive impacts. So I'm excited to share how the work we do has positively impacted the lives of others. So back in 2023, out of nowhere, we called a family in Shasta County to tell them that this blue-eyed beauty had been born and wondering if they were interested in taking placement. You might ask, why Shasta County? Well, after all, they had previously adopted the half sibling in 2017. And so when we can't, place locally or find a relative, it is important to us to always try to place with siblings or half siblings to try to keep the relationships. So after that phone call that nobody was expecting, right, 2 days later, they were in South Lake Tahoe picking the sweet boy up from the hospital as the first step towards creating their forever family. We continued to work with the family, answered questions, addressed concerns, facilitated visits through Shasta County, and visited their home in Shasta County many times. When this guy was just 11 months old, they finalized their adoption and provided a loving home to this guy who entered the world with not so great circumstances. Here's another story that shows the great lengths we will go to find family to offer permanency to children when necessary. In this case, we identified an aunt who had previously adopted the sibling who was now 10 years old. We asked her if she wanted to take placement of the child, but their family was living in Maryland at the time, and they had no idea that there was another baby on the way. So after, discussion very quickly with the daughter who they had, she very emphatically said, I want my sister. And so the decision was made and the family moved full steam ahead with placement and adoption in Maryland. Not all of our positive stories are about adoption. Some of the best stories are when we keep children at home with their parents or successfully see them reunify. I don't have a picture up here, but I want to share a story about Melissa and her daughter. The way Melissa tells her story, we entered her life at the worst of times. Despite trying to keep the family together initially, she wanted nothing to do with us, and she fought us every step of the way, resulting in her daughter's eventual removal. She states that she went from spending 24/7 with her daughter to seeing her 6 hours a week. She struggled and had little hope until she met her new social worker. She said her social worker gave her encouragement and guidance, and most of all, had faith in her. Through her journey, she completed her classes, moved into a safe house, and entered outpatient services. She also said she met awesome individuals that she will have in her corner for life. She came to realize that it wasn't her against CPS, but it was her with a giant team of cheerleaders with love and compassion and dedication for her journey to health and the successful reunification of her daughter. All right, so the world of protective services is one of constant change, and we are continually adapting. I wanted to share just a few of the upcoming changes with you. I'm not going to go through everything that's listed here, but to touch on a few. AB 135 has expanded the eligible elder adult population, lowering the eligibility from age 65 to 60. This obviously increases the number of people we serve, and we're continuing to expand services to meet that obligation. The expansion of Medi-Cal eligibility is also another big change that primarily impacts our IHSS team. The increase in Medi-Cal eligibility increases the number of people in our community who apply and may be eligible for IHSS, thus increasing workload for our IHSS staff who are working to meet that increased demand. CalAIM is also at the forefront of everyone's mind, and all of my programs are trying to wrap our head around how it's going to change the landscape of service provision. Currently, we're working through administrative challenges, building relationships with our managed care plans, and helping to identify referral pathways so we can get our clients connected to services funded through Medi-Cal. Another big change that has started and is shifting the work in child welfare is the push upstream towards prevention. We've been working for the past couple of years with a very dedicated group of staff and community partners toward the development of our comprehensive prevention plan that focuses on 3 target populations that are higher risk of entry into child welfare. Those target populations are children exposed to domestic violence, children with caregivers impacted by substance use, and substance-exposed newborns. Our hope over time is to help build what we're calling community pathways, allowing these target populations to be served in the community earlier by those trusted providers and preventing entry into child welfare. And we will do this by continuing to collaborate with our partners in HHSA as well as those in our community. Thank you. Now I will pass it off to Jennifer.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Great report. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all. I'm Jennifer Byrne. I'm the new director of the Public Health Division, and I am so excited to be here with you guys today. I wanted to take a moment just to introduce myself. I come to the county with over almost 12 years of experience, kind of developing and operationalizing strategies to improve health outcomes for Californians. And while simultaneously trying to improve our clinical and operational quality and reducing costs. Why I'm excited to join the team is my husband and I have always wanted to raise our family here in El Dorado County. And so this gave us, the push we needed to relocate up here. So we're very excited. I'm honored that I get to share with you all the wonderful accomplishments from 2023 for the division under Olivia's leadership. But I want to be fully transparent that I'm on week 3. So, I wasn't here to witness all of this. And it was really the hard effort of our public health nurses, our health education specialists, our health program specialists, our administrative office assistants, and everybody that I haven't named. So now to get into the presentation. On the right side of the PowerPoint slide, you will see the 10 essential public health services that we are accountable for ensuring equitable access to public health. There are 3 components to this framework. The first is assessment, which refers to program evaluation and monitoring so that we can tailor our programs to our community needs. Another component is policy development, which is really how we partner with the community to help change behaviors. A great example of this is the work our tobacco use prevention program has done, and that will be on the agenda next week for us to discuss. The last component is assurance. So assurance means we build a diverse and highly skilled workforce that focuses on continuous improvement. And really these pillars are what help guide, all of our nation's public health programs and help standardize the work that we do. So if I go to the next slide, yay. So the Weldorado website is how we embody transparency, not only with our community members, but our funders as well when it comes to data. So as a public health department, it's really important we use our data to drive our decision-making and to tailor our programs to meet our community's needs. If you haven't already, please visit the Weldorado website to see our performance measures, our outcome measures. You can see the community health assessment that was completed, as well as our community health improvement plan. So this slide highlights a few of our accomplishments, and I don't have time to touch on all of them, but I will highlight a few. So one noteworthy accomplishment is the fact that we're going to be expanding our home visiting program through the Healthy Families America program, which is the nation's oldest and largest program dedicated to preventing child abuse and neglect. Child health was identified as one of the top top issues that we want to work towards through our community health assessment. And so I'm really grateful to have the additional funds and expertise to support each family in their unique way. Another noteworthy accomplishment is the design and purchase of the public health fan, which you can see on the right side of the screen. This is exciting because what makes El Dorado so special is the respect for its vibrant communities, its geographical, natural resources that kind of make it hard to traverse at times, and, of course, our historical heritage. So this fan is going to help take our services across the county and typically harder to reach areas and to our rural community members. We'll not only have public health nurses who will help, take the van across the county, but we really aim to collaborate with mental health, self-sufficiency, and any county department that wants to have greater access to our community members. So hopefully this will be an emblem for the systemness that we're trying to create as a county. And more importantly, also helping our community members access services they need by bringing it to them instead of expecting them to come to us. The last example I'd like to highlight out of these accomplishments is the recruitment of our health officer, Dr. Matt Minson. As you all know, he's an expert and we're so lucky to have him in the public health department, but his knowledge and expertise can help the county holistically. So we want to make sure he's an asset that can be leveraged by all of our county departments and agencies to help support our community members. Okay, so Performance outcomes and high-level accomplishments are important, but the reality is we achieve this by impacting individual lives. I'd like to share a few examples of what this looks like in reality. So we have a public health nurse position that has evolved on the Western Slope. And, over time, students have learned that they can go to this public health nurse and ask for help. So while they might go to the public health nurse seeking, something simple, they end up getting access to medical, mental health, dental care that they've needed for some time. Last year alone, they had nearly 200 visits from students, which is also really helps empower them to be in charge of their own care, which is great. Another example is with our Women, Infant, and Children program, commonly known as WIC. One of our WIC participants is an infant who is being cared for by his grandfather due to an unfortunate circumstance. And the grandfather has expressed such gratitude to our team, not only with help getting infant formula and diapers and resources like that, but also for health education and support during this difficult time of his life. I think this is really important to call out because while WIC has women and infants and children in the title, it can be a support system for all different types of family circumstances. So I wanted to, plug in that friendly reminder. We had so many submissions from my team when I was asking for these stories. And so I also want to call out, while I'm trying to be very concise and direct, there were countless examples of programs I don't even have time to touch today, and really the great work that our division is doing. But I'll leave you with these final thoughts. So what lies ahead for the public health department? First, we're working on a public health reaccreditation in 2027, which really helps demonstrate our sophistication as a public health department. And secondly, as I previously mentioned, with the public health van and a home visiting program, we're creating infrastructure to meet our community across the county instead of expecting them to come to us. Third, we're working with the CAO's office to absorb the public health preparedness grants and meet the objectives of those work plans so that we can operationalize resources in the event of an emergency, which is critical to our success. Fourth, we're analyzing opportunities to draw down funds for our county through the CalAIM initiative. Again, you're going to hear that countless times. Fifth, we're expanding the role of our health officer, like I mentioned, so he's an asset for all of our community partners. And sixth, and perhaps most importantly, I want to assure you that the public health department is financially solvent. Thank you, Olivia. Despite COVID grants expiring soon, and some of them have been extended, the team has done an amazing job creating a sustainable funding strategy to absorb the personnel that were hired and make sure they have sustainable funding streams. Lastly, we will continue to collaborate and integrate with our Health and Human Services Agency divisions, as well as other county partners. So thank you for your time. It's nice to meet you, and I'll turn it back over to Timlin.
Jennifer, you crushed your first presentation.
Yeah,
Welcome to
outstanding.
El Dorado
Well
County.
done.
We're delighted you're here.
I don't think I knew where the bathrooms were after 3 weeks.
Just ask Jennifer.
The enthusiasm is contagious, though. I love it.
Welcome back.
I jokingly said that I didn't want to have to go after Jennifer when we did the run through, but here I am. So I'm back again. This time I'm here to talk about self-sufficiency. So we have 3 programs under self-sufficiency. Our CalWorks, which provides cash assistance to families in need with dependent children under the age of 18. There are a myriad of programs underneath the CalWorks umbrella. They include the employment and training program, which helps parents develop employment skills to be employable. It also helps overcome barriers to employment, such as linkages to behavioral health, SUDS. It provides assistance if they have transportation barriers, they need to have auto insurance for their car, or maybe they live somewhere where they can ride the bus, but they need a bus pass. So it can provide things like that to help the parents become employable. We also have a couple of different homeless programs under CalWorks. The housing support program, I think, is our most robust program. And that, again, it provides housing supports to homeless or at risk of homeless families that are eligible to CalWorks. There's a temporary homeless assistance under CalWorks that can provide them up to 16 nights of temporary shelter. And then there's a permanent homeless assistance that can help folks get moved into housing. It can pay a portion of their deposit and a portion of their first month's rent, just if that's all they need is that little help to get them into secure housing. Another program that we have under CalWorks that's also a homeless program is family stabilization. It's a shorter term program, but it provides the same supports as our housing support program to help either prevent homeless if they're at imminent risk of homelessness, or also to help them secure permanent housing and some employment stabilities also if that's needed. And then we have an expanded subsidized employment program. That's a program that has been a little bit challenging to grow, but we've seen significant growth in that program over the last year. And I'll talk about that in our accomplishments. The next program that we have is CalFresh, which is formerly known as food stamps. And that provides, it's a federally funded program that provides food benefit for low-income households. And then the third service that we provide is Medi-Cal, which is a public health insurance program that provides healthcare services to low-income individuals in the county. What people don't realize, I don't think, is that there are actually 172 different programs under the Medi-Cal umbrella. So there's lots of different things to determine eligibility to figure out what program they fall under. So in 2023, the average number of residents enrolled in Medi-Cal was 39,516 per month. That's an increase from 35,706 in 2022. And I'll touch on some of the reasons in the coming slide. El Dorado County also has approximately 9,221 households receiving CalFresh benefits in December of 2023, which is 586 more households than December of 2022. In 2023 total, the county issued approximately $36,521 in annual CalFresh benefits, which included 3 months of the emergency allotment benefits that were a result of the COVID public health emergency. And that was just the tail end of those emergency allotments. El Dorado County has approximately 730 households receiving CalWorks benefits, which is a 6.9% increase from the 683 households in December of 2022. And then in January of 2023, HHSA began collaborating with El Dorado County Sheriffs and Probation to implement a pre-release Medi-Cal application process for justice-involved population, again, as a result of the CalAIM initiatives. El Dorado County was one of 18, or excuse me, was one of 18 out of 58 counties that were fully compliant with all 7 operational requirements. So yay us. So here's where I'm going to talk a little bit about the expanded subsidized employment program. So the expanded subsidized employment program allows for participants to receive on-the-job training for up to 6 months, and the employer is reimbursed at 50% of the participant's wage up to a maximum of $9,999. In 2023, we partnered with 11 employers in the county, and we had 13 participants that that were employed through these employers. Of the 13 participants, 6 of them stayed on for permanent employment after the 6th month was over. And it's the employer's decision. The employer can choose to have it as an entry-level position training. And then at the end of the 6 months, through no fault of the participant, they can choose to bring in a different participant. Or they can choose to keep the participants on and then begin paying their wages in full. And as I was saying, as a result of that, 6 of them received ongoing employment to the effect that they were able to stabilize their income and graduate through CalWorks program and are now self-sufficient, which is at the end of the day, our goal, right? So just to give a shout out to some of the employers that helped, we had, let's see, sorry, I have to, El Dorado Savings Bank, El Dorado Community Center, Marshall Medical, Placerville Body Shop, Hangtown Fire Control, America's Homeless Veterans, Telecare Corporation, Rumsey Lang Well Drilling and Pumps, Infinite Diesel Performance, and Placerville Grocery Outlet. So we really appreciate their support in helping our CalWorks participants achieve self-sufficiency. So one of our success stories, this is Lisa, and Lisa, she had some struggles. She had some struggles with substance use, got herself in trouble, wound up incarcerated. She was pregnant while she was incarcerated. That gave her the opportunity to change course in her life. She began attending, excuse me, I have to read some of this. While she was incarcerated, she began taking classes so that she could get her GED. And then when she exited the jail, she was connected with CalWorks, where she worked with social workers to obtain housing through the housing support program. Once she was housed, she began counseling and treatment through the Marshall Cares program to maintain her sobriety. She was then connected with a public health nurse who connected her with Early Head Start. And in January of 2023, she enrolled at adult education to continue working towards her GED. Let's see. And then she worked with our family stabilization case manager to address other barriers, such as having her driver's license reissued, and then advanced student payments to help with educational expenses. They can help with books and things like that. Her family helped her obtain a vehicle, and then our program helped her to gain auto insurance for the vehicle. So she's now licensed and insured driver. She enrolled in diversion classes as part of her probation. Sorry, I'm starting to stutter. And in May of 2023, she graduated from adult education with her diploma. She's now employed at an apartment complex. She receives a $1,200 a month salary in addition to housing. So again, this is another person that has graduated off of CalWorks by taking advantage of the program supports that are in place. So she's now self-sufficient.
Wonderful.
Okay, here's that word again. Well, the path justice involved Medi-Cal and benefit enrollment, again, part of CalAIM. We'll continue to work with that and improve processes and make sure that we're meeting all of the required mandates. Expanded Medi-Cal eligibility populations. This is where I said I would speak to the caseloads increasing. Since 2016, we've had several initiatives that have expanded Medi-Cal eligibility. In 2016, it started with undocumented individuals under the age of 19. And then it went to younger adults to 26. And then it went to older adults over 50. And these are all low income. And then just in January, it's gone to low income undocumented individuals. So that's one of the reasons that we've seen the increase in Medi-Cal. And then our CalAIM changes, we continue to explore what that looks like, how we connect with our partner divisions and external partners to ensure that we're meeting all the requirements of CalAIM. And increasing the HHSA collaboration and integration, specifically with self-sufficiency. I mentioned several of the homeless programs sit in self-sufficiency. So that's where we're looking at how can we integrate that better with our housing and homelessness division. And with that, I will turn it back over to Olivia with 10 seconds to go.
Excellent. Well done. My goodness.
Last slide. So I thought I would tie in our programs to our county strategic plan, which I was fortunate to participate in. So thank you for that. Most of our programs, really all of our programs, fall within the safe and healthy community. So we're in good partnership with our justice involved partners to accomplish that particular goal. As I mentioned, we're dedicating significant effort toward workforce excellence, including trying to retain and have creative ways to recruit new employees to our agency. And in the coming year, we will be focusing on the strategic innovation focus area, specifically finding new ways to work together as one organization across the agency and also with our external partners to improve our service delivery and develop solutions to leverage technology. So with that, I will close.
Wow. killer presentation. That was
Yep,
just
very,
so
very
well
good.
done, so rich with information, very clear, loves the stories that brought home just why you do what you do, and just really well done. And I just have to say, I'm just so proud of you and your excellent staff in this division. You're just such progress, such innovative solutions to really hard problems have emerged under your leadership. And just really grateful for everyone's focused attention that benefits and blesses our community. So I'm sure my colleagues have comments and questions. Supervisor Heidel.
I echo Wendy's comments. Excellent presentation. This organization has turned around tremendously under your leadership. And we all see it and we all appreciate it. So personal thanks to you for all your efforts. I know it isn't a 40-hour-a-week job, but not yet at least, but we're making progress, and it's visible and it's significant. And so kudos for that. I do have a question relative to the state budget. And are we subject to clawbacks for funding where we haven't expended money and the state's going to try to pull it back? Because I'm trying to get a understanding of what really happens locally at El Dorado County with all this.
Yes, we're subject to it, but we are being smart about that. So
Okay.
we are allocating any funds that are, out there for clawing back so that they can't do it. We're being very, very mindful of that.
Excellent, because those are resources you only see once, and if
Yep.
you don't use them within a time frame,
Yep.
they kind of
We're
go
being
away.
very
So
strategic.
appreciate that look at it, and I think that's my only comment. Just excellent work.
Yeah, great question. Supervisor Parlin.
You have your new gizmo over there,
I
don't you?
do,
To tell
I
you.
do. It's working.
She knows who's up
So,
next.
by the way, my daughter is watching the meeting online and says our beeper is very alarming. She thought it was a fire drill. So
I know.
No, it sounds
Just-
like a
just
person
letting-
backing a truck up.
I didn't
is what
even
it
know
sounds
she-
like.
The tone is,
I didn't know she was creeping on us today. So there you go. Yeah, kudos. Couldn't have said it any better. Olivia, your leadership is amazing. And I can see why everybody is so excited to go with you in this direction. So thank you for everything you're doing. I did have a couple questions just because, me and where I get in the weeds on things, but the one slide gave the impression that this is probably for Timberland, honestly, but the congregate meals and stuff has been a struggle on the divide. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the congregate meal, I think, in Georgetown is, and it's been gone for a while. It's back, but very, what's the right word?
Limited.
Yeah, it's very limited. And again, I'm just wanting to remind everyone, the whole library hubs, the meals, it's all being done in the library building, which we're having congregate meals in the library, you guys.
I know.
It speaks to the fact that we don't have a lot of choices of buildings on the divide. It's just the way it is. And so the library building itself, I brought it up during the strategic plan. I'm going to keep bringing it up every moment I get an opportunity because it is so important we find a building for Georgetown. And I appreciate that at least you've gotten the limited congregate meals going there, and hopefully we can build on that there. So just wanted to point that out, but yet thank you.
Yes, and I'll add to that also just a little bit. So you're correct. So we did have the site opened, and we were using the CCC, who is doing considerable reconstruction of their kitchen area. So we were told rather quickly that we wouldn't be able to utilize the kitchen for, initially we were told 3 to 5 years. So we were scrambling, trying to find something, and it's just, we've had trouble with either the buildings being ADA compliant, not having kitchens. We looked at schools, but of course, school's in session during the congregate dining times. So what we did in order to not totally disrupt service is we still brought meals to the site. There's a park right across the street, so folks were able to sit at the park to eat if they wanted to. If they didn't want to, then they could take the meal home, which is not ideal because the purpose of the congregate meal sites are to prevent social isolation. We did recently get approval from the Georgetown Library to use their site Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then occasionally Wednesdays if they don't have something else planned. But we are very much in need of a site 5 days a week in that area.
Absolutely. And thank you for your creativity, at least getting it going a few days a week in the library.
Yeah,
So the library really is the hub of the divide up there. It's just so critical. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and then I did have another question. I don't know who this is for. I was asked to be a guest speaker at a community group, and they're particularly interested in senior services. And I thought, I'm not a special, who would I invite to come with me? I think is that appropriate? Should I ask to bring you with me to speak so that I don't misinform? Okay.
Yes, I would be happy
I'll
to
email
do
you
that.
then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, just really quick, the one van that's gonna go out and do all this, I am so excited because I love taking our services out to the community, but I'm really concerned it's only one van. And so how do you foresee this working? We have such a big county.
We do. I actually foresee having a set schedule so that people can count on where we're going to be certain times of the week. And I want to make sure that we are kind of considerate of other people's mobile services as well. So we're kind of collaborating with community health centers, library, so that we can maximize on the hubs, that kind of thing. So once we get that schedule put together, I'll make sure that everyone's aware of it.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Perfect. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Olivia, you're doing a great job. You're awesome for this position. I really mean that. One of the things, are we still having any problems with Medi-Cal reimbursements? Is that going through? Because I know there was an issue in the past and stuff, but that's okay now? Nicole, you can, I think it's through your, yeah.
Mostly with, not necessarily exclusively related, but yeah, like I think we said, Kimmy pointed that out in her presentation is, so actually in the behavioral health division for our Medi-Cal claiming, we've done really, really well.
Good,
Now, granted, there's
good.
lots of learning lessons, all related to CalLine payment reform, lots of changes, still learning to understand, getting guidance from the state. You have to do these services this way. Anyway, but no, it's actually happening quite surprisingly. We're one of the few counties that can actually successfully do
That's
it.
good, because I know it was an issue in the past and stuff. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I got a couple more questions. Hang on, I'm not
Sure.
done yet. One of the things about the van, I think that's awesome. I talked about that, and I think we need to split it up, especially with Lori's district and mine. I mean, her district is very diverse too. It's way out there.
Yep.
I took a ride with her one day. Trust me, I know. Anyway, and then also, the people in Grizzly Flat, because especially Community Hub Day that we have, at Pioneer Park, that van could be set up there because there's, like I say, there's either 150, 250 people show up. And so we could give them that service there. So I think it, actually work with Community Hub and Dave, when we do have that, I think it's once a month and stuff. So I think that'll be a big thing. So I want to thank you. Kudos for all the stuff you've done. It's great. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Is there a special program through HEAP, especially for propane for the residents in Grizzly Flat that are living in RVs? Because that's one of the biggest issues that they're having, especially during the winter time. Is there any kind of funding or anything like that they could get to help them?
Do they have propane tanks up there? Or are they using?
Yeah, they get small bottles. That's what
They get
they're
the
using.
small
Yeah,
bottles.
because it's all,
I'm gonna have to, I don't want to give you the wrong information because what happens is the voucher is issued to a propane company. So I would need to get clarification as to whether they can bring their propane bottle to the propane company, but I will email you and let you know for sure.
okay, that'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Actually, while you're here, is
Yes.
the LIHEAP program still available for
Yes.
folks to apply and there's
Yes.
still money in it?
Yes, there is.
Oh, there
We've
is.
received the
Okay, good.
2024 grant. Yes, it
Okay,
had
great.
temporarily closed at the end of 2023 because we had exhausted funds. But yes, we are back up and running again.
Okay,
Good to know, really
Good
important to know.
Especially those
Excellent.
people that are impacted by that fire.
Yeah, I'll get you the answer this week.
Okay, thank
Excellent,
you.
thank you. All right, so once again, just well done, and I continue to be impressed by your entire staff. That is just an incredible team
So am I.
with your leadership. Yes, and I do have a question. Given the immense demands by the state, which we have heard today, do you foresee needing additional resources to keep up with these demands without reducing levels of service?
I do. One of the items that was brought before you today was looking at the structure within the agency. And so we are doing that to make sure that we're able to keep up. I don't have an answer for you specifically, but yes, I do.
I'm not asking for a
Yeah.
specific answer. I'm just, as we embark on this budget process, I think it's helpful for us all to keep in mind. And I serve on the Behavioral Health Commission, and I think this is a good time to bring up that the Behavioral Health Commission continues to be concerned about our vacancy rates and making sure that we have the clinicians we need to meet the mental health need of our community. And they're also concerned about the lack of transitional housing and very supportive of our current efforts to develop a crisis residential treatment and lower levels of care to meet the spectrum of need. And all of that comes with, additional resources. So just wanted to echo the behavioral health concerns that are routinely voiced at our commission meetings. So
I have one quick go back.
Sure.
CARES Court.
Airport.
Do we have the funding identified to run the CARES Court? Because the implementation, the stand-up is going to be huge.
It's going to be huge. You want to speak to that?
And I'm not sure how counties are dealing with it, period. Whether it's El Dorado or another county, but.
There was a small allocation from this, from Department of Healthcare Services for each county for the implementation, which, likely isn't really as robust as one would have hoped, but there was an allocation for the implementation. And then moving forward, basically it is for the Behavioral Health Division at this point. It's claiming through our usual process for those services that we are familiar with claiming. So it's one of those, difficult initiatives that in the wisdom of the state, identified communities, members' needs, absolutely, right? In terms of being linked to services, but without really the attached funding dedicated for this.
Right.
So
Hopefully this is not an experiment, but thank you.
We'll see. Yeah.
Have we heard from the first cohort how it's going? Because there's one cohort that started and
Stand right there.
and I've heard terrible things that it's not going well for the smaller counties especially.
there's actually a kickoff tomorrow morning that I'll be part of. So I'm hoping to hear more. At this point, what I am hearing is that it is being underutilized, especially in the smaller counties that have been first cohorts.
Okay.
And yes, I think my impression continues to be that to really stand it up with the way that the state envisioned it and what it looks like on the ground, so to speak, not really matching that and trying to make that work. It's been a very difficult process, but I'm hoping to really learn more tomorrow.
Okay. Oh,
And
good to
let
know. Thank you for being
Yeah, look
engaged.
forward to
Yeah.
that. Excellent.
Okay.
Once again, excellent presentation, Health and Human Services.
Thank you.
Well done.
Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Wonderful. And now we welcome up the library again. Bryce, you got us warmed up this morning and look forward to hearing more about what you envision for the year ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Bryce Lavelle, Library Director. And I realize now that there's a clicker here, so that is perfect. I'll use that. So we start off with a photo from the 1960s. This was our bookmobile at the time. And this was taken on Main Street. I just think it's a fabulous photo and not everyone has seen it. But I wanted to share that piece. Our mission statement, we provide free and easy access to ideas, books, and technology to promote literacy and lifelong learning. Our vision statement, we are the hub of the community, providing a welcoming environment to inspire our diverse population to read, learn, and connect. I wanted to try to fit this on one slide, so it's a little different, but you'll see the larger boxes there are direct reports, and then it's color coded by location. Dark blue is Placerville and Pollock Pines. Orange is Cameron Park. Green is Georgetown. Light blue is El Dorado Hills, and light gray is the South Lake Tahoe Library. And we have 39.85 FTE. So what do? We are 6 library locations, 1 bookmobile, 1 museum, and 1 railroad. Our library locations are located at Placerville, Pollock Pines, Georgetown, El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and South Lake Tahoe. All of our locations offer library and hub services, except for Pollock Pines. We don't have a dedicated navigator in that region. However, we're working on that, and we hope to open up a position in the near future, the next few months, for a community health advocate that will service the Pollock Pines area. And so we'll have official navigator services at all locations. Our library and hub services, that includes books, programs, computers. We have wireless internet at all of our locations. Most of our locations have study rooms. We also offer navigation services. It could be assistance securing healthcare, clothing, food, and more. We really view a lot of that as a specialized reference service where we will walk with the patron through their information needs. So it's sometimes it's a little more comprehensive and more specialized in ways. Our bookmobile, there's a picture of our current bookmobile. And the bookmobile visits schools, parks, senior care facilities, apartment complexes. It also attends outreach events, and it provides books, media, and wireless hotspots for checkout. We are also a museum, and our museum is located right there by the fairgrounds. It's on Placerville Drive. And it offers research, collections, care, exhibit development, railroad restoration, and railroad maintenance. And it houses many irreplaceable artifacts. And a recent donation is Aunt Polly's chair. And the family removed the rockers from Aunt Polly's favorite chair, and they secured it to the wagon that Aunt Polly then drove from Illinois to El Dorado in 1854. Her wagon was one of 12 wagons making the journey that took 5 months. The chair had been handed down through the generations and was recently donated to the museum by a family member. We are also a railroad, the El Dorado Western Railroad. And this piece I'm just going to read through because it's quite interesting. The El Dorado Western Railroad currently operates its excursion railroad program on the Placerville branch between Shingle Springs and Missouri Flat Road. Originally, there were 5 combined freight and passenger depots built to standard Southern Pacific Railroad designs in Latrobe, Shingle Springs, El Dorado, Diamond Springs, and Placerville. The only existing structure is a portion of the Shingle Springs Freight Depot built after a devastating 1896 fire burned the original 1865 station. The town of El Dorado now has a scaled version of the El Dorado station through the generosity of volunteers and donors. Rides are given on historic gang cars, which were used by railroad inspectors, officials, workers, and others to travel the rails. The round trip takes about 45 minutes and will return you to the place you boarded. Maximum speed is 10 miles an hour, and road crossing safety protocols are followed. And here's a picture of one of our volunteers and one of those inspection cars. We recently secured a donation of a ballast car, and this is a necessary piece of rolling stock to maintain the historic tracks. The car can carry necessary ballast to various points along the tracks, then be distributed where needed. And this really speaks to the dedication of our volunteers. A lot of this work previously, this was all being carried out by the volunteers by hand. And so this is in the works. This has been secured, and they will hopefully be able to implement it sooner rather than later. Our total operating appropriations are listed here. This is the first time you've seen any mention of a law library. We do have a law library in downtown Placerville on Main Street, but our responsibility is just for custodial services and utilities. And so you'll see that listed in the graph chart. This is net county cost. So you see the museum, the law library again, and just the library. And this is an overview of revenue sources. In blue, you will see grants, and in green, you will see library taxes, and in orange, you will see donations and funds, and then in yellow, you'll see fines and fees. Very low amount. Once you remove the fee piece, the fines are are maybe as low as 1%, but it's a very low percentage. Service and performance indicators are, and these are the most, some of our most recent state library data. So we received over 230,000 website hits. We were open for over 11,000 hours. Over 93,000 people have library cards in our county, and over 415,000 people walked through our doors. Over 11,000 reference questions were asked over the past year. Over 1,700 programs have been offered, and nearly 12,000 people attended those programs. Between print and digital items, people borrowed a grand total of 794,796 print or digital items. That's all of our circulation combined. As far as our bookmobile, over 1,200 items were borrowed, and that includes books, wireless hotspots, and media. And the bookmobile goes to various remote locations and also the locations I listed earlier. So especially in some areas of El Dorado County, the wireless hotspots prove to be increasingly valuable, sometimes with certain cell phones and internet plans. Folks are unable to connect to online resources, and commonly they'll check out our wireless hotspots, and those do connect in a lot of more remote areas of our county. Museum, over 4,400 volunteer hours. We received over 290 research requests. We have one staff member at the museum, Mary Corey, and she is fabulous, an absolute treasure. She does fabulous work. During the most recent county fair, during those few days, we received just about 3,300 museum visitors in that short span. And lastly, library and hub services. We've seen 113% increase in registrations connected to our hub work, 220% increase in navigations, and we've connected 430 people with Lifeline phones. As many of you realize, if you do not have some form of technology and an email account, it is increasingly more and more difficult to secure certain kinds of core services. 677 people received direct assistance with forms and research related to hub activities, and over 450 agency referrals were completed by Navigator and library staff. This picture is the very first automobile in Placerville. And I included that because from the library scope and the strategic plan scope, the library is interested in that aspect of innovation. And we currently have a few things in the works that are related to that. We're looking at implementing an open source integrated library system. So the system that we have currently to check out books and for ordering books and obtaining them and all things library, it's a proprietary system. It is, compared to open source systems, quite expensive. There's various limitations. With an open source system, we would be able to build modules and be reactive truly to the needs of our community, and because there would be extreme flexibility. We can also partner with other systems that use the same or open source system. So if they've spent $20,000 on developing a module, since it's open source, we can or they can share that module and we can implement it. And then there's also crowdsourcing opportunities throughout the library world. So if we identify a need, it could be that we're able to, or say our friends of the library gave a certain amount, $1,000, whatever it might be. Other library systems can do the same thing, and then we can create new modules, new features. Another benefit is that it's all in the cloud, whereas currently a lot of our products are on-site in virtual servers. This takes all of those running elements, puts it in the cloud. It's more effective from a disaster recovery point of view, from a IT and security point of view. It makes updates to the system seamless. We don't have to have IT or library involved in some of those processes. The company takes care of those elements. So we recently went out to bid, and now we are in the stages of hopefully securing a contract. But that's one example of something that we're doing related to innovation. And we're also interested in promoting the story of the library with creative marketing and rebranding, and doing things in new and unique ways to connect with our patrons. And then we want to highlight what makes El Dorado County unique through programming and events. So continue to offer what we offer, and really dig in deeper and do things from a more creative scope in certain ways. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And this was a perfect follow-up to this morning's presentation that gave us a highlight of what else your staff is working on. So Supervisor Heidel.
In the past, Bryce, there's been interest expressed in finding another location for the museum. Is there an active search going on in terms of an appropriate place to relocate the museum, to clear up some space that could be used associated with the County Fair Boards Association activities? Is that ongoing, or is it off the table?
I don't have the complete history of all those discussions, but we can definitely, I can resurrect some of those discussions and kind of check the pulse and see where we're at. But I don't have anything concrete right now, and I haven't had any discussions recently related to any of those ideas around museum relocation. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Great. Any other comments or questions for our library director?
I just want to say, the Western Railroad, has been a real big deal for our county, especially given rise to a lot of people and stuff. And a lot of people don't know how critical that is, and especially for our history. And, I donated a welder in 2011, and they're still using it today. And it's a big asset for the railroad out there. So, and then also I encourage everybody to visit the museum. You would be impressed, especially when you go through the card files of all the old pictures and stuff. Like our family, I think there's 2 long card files of all the family pictures that have been, since we arrived here. So a lot of family history there. And I encourage everybody to do that. Bill Gray, I commend him for all the hard work he's done. I don't know if he's working at the library. I know he had a fall, and he's living in a trailer now, but he donated a lot of the mining equipment to the museum there. And I remember times that he used to dress up and stuff as a miner and stuff like that when we had during the fair and stuff. So he was a great, and you probably remember that, John, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, Bill was a great guy. He really is. And I know he's living in a trailer park not too far from here. So anyway, I just want to say you need to visit that museum. And thank you, Bryce, for all your hard work. I appreciate it.
As we said this morning, we love our libraries, and we just thank
We
you
really
and your
do.
dedicated staff for meeting the needs of our community, for being innovative and creative. I can't wait to see what you come up with as far as the rebranding and telling the library story in a new and fresh way that will encourage participation from our community. I love that thought. So just so appreciate all that you do. So,
Thank you. Yeah, we have a great staff.
You do. You absolutely do. All right. So with that is the end of our Health and Human Services departmental group. So at this point, Kim, we will open it up for public comments on any of these child support services, health and human services, or the library and museum.
Now taking public comment on item number 25, Health and Human Services. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back.
Hi. Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. This is perfect. I love the fact that staff seems to be enthusiastic. The board seems to be equally as enthusiastic about what staff's saying. And this is the taxpayers speaking. In a sense, I'm really happy that we're doing, it seems, more now in representing what are the programs and what are they all about? What do we have available to the communities? And the questions that you guys are asking are really pertinent to getting to understand a little bit more thoroughly what the county provides. We're going to get some variation. We have some appointed department heads. We'll have some elected people representing those. In fact, today. So I think the sheriff's coming. So anyway, in terms of that, the details, they speak for themselves. I thought the PowerPoint presentations were very creative. They were getting really good. Technology has provided us opportunities. Related to Bryce and the library, certainly I have my hat on today, the railroad. And so I don't need to speak any more than what you all have. Thank you, George, for talking about the railroad and its past. It goes back to 1860s in El Dorado County. But the physical record still exists. You can go back and pull stories about what the Sacramento Business Journal or the Union in Sacramento, they wrote stories about people being up here building the railroad. To close, I just want to say that the budget process will be following this. We'll have it into the spring. And then obviously, as we approach the end of the year, the last of the budgetary numbers will be pulled together for what we know. And then on July 1st, we'll have a new budget. We are a fiscal year county. And so in that regard, we look forward to how that all plays out and the respective budgets. We are a fiscal conservative group, meaning we do believe that there's a limited amount of money available. Let's do the best we can with what we have. Thank you.
That's what we're all trying to do. Absolutely. Thanks for your comments. All right, let's move to online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you, Health and Human Services. You got us started with a great start to this process. So appreciate all your work. So let's take a brief break before we welcome our law and justice partners, and we will talk law and justice very soon. So about five minutes or so. All right, and we are back for our afternoon's presentation of our Law and Justice Partners. We are looking forward to this. All right, so with that, let's launch into our public defender. You can get us started here. Welcome, Terry.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I would like to ask, who do I have to pay off to not go behind Bryce? Because I feel so drab and like I don't do much, and maybe they can find a job for me over there. I don't know.
That's CAO scheduling, by the way.
You have your
so
own
just have to
magic,
make your
Terry.
requests.
Is it Allison? I don't know. Anybody. I used to say I don't want to go after Brian and probation, but I think that's even worse.
You have your own magic.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, so I have a clicker, I guess, and I always forget these darn things, how they work, but I will give it my best. That was the front of our building, which the board graciously allowed us to move to when our prior facility didn't have working heating and air and had scorpions in the light fixtures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're obviously much happier here. Thank you very much. And we're next to probation, which has been quite a good thing for us. So up here is our mission. It's the same mission we've had for several years now. We really try to be effective and compassionate. There are a ton of reasons why, but we have a lot of mentally ill clients. We have a lot of clients who struggle, and actually a lot of crossover clients with HHSA and a lot of overlapping programs and such. So lately we've had to be extra compassionate because of the increase in the mentally ill and the homeless. So we really do have an emphasis on that while still keeping that balance in the system. Our job is really not to get people out of jail or prison. It's to make sure that the other side, so to speak, does its job, to make sure that all of the rules are followed, that everyone's behaving appropriately. And when they're not, then that's when we bring motions or petitions and battle it in court. Anyway, that's our mission statement. Next is our org chart. It's a very simple org chart, not at all like previous departments. We have 29.5 FTEs. We are having a lot of vacancies. Right now we have 4.5 vacancies. The 0.5 is a part-time clerical position. The others, unfortunately, are lawyers. We've been having a very difficult time recruiting and keeping lawyers. We've lost, I think, roughly, I think it's either 5 or 6 in the last 4 years to Sacramento County and to the state, both of whom pay much, much more. So, I mean, that's good for salary savings. It's not so good for the workload for other people. And I'll allude to that later on in my presentation and how it might impact our operations and board decisions and that sort of thing coming up. So what do? We are not very popular, I have to say. Lawyers in general are not well loved in our society until you need one. And then when you need one, you're the new best friend. All of you are very successful people. You've dealt with lawyers before, maybe you've had lawyers, and you want the most competent, up-to-date, best resourced attorney. Our clients and our partners are certainly the same. We don't do just the felonies and the misdemeanors that are listed in here. That's what I think everybody in this room would automatically know that we do. And based on past presentations, I know some of you know, we do a lot more than that. We do all of the specialty courts, of course. The specialty courts are a huge deal because it is the person's ability to work their way towards being a more productive, responsible member of society. And so it requires a ton of support. Weekly, sometimes daily phone calls, extra court appearances, trying to get the person into services, because it isn't just HHSA that tries to find services, we do as well, trying to help them with other legal needs. They might have a warrant in another county, et cetera. All of these things add up to an incredible caseload that all of us are happy to have, because it means that that person does have that opportunity, but still does impact the daily lives of the attorneys and the support staff and the investigators. We're very proud of our Veterans Court as well. It's a very active caseload. As you know, there are a lot of veterans in the county. It was surprising to me to learn some years ago that we don't really keep a list of veterans in our county. So it's sort of catch as catch can with somebody identifying as a veteran. Even that can take some time, trying to make sure that they're eligible, that they're VA connected, that, you know, all of the things. We now have misdemeanor diversion. So almost any case except for DUI cases and certain, of course, sex offenses can be eligible if it's a misdemeanor. Again, that's an increase in workload that's been over the last year and a half or two. We have juvenile clients, of course, some of which are incredibly complicated. We have one right now that, of course, I'm not going to say any details because it's still in active litigation, but it has taken just my time alone, probably 15 to 20 hours for this one case, just me as a manager, as opposed to the boots on the ground attorney in my office, plus support staff, probably another 80 to 100 hours. And the case has only been ongoing for maybe a month. So it's just an incredibly difficult situation. So the one category that I think people don't always associate with us are the civil clients. By statute, the court can appoint us in a number of other cases, conservatees. I think this board has heard me talk about, because I used to at county council do the conservatorship caseload, and I absolutely loved it. It's the elderly that can't take care of themselves. It's our mentally ill that can't take care of themselves, that are so impaired, they need to have a conservator. One thing that I think has changed over the last several years as the public guardian's office has changed and maybe had to retrench a bit, we have a lot more private conservators. We now have parents that have the LPS conservatorship for their adult children, which is definitely more complicated because in essence, we're dealing with a pro per or unrepresented person a lot of times. And so we have to almost carry the ball for them as well, because they're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts and because they love their family member, not because they are experienced in the law. Let's just put it that way. I think about 5 or 6 years ago now, the court gifted us with the family support contempt cases. That is something that has expanded, not retracted, which I know is a surprise to everyone who deals with state agencies. I don't know why they, don't just hire their own lawyers, but they asked us to handle the family support contempt cases. We now have any case that the person needs an attorney on that has contempt mentioned. So we now represent like orders, not just out of divorce court where somebody's being awarded spousal support or child support and isn't paying it. We have things like, well, this person didn't pay this fine, and so the judge is possibly holding them in contempt, and so we get appointed on that. We have everything from landlord tenant to the alimony cases, and it's growing every year, unfortunately. We also have the psychiatric health facility hearings. That's when people are, again, held pretty much involuntarily because they're a danger to self or others. And there are multiple layers to that. Our caseload in that has probably doubled in the last year. Our current case management system doesn't track numbers very well, but I hope to have better numbers for you next year when we have our new CMS. But those are all the things we do. It's increased in complexity and number over the roughly 10 years I've been public defender. So that's been a treat, thanks to the state. The next slide just shows that you guys all get a lot of value, I think, for the money. This is not at all a dig at the Sheriff's Department or the Probation Department. They're incredible departments in our county. I live here, and so I certainly want a strong and safe community as well. But we're a tiny little fraction of the law and justice budget. And of course, Elvira's office is an even smaller portion of that. I decided to kind of, it's not on a slide, but I decided to count up basically our allocations versus law enforcement throughout the entire county. So that would be the Sheriff's Department, Placerville PD, Probation, the DA's office, South Lake Tahoe PD, CHP in South Lake Tahoe. And I couldn't count CHP in the Placerville area because that zone doesn't really report. It's 730 personnel. We have 29.5. So we are 3.42% in all the cases that those agencies file. Not all of them, but a fair number of them, probably most of the felonies and most of the misdemeanors, funnel through to us. So every time there's an increase in task force or the cold hit DNA cases that the DA's office does, it's an impact to us too, because somebody has to handle the other side of those cases. That's just the net county cost, again, showing that our net county cost is a fraction of what everyone else is, 4.8. I try to run a fairly lean budget while keeping in mind that we still have to provide a certain level of service. It's actually constitutionally mandated. And this shows our revenue sources. We have been fortunate enough to receive a total of 3 grants over the last roughly 4 years. For the first time in the history of anything, that's about when the state and the federal government started opening it up to indigent defense. They didn't throw away law enforcement. They just said, well, if you guys want to apply, you can too. Although one of the grants was specifically geared towards indigent defense across the state. So you can see that we're trying to ease our footprint on the general fund. As I believe Supervisor Heidel, or I think it was Supervisor Heidel, mentioned, grants are sort of a two-edged sword. We certainly hear rumblings that the state is going to be retrenching on some of the funding. It remains to be seen.
Right.
I mean, we won't know for some time yet. Service and performance indicators is the next slide. We're very happy to see a significant increase in successful diversion cases over the last year. We're now keeping actually spreadsheets because, again, our CMS doesn't really capture that. But we had a 58% increase over the previous year, in large part, I think, because we now have a social worker that is dedicated to doing diversion activities. And what that means, certainly, just like the success stories of HHSA, those are people that have rehabilitated themselves, that are not coming back through our system, that have their cases dismissed, that hopefully now can drive their kids on field trips, can get better jobs, don't have barriers to housing. Even student loans can be impacted by convictions. So that whole array of, they just returned back to the fold. And again, hopefully we never see them. The Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant is what I had just alluded to. It's the first ever social worker in the history of the department. And our department's been around for, I think, about 60 years. That's about as far back as the records go. And I don't know how we did without him. He's an incredible resource, and I thank the board for allowing us to have that. We are implementing the new system. We're hoping by no later than late 2024, so that, hopefully at some point we can start measuring data, because these grants all require that. And we're doing it by hand, which again is not the best circumstance under which to do that. So our role in the strategic plan, certainly the strategic plan is changing somewhat, but certainly under the one that is currently in effect, at least that's my understanding, is we have an impact on certainly our healthy communities, safe communities. We provide that balance to the justice system. We try very hard to not do just the legal case in front of us. We try to help people get back on their feet, whether it's driver's licenses, getting them connected with benefits, trying to find a program that will accept them. Whatever it is, we try to do those things so that we can make the community safer and happier for everyone. So that's long been a public defender theme, and recent investments over the last 10 years have meant that we're able to pull more of our own weight in that endeavor. It's called holistic defense. I allude to it in the second paragraph. And I was really inspired by HHSA for stories. And this is a South Lake Tahoe story, which I share with the group. And this is just one of many, many, many different clients that we have. But this one is specific to our social worker. And it was a client that had a rather checkered past. Actually, it had several serious prior convictions in his past, very mentally ill. and a dual diagnosis, which means a psychiatric diagnosis as well as a substance abuse problem. And the judge there granted mental health diversion, and the person had sat in jail for a bit because nobody could find placement for him. Our social worker was able to find a dual diagnosis program that the family insurance would actually cover, which they don't always cover, and they don't cover the right program if you even have insurance. And he talked to the program. You have to basically shop somebody going into that program. They don't have to take them, and was able to get that person into the right program. So that's the kind of thing that we do. So rather than having another mentally ill person sit in the jail, which I know the jail doesn't like, we were able to get that person into a treatment program. And it's been a few months, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. The old saying is recovery is a process, not an event, is very, very true. So upcoming program and policy issues. Our local court's changing. They are fully staffed, which means they're breaking up certain caseloads. It means we're going to have to be in more courtrooms than we are right now. There are a total of 10 courtrooms across both slopes. We're in 8 of them. Some of the courts, the DA's in, some of the courts, it's just us. Obviously conservatorships, and certainly when care court gets up and running, if it ever does, we'll be in care court, and they won't as well. Care court, mental health diversion, BHC, there's just an increase in the mentally ill and the substance abuse clients. In the past 2 weeks, I've had very agitated calls from 4 family members of local mentally ill clients that are now in the system. Every day we turn around, we have another client that is what we call 1368, which is they're so far gone, they're not competent to stand trial. You literally can't explain to them their rights, what the consequences of a plea would be. They can't help you with their trial defense. They just can't. They just can't. And so as lawyers, we cannot plea for them. And so they go off to Napa State Hospital. Sometimes they're able to be restored in the jail. The jail's starting, or has started, I think, a small competency program. So it's really that delicate balance of trying to figure out what to do with the mentally ill. It remains a huge, huge problem. And that's alluded to in the rest of this particular slide. And I'm just going to go to I call it resource deserts, because I think that's basically what we have, unfortunately. I think we're trying really hard for a rural county. I know that everybody here is taxed to the nth degree to try to get the resources here. Because of the increase in the fragile population, we also have noticed that outside partners have shrinking resources. I already alluded to the public guardian's office. I don't know that it's necessarily a cause and effect, but they now have parents doing the LPSs. We have Alta Regional Center. They seem to have fewer resources and take longer to accept their population. We have changes in the law. There's now a state cap on the 1368 commitments. Our baseline number, I think, is 23, I want to say. I forget where it landed. And the state used our numbers from 2021 when the state hospitals were predominantly closed because of COVID. Thank you very much, state of California. We are past that cap at this point in time, and it's only January. And I know that our CAO analyst is trying very hard to figure out what to do next. Because what happens if you go over the cap is you go over the cap a certain amount and the state sends a bill. And then the county has to pay that bill, and the money does come back in large part for the county to build out the resources to handle this population. It's kind of a carrot and stick approach. But again, we're trying everything possible to not declare that 1368 and to see if we can divert the person or do anything other than send that person off to Napa State Hospital, which is not a nice place, let me tell you anyway. So with minimal local services and hardly any appropriate housing, that's part of this resource desert, and the state is really starting to be difficult about it. So employee workload is in the middle. Last but not least, last November, as a nationwide study came out about indigent defense and staffing levels. It's something that the state has been harping on. It foreshadows a January of 2025 local California, and I know I'm running out of time here, I apologize, study. We don't meet their national minimum standards. I don't know what California is going to bring. As an example, we're supposed to have one investigator for every 3 attorneys, one paralegal for every 4 attorneys, et cetera. So that will be interesting. It's the state's, I think, recognition that public defender and indigent defense does more and so needs more. And so I will be, of course, alluding to that in future budget presentations. But with the staffing shortages that I have listed here, plus all of these mandated extra workloads, it really is becoming something of a crisis that I have to pay attention to on a daily basis. With that, I thank you.
Well done, Terry.
Wow,
That's-
perfect timing.
Well done. Great presentation and congratulations on your tremendous increase and your diversion success. That's really good news. This last slide on the resource deserts is, you're right on, and that's very
slide.
frightening. Yeah, that's, wow, it's concerning. So,
Yes.
just so everyone knows, we will take board comments at this point in questions, and we were going to take public comment at the end of all of the law and justice partners. So we will be taking public comment on every single presentation. So at this point, Supervisor Parlin.
Great work, Terry. Thank you for the update. Such important work's being done, but it's becoming, the state is not our friend. And with that, I was going to ask, do you know, is there any efforts at legislation or something to fix that cap problem? Is anybody working on that? And
Right.
do you,
well,
do you want me to
be helpful in that?
Right. Do you want
Yeah.
us to reach out is why I'm asking.
There's been a lot of pre-work to that before it became a cap. I know that CSAC was working on it at one point in time. Everybody was working on it. I know Nevada County, for example, pushed back on their numbers. They had a slight concession. There have been a number of counties that have actually received fines, but again, it's so new, nobody knows what the next step is going to be.
Okay.
We've had a couple of working group sessions with Allison. She's been great. I know we're trying to get another one going because as I saw the numbers start going up, I'm like, I kind of pushed the button and said, we need to meet ASAP to see if we can get the partners more aligned with not sending all of these people. And I have a meeting with the courts next week to make sure they're on board with that.
Okay.
So anything you can do would be great. I know that Tiffany and her staff are doing the best they can. And you're right, the state is
just,
they're doing whatever they do and not asking any of the local experts what they think.
Yeah.
If I'm going to inquire on that, is that the 1368 cap or some other cap? What cap is that related to? What would I inquire about?
That's the incompetent to stand trial. We call it 1368 for short, basically. There
Okay.
are several code sections that actually deal with that, but I just say 1368 because that's what the most commonly used language is.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I have the same kind of question. Have we tried to get our local legislators in a room to talk to them about these things? Because I just went through and reviewed all the different committees that our state senators on, at least for my area, they're different areas. And we started targeting things with respect to the Commission on Aging. What are the projects they're trying to get them aligned? We reached out and said, hey, can you support them in these things? I know a lot of those legislators are starting to schedule meetings on our campus. Well, they'll come in with the idea of being able to meet with the public, but I don't know that that's restricted, that we can't have staff go in and talk to them. Because when we see urgent needs, they may not be aware of it. If they're not hearing it from us, they're probably not hearing it. And they're always thinking about what are those areas that they're being personally influenced by calls to their office. But I think that pushback from us in terms of the key things that we're seeing might help us have a stronger voice down there. There's no guarantees in that, but it's worth trying if we haven't. I don't know if we have.
I'd absolutely would sign on that. I don't know what this board has in terms of legislators I have direct contact with. I definitely think it's something to pursue.
Yeah.
The big deal is, do we have places to put these folks short of sending them to Napa State Hospital?
Right.
Because the state doesn't want to pay for them anymore. They want us, it's sort of like realignment of 2011. We're going to empty the prisons and give you a boatload of inmates released in your jurisdiction. Similarly, they're like, well, you guys deal with the mental ill. You're the community, you deal with them. And we just don't have anything in place. And by the time we heard about this, I think it was probably only 2 to 4 months prior to them saying, oh yeah, you've got to get all of this in to just even be able to establish the baseline number. Nobody asked us whether we thought the cap was a good idea. They just did it. So.
Yeah, well, I do know Senator Gill has an office down, Alvarado Gill has an office in El Dorado Hills. So if nothing else, we can schedule a meeting, go down and meet there. But if they are coming to the campus, we should consider that an opportunity to try to interface with them or set up something special for staff to meet with them separately than the public, but make use of that resource. If they're coming to us, let's tap them on the shoulder and tell them what our issues are. So,
So they're always willing to meet.
and they are.
Absolutely.
They're very, very supportive at this point. So
yes,
it's good.
Whatever they can do would be much appreciated because the housing issue is huge. There's no crisis. And I think I heard there's a crisis residential facility that's is sort of in the planning stages. I don't know how many beds it's going to be, but if we've already got 30 to 35 people that are in that, I mean, and it's only January.
Wow.
It's fiscal year. So it's, July 1st to June 30th. Those people need to go somewhere. So which ones could be appropriate to be managed locally? Probably at least half, I would think. So I don't know what the bed space capacity is going to be.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Terry, I feel for you, especially when it comes to this 1368, but I'll do anything I can. In my office, I'm very persistent. I write numerous letters, especially to, the US senators, especially with the Grizzly Flats issue and stuff, but I'll be willing to do anything you can to help you. So.
Well, that would mean a lot. A united board on this one. It would be huge.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
Maria and I
appreciate
got
that.
a good relationship. She's helped me with a lot of different things. So.
Yes, I love the tiny home thing on
Oh
Grizzly
yeah,
Flats.
definitely.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Supervisor Lynn? Oh, no, okay.
She can't talk.
No voice.
Lost her
I'm so
voice this
sorry.
afternoon, yeah, well.
Don't you wish everyone up here lost their voice?
Well,
Go faster.
honestly, no, I love hearing the questions and knowing what the board's concerns are because it helps me in, figuring out what to do next. So I appreciate it.
We appreciate the good
Yeah.
work you do on
Mhm.
behalf of our community with very limited resource and very difficult demands on you and your staff. So thank you so
Sometimes.
much.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Appreciate it. That's wonderful. All right, now it's our pleasure to invite up our alternate public defender. Good afternoon.
Well, since Terry talks a lot about the same similar issues, I'll touch on some of the things and expand a little bit on the areas that she covered. But basically, my office has now been in existence a little over 2 years. In that time, we have done over 1,000 cases at this point. So we are very busy. Our mission, as stated, and I'm sorry, our mission statement is to provide high-quality, vigorous, caring representation to clients charged with criminal offenses in cases where the public defender has a conflict. Our team is committed to fighting for the rights, liberties, and dignity of every client. And that basically means the dignity of every client. We take care of them as much as we can through whatever programming we can get them, fighting in court for them to be released from custody into programming, anything that we can do, diversion, veterans courts, any of the specialty courts, because that is part of the mandate, that part that makes us social workers as well as attorneys, because that's what this job now requires. And it's a job that we take on proudly. We do enjoy the work that we do. And if we can help those individuals better their lives through the programming that's provided by the courts, or not provided by the courts because the courts don't provide anything, basically. But the services that are provided with our local partners in order to be able to get them out of the courts and hopefully to better their lives. My organization is probably one of the smallest in this county, and we are made up of 5, well, let me rephrase that. It's myself as lead attorney for all of them. I keep up on all of the cases. I take my own cases, so I'm well aware of whatever is going on case-wide in my office. I currently have 3 attorneys, 2 that are in the Placerville office, and we now have 1 in South Lake Tahoe, which just started in December, which is, he is a fabulous attorney that has joined us, and he has lots of experience. So I was very lucky to be able to hire him, and Terry didn't get him. We have 1 investigator, which, as Terry said, requires 1 investigator for 3 attorneys. So we have 1 investigator for 4. So we're right there on the cusp of what is required for us to be doing the jobs that we are supposed to. We have 1 clerical. She mans the office, the phones. She is also in charge of taking care of our South Lake Tahoe needs, whatever happens there. Our budget can't justify a 2nd clerical, and at this point, we are able to get by with the 1 clerical that we do have. The Indigent Defense Council contract ended on September of 2023, which allowed us to go into South Lake Tahoe. So so that contract attorney is no longer taking on the cases. She still has to fulfill the requirements under the contract to continue, but until the end of those cases that she still had. However, she now gets paid on a tiered hourly basis. And I'll talk about a little bit more about that in a second, but basically that her indigent contract is gone. So then what happens, because our office does conflicts, so anything that the public defender cannot handle comes to us. Anything that we can't handle because we have a conflict has to go out to another attorney. So there is currently 3 or 4 attorneys that are willing to take on cases that are paid through court appointment. They are no longer under contract. What the court has done is they have established a tier of the types of cases and fees that would be hourly paid. It is still probably less expensive than it was under the original contracts. So we have at least 3 attorneys that are still willing to take those cases. Whenever the CAO's office needs me to review some of that to make sure that they're using the proper tiers, I am still willing to help them out with any of that. But that's basically the organization in my office. What do we do? Well, we basically advocate for people impacted by the criminal legal system. We have cases that cover a variety of areas, the felonies, the misdemeanors. We do a lot of the appeals. So when Terry's office goes to trial and a case is lost, they filed an appeal. The case then comes to us for review for things such as incompetency of counsel or other error. Doesn't always mean that their attorneys didn't do their job. It just basically means that because that is always a potential reason for an appeal, then their office cannot represent those individuals. So the appeals all come to my office. The issues that get looked at are whether the court committed error, whether there was prosecutorial misconduct, just basically everything that occurred in that trial gets reviewed by my office to see if that should be overturned. And if it is overturned, then we would do the new trial. And so that is, in the last year, they've kept us quite busy. We challenge unjust and unconstitutional practices. So we bring motions. We try to make sure that the law enforcement is doing their job the way that they're supposed to be doing so that it's not impacting our clients' rights. So we bring the motions. We make sure that the court is following the rules and doing what they're supposed to be doing. And we're objecting to those unjust practices if they're occurring. We link clients with essential services that we talked about earlier, that part that makes us social workers. Our total appropriations are set out. Most of our budget is from the general fund. We have a small revenue amount that comes from the AB 109 resources, but those are being, the amount has been already used up to go towards the new case management system. The indigent defense budget that was part of the contract that will also be going down and reducing, since they will no longer be doing the cases in South Lake Tahoe, and my office will be assimilating those. As Terry was talking about, our offices do more than just the felonies and misdemeanors, the appeals, the conservatorships, juvenile cases, civil contempts. We also get appointed on resentencing issues. For example, I have a case of an individual that was convicted of, and this basically applies to homicides or other cases where they've gone to state prison. So it's a 1437 petition, which basically means that the law has changed in homicides. So if there were co-defendants, if you're not the actual killer, there may be relief for you in resentencing. But what that requires is hundreds of hours of review of previous counsel's files, if they exist, of the entire trial transcript, which can take days or weeks on a homicide case. So I've assigned it to myself. It's taken me hours and hours of reviewing that file. I've filed so that is still going through the courts. I do most of the resentencings in my office. There's other code sections that have allowed for resentencing, and I'm sure that the future will bring other statutes. So whenever there is what they call, so if a case is still pending, up in appeals and it hasn't been finalized, if there is a change in the law that helps, those people are entitled to bring a petition to try to change the sentence that occurred. So a lot of those things, for example, one of the changes that occurred in 2023, it allows for aggravating factors to be proven up to the jury in sentencing. So if someone is pending appeal and it comes back and there were no findings on aggravating factors, then I can bring a petition asking the court to reconsider the sentence that was imposed, because they should have only been limited to the middle term as opposed to the upper term that was provided. So it requires a lot of time and energy to go through previous cases that other attorneys have handled. And most of the cases that I get appointed are not cases that the public defender did, because they do their own resentencings if those issues come up. It's cases that were handled by that panel that no longer exists. So I was not the original trial counsel, so it requires a lot of going through those, the civil contempts. So we have cases such as disputes between, siblings where they've decided that, they need to get property off of their parents' properties. Well, you're going to share because you put the property on there. So if you don't pay the amounts or the fines, then we get appointed to determine or to help them with any contempt citations, those types of things. So our practice is ever expanding, as Terry was telling you. Our role in the strategic plan is basically, at least my main goal is always the workforce excellence, to strive that my attorneys have the resources that they need, the training that they need, and the support that they need in order to be able to do their jobs in a very thorough and effective way. Our other goal is to contribute to the thriving economy by cleaning up our clients' records. We can do expungements. We can bring motions to terminate probation, anything that will help them become contributing members of society, putting them in diversion courts. Basically, the diversion courts, what it does is it allows them to do programming, and if they complete it, they are never convicted. So all of those things help get them back into the workforce. It also helps with the safe and healthy communities, because these people are not committing new crimes if they're in programming, mental health counseling, whatever we can do in order to help them get out of the criminal system and better their lives. That only benefits all of us in this community. The upcoming policy changes, the National Public Defense Work Study. What that basically did is the American Bar Association had a study conducted of 17 different states as to how their caseloads were appropriated. And what it does is it basically sets out criteria, what they call categories. So it gives categories for each type of case. So if you have like a robbery case that's also in it has a gun charge, you take the highest charge and you use that as the focal point of the category. Then using that category, it determines how many work hours average would occur in that case. And so then you have to divide that between the hours that your attorneys have. And so it all impacts the number of cases. And what they're trying to do is make sure that pursuant to Strickland versus Washington, that we have a reasonable, effective representation to all clients so that we're not overworked and not doing the best job for our clients. So all of these studies, basically what they've determined is that public defenders are overworked. Indigent defense attorneys do not have enough counsel attorneys to be able to handle the jobs. And the state continues to give us more mandates, more things that we have to do, but no more money. And so that is part of the issues and the problems that I see continuing in the next year, 5 years. Terry touched on the Welfare Institutions Code 4336, which is the cap for the state hospitals. And basically what it does is it provides that cap of 23. And if you go over it, and that's fiscal year, every fiscal year, it doesn't increase. Let's say that this year we have 30 people that go to the state hospital. Doesn't mean we get 30 next year. The cap continues at 23. And then what will occur is anybody after that, there is a tier. Continues to go up, but after a certain amount, and I can't remember if it's on the 5th or 6th over the cap, then the fine or penalty becomes $113,000 per individual. And that is what we face. So this makes Terry and our jobs more difficult because we're not psychologists. We have a client who comes in and doesn't understand what's going on in court. That's what means to be incompetent. You can't communicate with your attorney. You can't understand the nature of the charges against you. And now we have to try to figure out, because of these budget constraints, how we can help these individuals short of sending them to the state hospital. The other thing is state hospital commitments. There are certain code sections that say it's mandatory that they have to go to inpatient. They cannot be put on outpatient programs. So this just complicates everything. And as we all know, care court is coming our way. And at this point, we still don't know what the impact of that will be on our offices. So it continues to be a challenge to run our offices, to use the funds that we have, and work as hard as we can for our clients and do the job that we love with the limited resources that we have. Thank you.
Wow. It's a little overwhelming, isn't it? If you
Yeah,
think about
it can be, yeah.
the demands on you, and yet I continue to be just touched by the heart and the commitment to serve and to provide equitable defense under the law for those that need your services and that of our public defender. So thank you for the work that you do under very difficult restraints and circumstances.
Thank you.
Any other board comments or questions?
Thanks for doing a good job. And with limited sources, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's sad that we don't have more resources to help these departments that are in need.
It'll be interesting as we go through this whole law and justice grouping to get a full picture of what's facing all of our agencies, and it's not a pretty picture. So thank you so much for the work that you do. Appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. And now it's my pleasure to welcome up our sheriff. Good afternoon to EDSO.
Thank you.
We'll see a different part of the justice system now.
Yeah, our vision and mission is a modern approach to traditional law enforcement values, total enforcement on crime and criminals, total care for victim witnesses in the community, and total professionalism through training and by example. And that's different from our mission statement. The mission of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office is to uphold the law, do investigative and enforcement criminal and civil law to provide leadership and law enforcement support to allied law enforcement agencies to deliver consistent and humane treatment to those placed in our care and custody and to perform these responsibilities in a manner that's responsive to the needs of the community and faithful to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. But I wanted to talk today about our vision statement, because as an agency from top to bottom, we have a clear understanding of what our vision means. However, since I have a captive audience, I wanted to take this opportunity to explain to our citizens who we have the honor of serving what our vision statement actually, what it means. So a modern approach. Law enforcement is in a constant state of evolution as there are new laws, policies, and procedures that come out weekly. We see new technologies and equipment that helps with operational efficiencies that makes our county and our region safer. And I'll tell you the story about last week. We received a phone call from Calaveras County and Amador County. Their SWAT teams were serving a search warrant up in a town called West Point, which is in a remote area of Calaveras County, very difficult to get to. And as they were approaching the house, the suspect began shooting from inside the house out at the officers and pinned the officers down. They were able to take cover, and they put in a phone call to us. And we have one of the only rooks in the entire region. We were able to get that over there within a couple hours and bring a successful conclusion to that incident. Successful meaning no officers were injured during that operation. So it's very important that we stay in front of that, the new efficiencies that are going to make our county and region safer. So traditional law enforcement values. I know each of you watched the Andy Griffith show back in the day, and it is amazing to me the young people I talk to who have never heard of that come across and sit across from me at my desk. But we want our communities to have that feeling of Mayberry. We work extremely hard in getting out to build and having trusting relationships with our communities, businesses, and our citizens. And I have highlighted here in parentheses our children in which we serve. So it's now the successful launch of our SHIELD program. Total enforcement. This is easy. If you break the law in El Dorado County, or if your intent is to prey upon the citizens or to bring evil to the communities of El Dorado County, we use everything we have at our disposal to track you down and to ensure that you're being held accountable, while also respecting the spirit of the law. And I bring up the recent example of the citizen who was manufacturing and using explosive devices in the region, which was a very complex investigation, which we were able to work with our law enforcement partners to get him off the streets. So total care for victims, witnesses in the community. Simply put, this is who we work for. The Sir Robert Peel's Guide to Policing, which was written back in the 1800s, states the police are the community and the community are the police. Well, this is alive and well in El Dorado County today, as many of our staff live in our beautiful communities. So this motivates us all in having a vested interest in go out and providing the highest quality of law enforcement services to the citizens we serve. Total professionalism through training and by example. What we're doing at our agency works. Our men and women work extremely hard to protect our county. Our vacancy rates are much lower as compared to other law enforcement agencies across the state. We pride ourselves on hiring the best of the best. Our hiring rate for sworn staff is just under 3%, and our non-sworn staff is just under 4%. So what that means is out of 100 applications we receive for a deputy sheriff, we hire 3 people. And our non-sworn, out of every 100 we receive, we hire 4. So because of the way we go about serving and protecting our citizens' communities, we're attracting and hiring highly qualified and professional people who go out and conduct themselves with integrity and professionalism. Simply put, we hire the best of the best. And when we get them, we invest in their training because that's what our citizens and that's what our communities deserve. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce our Chief Financial Officer, Monica Ferguson, to present on our fiscal division, followed by Captain Mike Lindsay, who will present on our patrol operations division, and followed by Captain Tasha Thompson, who's going to talk everything jail and custody, followed by Captain Ed Falkenstein, who will present on our support services division.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Lykoff. So appreciate you being with us. Welcome, Monica.
Hi. Good afternoon, board. Monica Ferguson, Sheriff's Office CFO. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead here. Here we go. So our net county cost is about $71 million. We have a big group of people. We have 402 allocations. Fiscal, who I oversee, we run a payroll for about 350 individuals right now. with our vacancies. We handle purchasing for the entire sheriff's office. We also handle our own contracts for the most part. So apart from countywide bids for things like ammo and stuff, most things we handle in-house. So that's just a little bit of the stuff we do for that $71 million. Most of it hits our salaries and benefits. So earlier you guys saw that we get $125 million of allocated expenses. Again, 71 million of that is net county cost. So the 125 breaks down, there's a term from you, but most of it goes salaries and benefits. We have $22 million to services and supplies, most of that going to medical services. So we take care of all medical aid for the jail, and we pay probation's portion too. It's a lot smaller, but we cover that as well. We also handle autopsies in our morgue. So we cover those for Alpine and Amador County, and we do receive some revenue for that. And on additional revenues that we get, $25 million is actually for SB 844. So Captain Thompson will dive into that project a little bit more, but that's for the jail expansion project. And then we also have about $765,000 for charges for services. So that's those morgue services we do. We get money from HHSA for our psychiatric emergency response team. We also provide law enforcement services throughout the county. So high school football games, you'll see deputies out there. We do live scan fees for different county departments, as well as the public that we receive funding for, and CCWs. So I'm sure you've all heard the sheriff say, we don't make anything at the sheriff's office, but we do try to bring in revenue where we can. So we try and get grant funding where we can, and we try and bring in service fees. We will be coming back to board next month to talk about what our service fees are. We haven't done that in a few years, so we will bringing that forward to you guys.
That's it. All right. Thank you so much. So welcome, Captain Lindsay.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Captain Mike Lensing. I'm the operations commander, and operations consists of patrol, both Placerville and Tahoe, investigations, narcotics, interdiction, Office of Emergency Services, school resource officers, psychiatric emergency response team, and the homeless outreach team. And there's some smaller ones in there that I'm forgetting, so I'll just move on from there. Let's start with patrol. The patrol teams, this year we emphasized in operations, and I'll back up a little bit. It's a year of collaboration and community engagement. At the beginning of the year, we really wanted to focus on that, and our patrol teams took that to heart. They've been tasked with finding new ways to engage the community every chance they can outside of law enforcement contact, talking to them on the street. If there's a yard sale, stop by, walking into business, introducing themselves, handing out business cards. So that has been really good. It's helped us foster a collaborative approach with crime issues. Just in these casual conversations, we've been able to solve some issues in the community, find information that we didn't have before that actually solves some crimes. Deputies have taken every opportunity to make a positive impact wherever they can. Patrol continues to emphasize training. The sheriff talked about it, and other people that have spoken today have talked about it. Laws are changing rapidly. We are having case decisions that are occurring each week. We need to stay on top of that because we are a very liable group. We have people out there with guns contacting the community. So we want to make sure that they are the best trained and the most informed group that we have, the forward-facing people that we have. We center on mental health, homelessness, de-escalation tactics, and just overall officer safety. Some of the other things that we have going on in patrol are our automatic license plate reader system. It was installed last year, but the second phase has already begun. We have seen a great impact with that. It's been an integral part of our criminal investigations and has led to the arrest and convictions of many of those who were intent to harm our citizens. We've arrested people with commercial retail theft, catalytic converter rings, stolen vehicles, burglars, assault suspects, murder suspects, and actually just not too recently was an FBI most wanted person. Wow. So it's been very beneficial. SROs this year have deployed Pathfinder backpack program that gives SROs and patrol sergeants maps, keys, and contact information for schools and churches, just in case of an active shooter incident. EDSO has actively engaged places of worship. As things began to get tense, we automatically reached out to our churches, and we conducted extra patrol, we gave trainings, and we conducted site security evaluations. Now with patrol, we also have our school resource officers. Under that is SHIELD, the Safeguarding Children Healthy Initiatives, Education, Law Enforcement, Deterrence. This has been the most exciting part for me, as we've started this program from the ground level, from concept to the planning to the education, and now we have it deployed in 2 schools. We've had great success with that so far. The kids love it, the parents seem to like it, and we really have backing from our schools, and we hope to expand it more. And as of last week, we have 2 more schools signed on for the next go around. School threat assessment. El Dorado County Sheriff's Office has been involved on the ground floor of the school threat assessment team. EDSO, EDCO, District Attorney's Office, Probation, Placerville PD, South Lake Tahoe PD, and many more have actively participated in this new collaboration. We've had great progress and success so far this year. The Homeless Outreach Team. The Homeless Outreach Team has been working collaboratively with HHSA to launch the new Homeless Navigation Center. They have provided training to county employees and have provided site evaluations for crime prevention through environmental design. The HOT team was instrumental in the cleanup of many homeless camps and facilitated the beautification of these areas through partnerships with public and private entities. Of course, the Homeless Outreach Team is focused this year on the prevention of wildfires. During this year, the HOT team, okay, nope, I was in the right spot. The HOT team contacted 698 people and successfully housed 110 of those contacted. PERT, the psychiatric emergency response team, has had a great collaborative effort with HHSA. The team has responded to mental health emergencies with the intent of de-escalating the situation and rendering assistance. The clinician will immediately begin the process of finding the help that a citizen needs, and the PERT deputy, in collaboration with behavioral health, aided 235 people this year and conducted over 682 follow-up investigations. Investigations. Investigations is within the operations division. It consists of 22 detectives, a crime analyst, 2 sergeants, and a lieutenant. Investigators are divided between narcotics and general investigations. General crime detectives are assigned to various subunits to investigate crimes such as property, financial, domestic violence, sexual assault, high tech, child abuse, elder abuse, and narcotics detectives conduct narcotics-related crimes such as sales, manufacturing, and transportation. They also conduct, unfortunately, investigations into fentanyl deaths and drug-endangered children. Detectives have enhanced information sharing with many of our allied agencies, such as Probation, District Attorney's Office, Placerville, South Lake Tahoe Police Departments, CPS, APS, and Tribal Police. Often their investigations will include working with other regional, state, and federal agencies. Now, we also have Office of Emergency Services. You've heard a lot from us this year. It has been a very busy year, and again, under the guise of cooperation and collaboration, we've done that this year. OES developed and implemented several countywide incident command system trainings to expand county employee knowledge of what occurs during a disaster, but also helped develop disaster service workers. OES has expanded to incorporate Chief Lilienthal from El Dorado Hills Fire, and they are now in the process of bringing on an analyst. Adding Chief Lilienthal has bolstered the emergency services response capabilities of OES, increase the capacity to coordinate and support emergency operations. By leveraging his expertise and resources, this newly formed team has been impactful and has already restructured how OES engages with the community. They have participated in town hall meetings, disaster preparedness trainings, and have hosted tabletop disaster exercises designed to enhance collaboration between all entities. OES has developed and has begun to implement community disaster preparedness programs and initiatives engaging with community partners and stakeholders. OES coordinates teams of dedicated search and rescue volunteers also. They've responded to 85 missions, both on the West Slope and in the South Lake Tahoe Basin. The volunteers train throughout the year and remain ready to respond at all hours. Volunteers are often relied upon for EOC evacuations. OES has enhanced disaster resilience by developing and implementing robust recovery strategies. They have worked collaboratively to develop comprehensive plans for post-disaster recovery, including effective resource allocation, infrastructure restoration, and support for affected individuals and businesses. They have worked closely with community stakeholders, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies to ensure efficient recovery and have fostered long-term community resilience. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Captain. Welcome, Captain
afternoon,
Thompson.
I feel like I was just here presenting on 8:44 not too long ago, so some of this might be a little bit of a recap for you guys.
We're always happy to welcome you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and if I can figure this out. All right, so our custody division overview, you guys are well aware we operate a jail in Placerville and a jail in South Lake Tahoe. We also have 5 courthouses throughout this county with multiple courtrooms that we provide security with bailiffs and sheriff security officers for the entrance and exits of those buildings. We have a total capacity of 461 bed spaces between the 2 jails, 303 within the city of Placerville, and then 158 in South Lake Tahoe. That's a lot, given the classification of people we house nowadays. We could never get to 461. We're pushing it at 230, 240. So it just comes down to the level of people we're housing and the sophistication of their crimes. So that's something of noteworthy. In 2023, our average daily population was 222. And for Placerville, and our average daily population for South Lake Tahoe was 105 for a total of 327 approximate inmates at any given day that we house. In 2023, staff booked over 4,700 inmates into our facilities, and that's from all of our law enforcement partners. That's not just EDSO, but that's a lot of people coming in and out of our county facilities. This is the makeup of the custody division. We currently have 148 allocations assigned to us from myself, the division commander, and I have 3 lieutenants, and then you can see it goes on from there for correctional officers, correctional sergeants, transportation, court security, and then I have some sworn staff in my transportation unit and stuff, and then I have support staff. So, of course, all these positions are not full right now. Many are not full, but we're hoping, and these guys and gals are doing a great job with that. Some of the facility updates that I think it's important to let you guys know what we're doing to try to mitigate litigation and keep our facilities safe for not only our inmates, but our staff. The big one we just started and are working quickly on is the tier barrier structure. So in both our jails, South Lake and Placerville, we have 2-story housing units, which we call pods. And in Placerville, we have 8 of them. And so right now we started the project in Placerville and we have 4 of those pods completed. So meaning it's completely tiered off on the upstairs. So no longer if someone wants to cause self-harm and jump, they can't do that. We don't have to worry about a staff member possibly getting thrown, off that railing and getting injured. So it was something we identified throughout the years because unfortunately we do have people who, get to a point where they feel like they can't go on and they've used that method. And we work very hard to try to mitigate any kind of ligature points or anything that where they could do self-harm. So we're excited about it. I'm excited about it because right before it started, we did have a jumper. Luckily, he lived and he has been released from custody, but it just kind of goes to the point.
Good.
Yeah. We also updated our visitation booths, remodeled them in the Placerville jail because, as you know, the jail was built in the 80s. And the booths that our visitation booths where the inmates would be housed and then the public on the other side, they were built for minimum to medium security levels. And in the last couple of years, we were having these violent inmates break out of these visiting booths and assault each other or staff. So we were able to find funding, working with the CAO's office and facilities to ensure that we made those secure. So now we have maximum security there, and we have not had, knock on wood, one breakout. So, okay, and this for South Lake Tahoe, I think it's important to note we did update the central control room. They only operate off of one control room for the whole jail, meaning that all the doors, locks, anything that operates that jail is operated out of one central area. They call it mod, but it was outdated. The software was old. It couldn't be used. Facilities couldn't find parts to repair certain things. And the function, it didn't function properly. Doors were opening, which obviously in a jail, you don't want doors to just randomly open. And so we identified that as one of our projects, and it is at completion now. And so we will be moving that project down to Placerville to upgrade our systems down here at some point too, when additional funding is found. Another big thing that is important for safety and I think to reduce the risk of litigation to the county and the taxpayers is we didn't have a lot of our Placerville or South Lake for the matter, but the doors didn't have cuffing ports, or you can call them food slots. They're basically little slots you can open, slide a meal in, or they can put their hands out and you can handcuff them. So that way we were not able to use those cells for high risk individuals because of the safety. And we did have an officer assaulted at one point. So pretty severely a couple of years ago. So we were able to find the funds for that and retro those doors, and now we can house high risk security people in those as well. And another recap on 844. Obviously, that's a big topic right now. We are moving forward. It's the as you guys know, it's the 844 jail expansion, recovery, rehabilitation, and entry project. In 2016, the county was awarded $25 million in grant funding to build a state-of-the-art mental health, medical wing, and programming spaces to enhance the care that we provide our inmates and to continue to maintain Title 15 and Title 24 regulations. So in 2023, as you guys are aware, construction contract was signed with Robellin. And so we have been working with their team to finalize the blueprints and get all the details done. And we've been working with facilities very closely with that project. So it's nice to have that teamwork. The expansion, now that we got the final blueprints, basically it's going to be approximately 22,000 square feet. It's still going to be a two-level facility. The medical wing is going to be on the bottom, and the housing, which we're most likely going to have FEMA housing, and that will be on the top wing. So less traffic's coming in and out from below. So we're looking forward to that. And we anticipate breaking ground early this summer, I hope.
Good.
We will see. So some of the things we do offer for our inmates for programming, we obviously offer them educational opportunities to include high school diplomas, college coursework, and trade work. These programs are running in both jails and have been successful. I don't know where I'm at. Oh, and then we have our community volunteers and nonprofits and faith-based. There's approximately over 50 volunteers that come into our jails at any given time. Obviously, we have to be careful with that because we can't accommodate all the space, but we do have a robust volunteer system that supports our county, supports the sheriff's office, and wants to see these individuals receive rehabilitation and not come back, hopefully. I think I forgot one. No? Well,
there.
Okay, I'm there. Oh, yeah. So I wanted to note that the programming that's provided in the facilities is not taken from the general fund from the county. There's other revenue sources that we use. We get funding through the Community Corrections Partnership to provide some educational programs. And then we also have our inmate welfare fund. And that fund basically comes from inmate phones, tablets, commissary cells, things that the inmates do that provide some sort of low-level funding. It's not significant. California has actually reduced the amount we can collect in county jails, but they are able to fund these programs, which is needed because, I mean, if we had to throw more general fund in it, I don't know if we could provide everything we need to do. So. And then legislative mandates. So obviously you guys, everybody's talking about CalAIM. It's a county problem thanks to the state. The state is still working out the bugs on that. But I will tell you, we do have a robust working county group with the stakeholders, and we collaborate, ensure that we're in compliance with the deadlines and adhere to them, which we are currently up to speed with. For the sheriff's office, how this will affect my division and the sheriff, we're going to be tasked with ensuring inmates have resources needed to be successful upon release. So we're going to have to probably up our medical staff or some sort of clerical position that will have to schedule appointments, make necessary accommodations for people to receive what CalAIM mandates that they get. So it's going to be a heavy lift. It's for us and HSSA. So, but it's nice to have this working group, and we seem to all be working towards one common goal and really trying to just figure it out. So I'm very proud to say that. And then last and not least, as you know, Title 15, which regulates, our jails and how our treatment of inmates and what we're legally responsible to do. Just some of the ones that are making challenges for us right now is, the Title 15 has upped the out of their cell time, which is challenging because our facility is small and we only have so many spaces to put them. And so if we have to have more time out, then we have less time for other inmates to go out. So we're trying to look at ways how we can accommodate that. We do have 2 yards, nice recreational yards at the Placerville jail, but unfortunately they're not covered. So whether, depending on whether, is how we can get them out or not. And then another thing I think that incurred some cost to the county with the Title 15 changes, the new bedding and clothing cost. It's basically, we can no longer reissue certain beddings if it has a certain little tear or the clothing has a small stain, even though we wash our laundry every day and we do laundry exchange every day. So we are having to purchase more bedding and more clothing, but these are just some of the challenges. Been welcome to jail. So, yeah.
No, thanks.
Come over. I've got, actually I was gonna bring 2 people with me today that you can meet.
Oh.
Do you guys have any questions for me?
No.
I don't think at this point, but
No, that's
thank
fine.
you so much for all you do. My goodness, it's been fascinating to understand more of the jail operations in light of the expansion, and just so appreciate your care for our community.
I'll be
And
here probably for the expansion to be built.
And we want to be at the groundbreaking.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, Captain Falkenstein.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Ed Falkenstein. I'm the captain of the Support Service Division at the Sheriff's Office. I'm going to be respectful of everyone's time and try to get through this, but I know the sheriff wants to close too. So like I said, I'm the captain of the Support Services Division. It's not something you think of when you think of the Sheriff's Office. I oversee personnel and training, dispatch, IT, records, property, radio, and the CCW unit. Oops. So starting with dispatch records and radio, the Sheriff's Office completed the RIMS implementation in 2021 and 2022. It was an agency-wide effort with contributors from dispatch, records, patrol, custody, and IT. In 2022, we expanded RIMS to share information with our county partners, including the District Attorney's Office, Probation, Placerville PD. These relationships continue to grow and improve with regular meetings and trainings, opening. Should I hit it?
We realize it's a little aggressive.
Sorry. The records unit continues to streamline processes for our users, and we recently implemented the warrants portal. Body worn cameras have been purchased for all sworn correctional officers and sworn staff. Base stations have been installed in both the public safety facility, both jails, and our substations. We are waiting for the final approval of the BWC policy for deployment. The radio shop also updated our patrol radios in 2022, which is continuing to be beneficial, improving communications between patrol and dispatch when units are in remote locations. This is also due to the increasing number of cell towers in the county. The added infrastructure is improving communication with citizens, including our ability to utilize NextGen 911. It is an internet-based system, updating from our old analog style, and increases communication by voice, text, photos, and videos. Civil and Corner. The Sheriff's Office has 2 contracts with 2 outside agencies for the use of our morgue. These agencies are the Amador and Alpine County Sheriff's Office. Both agencies have contract with our morgue to provide autopsies for any of their deaths that they deem need to be examined by a pathologist. These bodies are transported to the morgue where they are stored until an autopsy is performed. At the conclusion of the autopsy, the decedent is released back to the county via a mortuary where the family can make final arrangements. The Sheriff's Office also uses the Andy machine, which is a rapid DNA. Both the Amador and the Marin County Sheriff's Office have contracts with the Sheriff's Office to also use the Andy machine in cases where DNA would help identify the decedent and lead them to family members. The machine can analyze different samples to produce a DNA profile. Some of the samples are blood, hair, and saliva. We've had many positive results from using the machine. And just a quick statistics, I know it's up on the slide, but last year, 652 coroner cases went through the morgue, and they processed 1,500 civil processes. Personnel and training. The Sheriff's Office continues to coordinate student internship opportunities with local high schools and community and state colleges. The Sheriff's Office has partnered with high schools to assist with their virtual academy as well, helping students find a career in law enforcement. Agency vacancy rates hover right around 12%. To mitigate an increase in vacancies, we have adjusted our recruitment strategies to allow for continuous flow of candidates through the process. This has actually led to an increase in candidates and sped up their time to start the background process. The health and well-being of our staff and law enforcement families continues to be a top priority for the Sheriff's Office. This year, with funding from the BSCC grant wellness program, we were able to screen 89 employees for common indicators of coronary disease. This helped bring heart health awareness to our staff so they can make informed decisions about their health, potentially catching issues before they become life-changing. Supporting our staff and their personal growth within this career is also a priority. Not only do we exceed minimum training mandates, but we allow our staff to pursue their passion within law enforcement field. While remaining fiscally responsible, staff members continue to attend some of the best trainings possible to develop their skills to better serve the community. And I know people have touched on it, but last year we received 1,890 applications. We completed 140 backgrounds, hired 65 people. Agency-wide, we completed 26,441 hours of training. And on average, a deputy had 110 hours of training. So with that, I'll turn it back over to our sheriff.
Thank you so much, Captain.
Thank you.
So as to add to our strategic goal for safe and healthy communities, we want to develop and implement community disaster preparedness programs, initiatives, and engaging with community partners and stakeholders, leverage current investments in records dispatch, custody management, and share with local agencies and a collaboration group, which I was told today, I think we're on board and we're working with 7 other agencies in our region in that. We want to continue to engage with the county departments of the homeless community and community partners to develop effective strategies to include, for example, transitional housing. Create a CalAIM work group focused on PATH grant consisting of county department stakeholders and managed care plan representatives, and coordinate reentry services plans with county partners. One of the things that I've learned in my first year is just the relationships that you have with the community partners and the stakeholders, and having not only the relationship, but trusting relationships. And I think we've all experienced this year recent success in working together and making our community safer. And I heard Supervisor Heidel talk about getting with our legislature, our lawmakers. I have them on speed dial, and I already have working relationships with them. As a matter of fact, Senator Alvarado Gil texted me this morning about a turkey hunt we're going to go on. So
Good.
anyways, having those relationships pays big dividends. So and a lot of the stuff on this slide right here, we're already in the trenches. We're getting this stuff accomplished. We're working hard on it. So legislative impacts, prison closures. So I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. So I took this information off the California Legislature Nonpartisan Fiscal and Policy Advisor. The state continues to shut down and deactivate state prisons. We've gone from a prison population of over 120,000 in 2018 and 2019 with over 50,000 parolees to the 2023-2024 projected population of just over 90,000, while having 40,000 parolees in our communities. This has and will continue to have an impact on the Sheriff's Office workload and staffing. Currently, El Dorado County has 485 commitments or prisoners in our state prisons. Currently, the Auburn Parole Office, according to them, El Dorado County has 112 active parolees living in our communities. We're currently housing in our facility 16 3056 inmates, those people that have violated that parole and are going back through the process. Currently, we have 10 parolees at large, means they've absconded, they've violated the rules of their parole terms. And currently, we're housing 62 AB 109 inmates, which are inmates would have been sentenced to prisons, but because of AB 109 are being housed in our local jails. Prison closures, the state prison is closed in 8 prisons since the start of September 2021, with 2 more prisons, Blythe and California City, due to close by March of 2024. California City is a 2,500 bed facility. The state's also planning to the deactivation of certain facilities in 6 prisons, all to occur in 2023. The smaller population and potential for cost savings have motivated lawmakers in the state to push for more closures. The LAO's office in February 2023 said the CDCR will operate 15,000 empty prison beds during the 2023-2024 fiscal year, and likely that number is going to climb to 20,000 by 2027. That is going to have an impact on our workload and our staffing. The other impact we're going to have is we're closely monitoring SB2 and the processing of CCWs, with the state only recognizing 3 state accredited when they work with their our people that are qualifying the people out there getting their CCWs. This is going to closing, basically eliminating 6 other recognizable people that work with instructors that get people certified. So that as well is going to have an impact on our CCW units. So those are things that we're closely monitoring, and we're looking for innovative ways to help streamline that process and let our law-abiding citizens exercise their Second Amendment rights. So with that being said, that's all I have.
Excellent. Well,
Thank you.
thank you so much for the excellent presentation and look at all that is under your purview. And we continue to be incredibly grateful for your leadership, the new level of collaboration across our county, not only with our community, but with our different departments. It's just been a pleasure to work with you this year, and that's just building. So you have so much that is under your purview, and you do it with grace, and you say total commitment, and we greatly appreciate that. So any board comments or
I
questions?
just want to say thank you. You guys do a great job. You really do. And especially keeping our community safe. So I want to thank you for that.
I just want to echo what the chair said. The collaboration has been amazing. And I had the honor of sitting and observing the tabletop exercise at OES and to see everybody coming together on these critical things. It's just been fabulous. So thank you to everyone, to the way we serve our public. As our public defender said, you know, we live here too, and we feel safe and we appreciate it. So thank you.
Well said. I also wanted to give a shout out to Deputy Stolman. She did a presentation on PERT at the Behavioral Health Commission this last week, and she hit it out of the park. And I just wanted to please pass on my deep gratitude for that. She nailed it. It was very helpful, effective presentation. All right. Well, thank you all. So with that, we will move on to our district attorney. Welcome. Pleasure to have you here this afternoon.
Nice to be here. This is Vern. I'm Vern Pearson, DA. I'm just going to say very briefly, we have a great, all the comments you've heard, we have a great working relationship with the Sheriff's Department. Where did Brian go? I was going to say, great.
He's right there. He's just standing back.
Sorry. A kind of great relationship with and the various partners that we have. And the last year has been a real significant series of achievements that I would spend a bunch of time on, but I know recognizing the time and trying to keep things short. What my plan is I'm going to turn it over to Assistant DA Lizette Suter to do our presentation. So,
Excellent. Thank you so much, Vern. And welcome. Happy to have you with us this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to speak with you all and to share some wonderful things about our agency and some of the things that we're proud of. And as our mission statement is up there, it's the first thing that kind of comes to mind is how incredibly committed to the principles of our mission statement that our team is. And I think one of our greatest accomplishments, Vern's right, we're not going to go through all of the things that we've done this year to save time, but I think when I really think about it, our greatest accomplishment is the fact that our team has incredible pride towards making sure that we always work very hard and we do a lot with little. And we do that to make sure that we are always achieving the standards of trying to strive for justice. And I think that is something that we are incredibly proud of, is that is what our team does. And one of the best compliments I think that we got as far as this process goes is a kind of something that illustrates it in a different and unique way. And I want to share with you a conversation that happened between an inmate and somebody that was visiting him. And in this conversation, they're discussing advice about what the person that's visiting is giving this inmate advice. So listen carefully to what the advice is.
I don't know if it'll let it.
Oh,
sound.
Darn it.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, luckily we have the captions.
Right.
And so the point of that and the best part, oh, you trying again?
Yeah.
Do you want to read it as they're?
Sure. The point of it is as it goes through is like, dude, they're trying to, to do that to me in another county. They're doing this. And then he continues on and he's saying, bro, this is what I've learned, and don't go to El Dorado because they're tough on crime. Like they don't give any credits. They're serious there. Don't go there. And he's like, no, you get all this stuff. It's like, no, they're serious. And his advice is at the end of the time, they're saying that, that we're some island and we're just this unique place. And so it's like, this is why I've learned you don't cross that line. And I say that and because it's indicative. And, I think we all sitting here should be very proud that is the reputation that we have. And, when you look at this and you look at briefly El Dorado County and you look at all of your different districts, they're all very unique and offer a lot of enhanced charm to El Dorado County. But one of the things that makes us so important and the good news of the night, right? Because we've been hearing a lot of doom and gloom and I'm going to get to that in a little bit, is that though we are a safe place to live and we want to keep that. And, you know, according to the latest study from Department of Justice, 2022, you know, for serious crimes, we're like third or fourth in all of the 58 counties in the state of California. And for violent crimes, you know, about fifth or sixth. And I think that is a very important statistic. And that's because of the hard work of all of us in this room. And I think that that's an important thing that we want to strive for. And the reality, though, is that there's a lot of new laws and there's a lot of change that are threatening to ruin that and to be a true danger and sort of inflicted on our community with that safety. And this is what we need to really focus on and really be aware of how we combat that. You know, the one thing that the inmate or the friend of the inmate giving advice was wrong about is that we are not an island. And a lot of these new laws and a lot of these new policies that are coming down from Sacramento really do affect us. And there is a trickle effect. And you've heard a lot about these different programs from some of the other people that have been speaking today. But what does that mean for the district attorney's office? Well, it means that, you know, those of us on our staff are having to work harder, and it's becoming harder and harder for us to effectively prosecute crime. And, you know, it's an enormous thing when you look at all of these different new policies and all these different new laws that you've been hearing about here or there. They cause an enormous amount of extra work. And that extra work is on not only the deputy district attorneys, but our entire staff. And it's ways that a lot of times we don't always think about. And I want to just spend a couple minutes going through a couple of the different kinds of examples on things that you may not realize as you look at the different kinds of things and how it affects us. The first trickle down example would be, you know, the ripple effect that I hope that you all would remember, which is the syringe exchange program. And, you know, that had the potential to cause a lot of damage and a lot of harm and a lot of unsafety to our community. However, we all worked collaboratively, and I'm very thankful that everybody stopped everything and made that be a top priority to make sure that we could all come together and push back. And as a result, we've created a lot of safety in this community, and we've saved a lot of effort from a lot of different agencies, our agency included. However, there are a lot of different things that are beyond our control. And there's a lot of things as examples that we have to share that unfortunately we can't control, and there's nothing we can do. If you get a loan at a bank, you'll be paying it back for 30 years. If you rob a bank, you'll be out in 10. Now, that statement by Mr. Gerald is very poignant for two reasons. One, it's the truth. And it's really frustrating to be up here, but it's the truth. That is a true statement. Number two, I personally was the prosecutor that dealt with Mr. Gerald and put him away the first time. And that's a mockery because he was out and then he was caught again, luckily, in a different jurisdiction. And that quote was found on his belongings. Wow. So the word's out. Everyone knows, you know, yes, luckily you still don't cross that line. And that's all of our, I believe I speak for, you know, the sheriff's department as well. And with probation, that's our effort and our goal is to make sure that we keep it that way. But that is the attitude of the inmates and the criminals around. And so some of these changes in laws that affect this are, you know, these early parole eligibility and all these different types of laws are making it be that it's empowered them to think that nothing really matters. And it matters for many reasons because it's our safety, but it also affects the amount of work and the behind the scenes that those hardworking people in our office are having to deal with every single day. Let me give you a few examples of things that you may not realize what this means work-wise to the district attorney's office and how some of these laws. And we gave 3 different examples. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey is a career criminal. He did less than 5 years on an initial 30-year sentence. So he's out and he goes right back to breaking the law and is then convicted again in 2022. So why do I use that as an example? Because when that new case comes in 2022, it's never a case that we should have had to have been worrying about or inputting initially, because he should still be serving his initial sentence. But because of that, not only is our support staff having to do the intake and review all of that, but then now the district attorney has to review that, but going back and has to look at every one of those priors, look at the whole history that he has, look at that other case as well, review all the facts of everything, and go through and continue to work on a case that we thought we had already put somebody bad behind bars. And we may have been here years prior saying, and look what we did. We put these people, that really deserve it in to get justice on them. But the reality is it's just a revolving door. The next example is Mr. Webb. And Mr. Webb is a situation that I bring up for a couple different reasons. This is a case that I personally tried in 2009. And it was a sexual assault case and a threats to kill other people. And I sat there and watched and cried and watched my victim cry as I had to convince them to come forward to seek justice in the first place. And they were so upset because they didn't even want to have to come do it. But with our office and our victim advocates, we convinced him, and we were successful in trial, and he was sentenced to over 30 years. A couple years later, there's days where our jobs are hard, right? We're all overworked, underpaid, et cetera, right? I got a call, and he was just at the front door, just stomping by to say hi, to tell me that he just wanted to let me know what was going on in his life, and he was doing okay. Like, you feel good, right? You feel good as a prosecutor, like, I did justice, right? Well, now fast forward to a year ago, I have to call him with the victim advocate, and I have to explain to him and the other people there were the other victims as well, the people who this man also threatened to kill and stuff, that he now had a parole date, or not a parole date, a parole hearing. And so that is something that they were like, well, wait a minute, you told us that this was nothing that we would ever have to deal with again. Well, how could this be happening right now? What's going on? And they're crying. And it's days and days of multiple conversations that our advocates and the DA are working with. And I feel like I let them down. I feel like I told them false information. I feel like when the judge sentenced, but this is the truth of where we're at in society right now, that this is coming back. So the reason I bring this example up as well is because it's what's called a parole hearing. So what does a DA have to do? A DA has to go back and review the initial case as well, but also look at the entire file that from parole. Like, what has this person done that since they've been in prison? Reviewing the good things that they've done, all the accolades that they get in prison, as well as all the problems they've had, what the psychiatrist or psychologist is saying in that report. So it's a lot of effort and re-reviewing. It's like getting a whole new case in essence. In parole hearings, it's a full day. Yours may not be all day, but you're waiting your turn and you have to be logged in and whatever. So it's that hearing, and it's a lot of extra work on things that we shouldn't even be at that time yet. So even since this here, so we did the hearing. Let me back up for a second. We did the hearing. I got a 3-year denial. The family was relieved, still upset that they were going through this. And Mr. Webb wrote a letter saying that he didn't even want any more hearings. He just wanted to serve the rest of his time. But guess what just happened since we've turned this PowerPoint in? We got a call from the Department of Corrections that a year later, he has a new date again, even though we got a 3-year denial. So I haven't even had an opportunity yet to call the family members, but we're going to be dealing with this again in July. He has a date in July for another hearing. And this is the frustration on many levels, but the work and the constant, cases are never really closed, I guess is the point, is the reason I bring that up as an example. The other example is the McDonald case. That's just a recent one, convicted of felony domestic violence. And these are felony cases with strike priors, meaning that they have prior serious cases as well. Sentenced to 4 years, got early release, even though it was considered nonviolent, even though it's domestic violence with a strike prior. That's what California Department is doing. Rearrested, and case is pending in October of 2023, already back in our system. So to say that we are overworked is an understatement. And this slide, I do have to make one correction, and I apologize. I apologize to the board that it is not, the public defender isn't $200,000 a year. It was $200,000 in total that they got. And the point of it wasn't to be singling out the public defender's office by any means, because I listened very carefully as both Terry, and Elvira were speaking, and I think we all feel like we're in the same sinking ship, quite frankly. that I empathize with what they're saying about being overworked as well. The difference is that there is funding happening that is available through the state, if you can get it, to help some of these defense, indigent defense teams. There's new legislation coming forth that they were talking about, trying to look at the ratios and things. Well, there's nothing like that for prosecutors, right? And so we're the ones that are still not only unable to find funds to seek more prosecutions to be able to hire, but we're also, we're the ones that are having to respond to all of the motions and to consistently litigate from all the private attorneys, as well as the public defender's office, as well as the alternate public defender's office. So we get it from all different sides, and then, when we look at things, all the different types of things we're doing, there's a lot that goes into some of the cases that we are working on, and some of our accolades and things that we're doing, like closing out cold cases, getting, rights closure for victims, that we are, doing asset forfeiture kind of cases, gun violence restraining orders, a lot of different things that we're working on, assisting and helping in our collaborative approach to things. They're just not things that we can quantify. We're trying to do our best to make the county safer, but they aren't things that we can quantify necessarily to be able to say, oh, there's this many cases, or there's this. That's kind of the overall approach. But when we look at it from an increase with the DA workload from different changes in the laws, if you look at some of the other things with new trends, and this is something that's just a reality, it's a good thing that sheriffs now have body worn camera. It protects them. It protects the integrity of investigations. It protects everything. But what isn't always thought of is that, so 2 deputies go out to a scene. Well, that's body worn camera, in-car videos. That's hours and hours of review and things that DAs now have to take the time to go through and review all of that footage for discovery, for filing purposes, all of those kinds of things. When we look at the bottom line to how many hours DAs are working, we're seeing here people working on the same. We actually did a review of it, and we found that in 2023, if you look at all the hours that people are working over, because we're all salaried, the DDAs specifically here, it's the equivalent of 2 additional lawyers. That's how much we're all just working extra, just because of that, what I said, as far as that mission statement and the caring that people have, but that's not sustainable. And, there's a new study that I think was very interesting that just came out from William and Mary Law School. And it talked about, and the title of it, in fact, was A Vacancy Crisis in the District Attorney's Offices. And the theory is that, there's the traditional overworked, underpaid, but then when you add in all these other things that are taking extra time, the bail litigation and all these new bail laws, well, who has to write those motions every time? Like, a case isn't as simple as go into court and prosecute it. There's so much more, like we just talked about a minute ago, that it's continuing on, and, there's post-conviction reviews. And so what started as saying, oh, that one's done, is never really done. And when you look at all these things, it's just adding that additional work. And so who wants to come in and be a prosecutor? It's harder to find people, right, to want to do that when that's what's happening. And then you add in, all this discovery violations, and the trend, unfortunately, is to say that prosecutors are evil. And, there's some that given the industry, so to speak, a bad name. And so it's all about how, everything's a Brady violation. Everything's something that a prosecutor's done wrong. So people are not wanting to join, or they're quitting. So then what happens? That just puts more work on those that are there. And so it is truly a crisis around this country. And, the solutions are basically reduce caseload, do what you can to help, find ways to make it a more pleasant environment. And so, we're looking at this, and we're seeing that these are true trends and real things that we're having to deal with. Currently where we're at right now, we have our org chart here. We did a very basic one, but we have 26 DDAs, 2 of which are limited term. We have 11 victim witness, 9 that are true employees, 2 that are on loan to us from the center, which is an amazing collaboration that we have with them. Allows a sexual assault and a domestic violence advocate to be present on our site. We have 17 full-time district attorney investigators, 6 retired annuitants, 4 investigative assistants, 1 extra help, and then 2 that work with our IT. When we look at our whole budget, we have, our total of our total appropriations, 30% is of our revenue is from coming from grant, or almost 30%, I should say. Almost 30% comes from grants and revenue, which I think when you look at it, that's a very impressive number of what we work on for our revenue. But then when you look at it and you break it down, that's a lot of different grants. And with those grants come extra work, right? And to your point, Supervisor Heidel, is that yes, we're having to watch those closely. And a lot of our funding comes from Cal OES. And so they're very competitive. And the grants that we have, we will continue to have as long as until they reach the next competitive cycle. But what that means is when it becomes competitive, we're going to have to make sure that we continue with our gold standard of how we do all of our reporting. And we do, I joke with some of our Cal OES program specialists, like, we don't want an A, we want an A+, do you have any, and we need that. I mean, because we want to make sure that we continue to get that funding, but it's not a guarantee, but we will continue to work hard and strive for it. But that includes, more work. That's quarterly reporting, that's statistics tracking, and then it's analyzing those statistics in different ways so we can better answer the needs to ensure Cal OES understands in the future going forward, and not just Cal OES, I'm just using them as kind of as our larger source. As to why we are so deserving of the grants that we've been continuing to have. So we're going to take it back from them, but once you reach the competitive cycle, and some of these grants are 3-4 years, then it's going to be more difficult to get them and continue to get them. So that's kind of how they're answering the call of these types of grants, but it's a real thing. But wait, there's more. The doom and gloom is not over. There's a lot of other things. Those are more case related, true challenges that we have, but there's more. And the biggest one would be, race blind charging. And I know we've mentioned this, I think last year it was mentioned as coming, but I want to really explain what this means. So for race blind charging, someone from our office is going to have to create a way and create a program, some analytical analysis to be able to redact every person's name, their race, and where they live. So, because you can't know the area that they live as well, to be able to truly objectively determine if you should be filing this charge or not, objectively without considering race. Okay, so somehow we have to create our program to do this. Then the DA has to read it all, make the determination, would we file this case or would we not? By, going back to paper, Vern's going to get upset because, we're very proud that we're paperless, but we're going to have to get some sort of scratch paper to figure this out, right? Like, who, like victim 1, victim 2, like whatever, diagram it out, get in our heads what our decision would be. Then we have to reread the entire case. So that includes the initial police report, all the supplements, go through all that again with the now not being redacted. And then if our decision changed, then there's a whole nother level of work that needs to be done to justify and explain why that would be changed and to ensure that it wasn't for some race-based reason. This is what our future holds, and what that relates to, on average, is going to affect about 5,360 cases a year, the equivalent of what it would take another full-time DDA to review. So everything is basically done really more than twice. And keep in mind, the courts have just put on us a limit for in custody filings that they all must be submitted by 11 a.m. So we get them cases coming over from the sheriff's department of the people that are due for in custody. We're working really collaboratively to get them as soon as possible, but sometimes, we're getting them mid-morning and we have by 11 to basically do the work twice now. This is what is happening. In addition, we also have our Racial Justice Act, which is, two different challenges. Basically, we have to have some sort of analytical analysis of this data, and then we're going to have to write motions to defend it. So this is just more ways that the law is creating bigger burdens upon the district attorney's office. those things we've talked about are just the tip of the data iceberg, but there's so much more data driven. Like the beginning of the presentation was more like truly changing the laws and letting people out. But the next wave of how the laws have been changing is all putting all these data requirements on district attorneys' offices for, the theory of transparency, but it's making everything be available in ways that we are not prepared to know, and through our system to be able to properly analyze it. They have to pull those statistics and analyze it all. So, there's a new law that's coming that is called J data that's going to have over 103 different things that you have to be able to have ways to run those numbers, the race, the age, what was our offer, what was, when did they plead, what was the sentence? It goes on and on and on, 103 different ones. So, there's a lot of different things from this data iceberg that is below the surface that is all generating. We talked about those grants and needing to be ways to analyze and ways to be able to take this data and really explain to Cal OES and our other providers for our grants the ability of why we are the county that is the most deserving to continue to get this funding that's going to be harder and harder to get. And that's a big 30% of our budget, which we are committed to trying our darndest, and we will do everything we can to keep being A+ students, but the reality is it's an uphill battle, and we want to just be alert and let you know that it is. So what is our goal? Our goal is to continue to seek justice, and it's to advocate and to litigate and make sure that we do that for every single victim in every single case and every single stage of the criminal justice process, because that's what we're committed to do. And that's what our team's committed to do. And we do it very well, but we need to also develop the data plan and look and develop this software and these procedures so we can keep up with these new laws and be able to prove to the world that we are continuing to seek for justice and we are doing things for the right reasons. And so to do so, we are going to be needing your help to do that, because at the end of the day, there's only one thing, bro. We want to make sure that everybody remembers not to cross that line. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And do you have any questions for our office?
Incredible presentation.
Yes.
And I
Thank
have
you.
to say,
Very moving.
I had no idea.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'm finding these presentations just so very helpful to understand the limitations and the requirements and the burdens that you are operating under. This was really eye-opening. So Supervisor
you.
Idle.
Lizette, I'd love to understand how we can help. I mean, I keep looking for opportunities for stuff. How do we get new funding? How do we get new revenue? How do we convince our legislators that they have to do different things in terms of maintaining the public safety aspect of what's going on in California?
Right.
But what can we really do? I'd encourage that we don't have to have the conversation now, but what is it the Board of Supervisors can really do?
Thank
Because
you.
I think
look
we're willing to
forward-
take that on.
Right. I would love to sit down and have a more in-depth conversation on it, because there's different ideas and different ways, and you try it all, right?
Yes.
And you see. So thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
offering to help out that way. We appreciate it.
We're all ears. We are collaborative partners with
Great.
all of our
Thank you.
Thank you.
departments and agencies. Wow, fabulous. All right, and then we will now invite probation to bring us home this evening. Welcome, Chief Richard, and your fabulous team.
Well, good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair, our esteemed CAO, Counselor, good to see you. Members of the jury. This is new.
It is new, brand new today.
I'd like to
Yes.
take a little credit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Out loud, really, Tiffany? Love it. Thank you. So your El Dorado County Probation Department has now finally achieved what I think we set out to achieve about 10 years ago, which is take its place as, if not certainly one of the best probation departments in the state of California. The people with whom I have the privilege of working are absolutely phenomenal. And because budget presentations are a little dry at times, that's really what I want to focus on today is concept of people. Because really, when you think about the criminal justice system, it is a system. All of its component parts serve a variety of roles, each of them distinct, but all of them blending together for one common purpose, really, which is to help protect a community and to help rehabilitate a community, because we're all flawed. All of us humans are flawed, some of us more than others. And sometimes those flaws lead us into very treacherous waters. And when that happens, this system has to come into play, from my colleagues in frontline law enforcement to the district attorney's office, to the public defender's office and the probation department. All of the people with whom we deal are usually at the lowest points in their life. That may be generational trauma in their families. It may be an individual with an X factor in their family who otherwise has gone astray. Whatever the reason is, the fact of the matter is we're dealing with human beings. And oftentimes it's too easy to just look at the numbers, but behind all the numbers, behind all of the data, and behind all the money that's invested in this system are people. And that's why we invest these dollars. We invest these dollars not just for the people that are victims of crime, although that is the primary reason, because we want to prevent victims of crime and we want to help victims of crime, but also for the people that find themselves in the system or have caused themselves to become in the system. We want to help them avoid that future, and we want to help their children and their loved ones avoid finding themselves in that system as well. So when you see the vision of the El Dorado County Probation Department, Safe Communities Through Changed Lives, that speaks volumes. 5 simple words, but it speaks volumes to my staff, and hopefully it speaks volumes to anybody that comes across that vision statement, that we see our role in that system as the place where people become less involved in the system because of what my staff are capable of doing with them. And all of that is reflective of a mindset. It's not the what we do, it's the how we do it. It's the how we take the investment that the Board of Supervisors makes into the probation department, and we roll that out into a practice, if you will, much like a doctor or nurse or anybody else that has a practice of principles and theories and activities that help them conduct their business. Our practice is much the same. And converting your investment into actions with a mindset of truly trying to help people is what makes a difference and what makes our department, if not one of the best departments in the state. And I know this because when people look at what we do in El Dorado County in our probation department, they speak highly of it outside of El Dorado County. We hear about the things that are going on in our county relative to other places. I'll give you one example. I got a message from the new Office of Youth and Community Restoration, which was created by legislation when they closed the Division of Juvenile Justice, the old state prisons for juveniles. That office said that, there are a lot of problems in LA County probation. And with all of the witnessing that we've done in El Dorado County and the programs that you're conducting in your juvenile hall, we'd love for LA County to come up and take a look at what you're doing, because we think you can help them fix their system. That is one example of many, but that is the type of word that I hear about the work that's being done in El Dorado County all the time. When people come from out of the county to meet our staff, to talk with the clients that are in our system, they take that information out around the state, they shop it around, and they encourage people to come and see what we're doing. We've had visitors from San Francisco. We've had visitors from Chicago. We've had visitors from even further back east that want to see what we're doing because they hear we're doing good things. And that's because we are, and that is 100% because of my staff. And I can't thank them enough for the work that they do. So when we talk about the values of the El Dorado County Probation Department, and we talk about being committed to respecting human rights and diversity, fostering transparency through accountability and communication, and providing exemplary service by leading with integrity, humility, honesty, and equality, the reality is that is just a plethora of words to discuss what my people really believe. And the way that I know that they believe this is they wrote that. Many years ago, we put a team of staff together from throughout the department, and we said, we're going to recraft the vision, mission, and value statements of this department, but it's not coming from administration. Administration will play a role in it, and your chief is going to play one role. I get to veto it if I think it's just way far off base. Otherwise, I'm just part of the conversation like you are. I'll bring my experience, you bring your experience, and let's talk about what the work is that we actually all do collectively. And let's come up with a set of statements that are guiding that work so that the next person that gets hired into our department can read those statements, look at what we do, and understand right out of the gate, this is what this department is all about. They don't have to try and figure it out. They don't have to try and interpret it. It's in black and white. And so from our vision statement to our mission statement of providing public safety through collaborative partnerships, which there are many. One thing about the probation department that is unique amongst public safety providers, I think, is that all roads go through probation at some point in time. Whether it's the very, very beginning of an adult case after an arrest occurs, or it's the entirety of a juvenile case, where we handle things from the point of arrest all the way through to the termination of that case, perhaps years later, sometimes 5, 6, 7, 8 years after the initial arrest occurs. The probation department is really kind of a hub for all things criminal justice. It's not that we do everything in the criminal justice system, but we're a part of every aspect of the criminal justice system. You know, the probation officers are sworn peace officers. I've made that perfectly clear. You see them in uniform and you understand that they have that role and responsibility. Fortunately, that is not the mainstay of what they do. They're obligated to that, and they have to be extremely well trained to be able to do that. But that's not their first responsibility. Their first responsibility is to work on that rehabilitative process with their clients, to form those solid relationships with their clients, to be able to help them move to the next phase of their life, to get out of the current phase that they're in, the one that got them to us in the first place. And that's really what a probation officer is built to do. They're built to do that because they wear a variety of hats, and they learn how to use those hats through an incredible amount of training that we put them through. State of California is kind of unique. They actually require mandatory training for corrections officers, not just the corrections officers in the jail, and they are doing a great job, but also for the corrections officers in the street and the ones that work in the juvenile hall. Lots of mandatory training that we have to go through. Well, the El Dorado County Probation Department quadruples the amount of training that we put our staff through every year. If 40 hours is mandated, 120 or more, 160 hours in some cases is actually offered and provided, because in order to be good at your profession, in order to appreciate the nuance of your profession, you need to clearly understand it. And when I was a probation officer, and this was not a joke, it was, there's your desk, there's your computer, here are your keys. Good luck, your training officer will be along shortly. Just kind of be quiet and don't screw anything up. That is not the probation department of today. From onboarding on day one through to the end of your first year of probation, you probably see over 200, 250 hours of communication and training with people that are extremely well experienced in this job, and other trainings that we send people to. And that's a huge investment. Financially, it's a big investment, but I will tell you what, it's worth it, because we are building a professional in the midst of that training. If you don't have those professionals on the front line actually able to do the best version of the job that's possible, then what are we doing? Why even bother? Like, if we're not going to make a difference, then we're just marking time. And that is not acceptable. I don't think it's acceptable in any community, certainly not acceptable in El Dorado County. I have an amazing leadership team that I get to work with. We are streamlining our leadership team with the recent retirement of a long tenured deputy chief probation officer. And we are consolidating and finishing out the transition from having a 2-track or 2-tiered system in probation in El Dorado County to a single track or a single promotional system in El Dorado County, where everybody is a deputy probation officer, not a deputy probation officer in the institution versus one in the field, but just a deputy probation officer, just a deputy supervisor, just a deputy chief. And with the retirement of our long tenured deputy chief, we have been able to now synthesize those two classifications completely. And now everybody is essentially directly in line with the chief probation officer. We are now 4 divisions instead of 5. We have consolidated our juvenile division down to a single division that incorporates both all of our community work and the work that we do in the institution. Those 2 divisions usually worked pretty seamlessly, but now we've made them seamless. They are under a single division chief. And we no longer have just a superintendent of the juvenile hall whose sole focus is the institution. We now have a deputy chief who is responsible for everything from the point of arrest into the system through the transition of a juvenile treatment center and back out into the community. And I find that, in my opinion, after 25 years in the business, I think that model is going to be duplicated throughout the state. In fact, again, El Dorado County was the first county to eliminate the corrections officer classification in the institution. There are now 3 other counties after we successfully got through the process and they saw all of the hiccups and bumps along the way that are now taking on that new way of doing business. And frankly, it's been a huge boon to us being able to keep people working in our institution. You did that for me, by the way. I asked for it. You agreed to it. But the fact that you did that and you heard your union representative, Shannon Murphy, come and share the end result of that, this is an aspect of that appreciation. We have been able to have a much higher retention rate in our juvenile detention center, where usually we had a churn through that system, much higher retention rate, which makes a huge difference to the services we deliver to the kids. Consistency is key. Seeing the same faces that have the same level of education and interest and training makes a big difference. And if you're churning people through a correction center frequently, you get people with less training, less experience who are providing services to your kids. And that's not what we're looking for. I want to focus in on a couple of things. One is our operations support division. So we created the operations support division several years ago. And the reason for that was that we saw that there was a variety of work that was getting sidelined regularly because we had division managers responsible for daily operations of their division, plus special projects. And those special projects were core things like training and hiring and providing support through uniforms, tools, equipment, finding new best practices. All of those things were sort of and duties on top of daily responsibilities. And after year, we saw that things weren't getting done. So we decided we're going to create the operations support division. We're going to commit resources to it. And we're going to make sure that all of those things that are core to our organization are actually being taken care of. One of those things is training. I mentioned training. I emphasize training. I want to now re-emphasize training because I think you can't not pay enough attention to this. With in-house training, we have done 2 things. One, we've saved a lot of money by not farming people out to training centers where they kind of get the one and done approach to training, or as some instructors will say, train and pray. We will train and then we'll hope that things go well. We have developed a number of in-house trainings that we didn't have when I got there. Our firearms program, our defensive tactics program, our evidence-based practices program, all of these things are designed to help synthesize and build a better version of a probation officer and then take responsibility for all of that training so that it's ongoing, it's regular, it's recurrent, and we have instructors and coaches that can help people who are falling short on standards or don't quite understand what it was that they learned in the 16-hour training and need remedial training in order to go back to it. We invest in our people. We want them to love their jobs. We want them to know that they're good at their jobs. And that's one of the best ways at retaining people is to make sure they appreciate what they do because they know they're good at it. I can remember 25 years ago thinking, I don't know if I'm good at this job. Whether I was good or not was a reflection of how my colleagues treated me. Now we have probation officers that know they're good at their job because they get the best, highest quality training they can get. And they get regular reflections back from people who are more well expert in certain areas that they're doing a good job. Or if you're not doing a good job, we're here to support you. There is no mistake that can't be made that we can't undo. We will fix your mistakes. We will help you become better at what you do. And that in and of itself is a valuable aspect of employment. Because if you go somewhere else and you don't get that, you tend to not fall in love with what you do or where you're doing it or who you're doing it for or with. In El Dorado County, that's not the case. My staff care for each other. They train with each other. They rely on each other, and they stay here because of each other. It's not because they make the most money. You've done a great job of helping bring up the parity and pay to the region, but they're still not the highest paid in the region. They could easily go down the road 20 minutes, make more money, but they don't. And there's a reason for that. Because we built a better culture in El Dorado County. And a lot of that is thanks to your investments. And I want to continue to emphasize that. And I want to focus on one person in particular who I think might be in the room right now. So now I have to be a little careful. Jerry Payne has taken on a new position within the probation department, but it's not just for the probation department. This was a position that was created out of revenue out of public safety realignment, approved by the Community Corrections Partnership to build a resource within the county that can help us identify, pursue, and then monitor grants for the law and justice partners in the community, in the county. So just in the short time that she has been doing this, Jerry has already realized hundreds of thousands of dollars in return for the time that she has invested in identifying and pursuing grant opportunities, not just for the probation department, but just most recently, I'll tell you, the district attorney's office contacted me through the investigations division and said, hey, would you be interested in pursuing with us a firearms relinquishment grant? I said, you know what? We've got a resource in-house that can help do this for us. What do you think? Short turnaround, but it was something worth pursuing. We put Jerry on it. She worked with the district attorney's office, and now we got a $295,000 grant just like that. And that's all thanks to the fact that we had a ready to go asset in place, trained, that could pursue that opportunity off of a phone call from the DA's office. And I appreciate that they were willing to reach out to us, had the trust in us and the collaborative nature with us to pursue this. And now as a result of the investment, we're going to be able to get more guns off the street out of the hands of people that shouldn't have guns. And that's a big deal. Helps the courts accomplish their mission and helps law enforcement accomplish their mission and makes our community safer because of an investment that was made by the partnership 2 years ago. So I want to say thanks to Jerry. I want to highlight her work, and I want to call it out to you because there are investments being made beyond what the general fund brings to us. And I want to make sure that you guys know and understand that. Then, of course, is another core aspect of our department. And that's our administration, fiscal, and human resources division. This is where all of the magic occurs that allows us to go out and do the direct service work that we need to do. If it weren't for our fiscal folks and those making sure that we get the right people hired in a way that they need to be hired, and we're able to separate out the best of the best, as the sheriff was saying, if it wasn't for all of those inputs, we wouldn't have the department that we do. And it is just an amazing job to watch my fiscal staff convert the operational needs of the department by communicating with our colleagues in operations into actual practice by finding ways to invest in it, whether it's identifying grants or identifying savings that we can apply to a project or a tool or a training that we need to have. When one of my division chiefs says, you know what, this is coming at us. This is something the state has done and we're going to have to adapt to it, but we're not ready for it. I'm going to have to make this investment. And they can have that conversation with our administration and say, help me get to the next spot. I've got to go from where I'm at to where I need to be. Can you help me? And if the administrative staff understand what our program needs are, there's no light between our administrative staff and our program staff. And that I think is true, not true in other departments. I've worked in other departments. I have seen that there are massive gaps in daylight between what program staff need and what administrative staff are willing to allow them. And here that is not the case. They work seamlessly and synthetically in order to do what's best for the people that we're serving in the community. And to me, that takes a huge burden off me administratively. And I have nothing but appreciation for our administrative staff. They do an amazing job. Our people, we've got 122 positions. We are not always full. In fact, I don't think we're ever full, but we're often close to being full. And again, that is because of all of the investments made to build a better culture in our community. As you can see, we've got the largest number of staff in our Youth and Family Services division, which again now incorporates our Juvenile Treatment Center and our Juvenile Division. Next largest would, of course, be our Adult Services division, and then our Operations Support division that I highlighted earlier, and our Administration, Fiscal, and Human Resources. Operating appropriations. We are a $23.5 million budget ask, and the largest of the ask goes into our adult services. Unless you combine the two juvenile services, and then they're practically neck and neck. As you can see, a little over 9 million between the juvenile hall and juvenile services, and right around 9 million for adult services. So we're almost split in half when it comes to the amount of money that it costs. Now, of course, on the adult services side, I don't have the burden of running jails, thank God. Thank you, Sheriff. But on the juvenile services side, I do. And as you would see in the sheriff's budget, running an institution is expensive. It doesn't matter how you do it. It is just expensive. The rules and regulations that are attached to running institutions are voluminous, and the amount of energy that it takes to make sure that you are providing for health and safety in an institution is massive. It doesn't matter if it's kids or adults, medical is expensive, beds expensive, the facility is expensive to run, staff are expensive. But the reality is that's how we keep people safe. And that's how we keep people where they need to be while they need to be there, and providing them the best inputs so that we can have something that comes out on the back end that doesn't just come right back, because that's what we're trying to avoid. But we do have about $10 million in offsetting revenue to that $23 million budget, which means your net county cost is about $13 million, and it's divided this way. You have about 3.3 million into the juvenile hall. And as you recall, with the offsetting revenue, the juvenile hall was 5.6 million. 3.3 is general fund, which means we're investing $2.2 million of state money into that facility, and money that we get from other probation departments that we are housing juveniles for. Now, whether that's long-term treatment, because we have programs they don't, such as a youth that we have from Marin County, or it's short-term treatment for detention centers that don't exist, because every county has to provide for juvenile detention one way or another. And we've had this conversation and this debate in this county for the last 10 years as to how best El Dorado County should do that. And we have continued to determine we want to maintain our own control of our own future and our own kids. Not every county has that capacity. And so we take children from at least 7 different counties in California that are mostly within our region, Amador, Calaveras, et cetera. And I will tell you that I made a major shift last year in how we financed those beds. It used to be that you would charge everybody about $100 a day going rate for those beds. Doesn't demonstrate the true cost of running the institution. Well, I made a shift in that thinking last year, and this isn't a point of pride. This is just a point of, I believe, a changing landscape, that this department was the first one in the state to say, we are no longer going to supplement your inability to host your own juvenile facility. You need to now begin supplementing our ability to have that organization available for you. So we started charging daily bed rates well over $300 a day, and in some instances over $400 a day. And those counties recognize the value in that still, and continue to sign contracts with us to provide those bed days. So our revenue generation has now gone up significantly as a result of that. And never want to see a kid in custody, right? You wouldn't want to see your kids, your grandkids, whomever in custody. But when they are there, you want them to be in a well-financed, safe place. And the counties saw that, and they recognized it was okay to begin paying those rates. Our adult probation services division, you can't even begin to imagine the plethora of services that are being provided in adult probation. Now, I've come to you and I've talked to you about specific programs that we provide, from housing to education to workforce development to the day reporting centers, to services for parolees, the parole population that was mentioned by the Sheriff's Department. We provide direct services to those parolees, because there are no services for parolees in El Dorado County. And we don't even have parole agents in El Dorado County. I've seen parole agents from as far away as San Jose supervising cases here in El Dorado County. That is unacceptable. Now, if it were up to me, and I'll say this out loud, ultimately local community corrections would be done by local community corrections, because I think, I know, we do it better than the state of California. We are more professional at it. We are more effective at it, and we're here. They're not here all the time. All due respect to my partners in parole, there are many, many great agents in parole, but the way that the system is set up, it's not a robust system for El Dorado County. Maybe in San Francisco it's better, maybe in Sacramento it's better, but here in El Dorado County, not the case. And so we have taken on the responsibility of providing some direct services to parolees so that we can help provide better public safety for those people that are on parole, because maybe we can help transition them to a better place as well, when otherwise they would get no direct services. Now, we do get paid by the state of California to do that. Make no mistake. I don't do it for free. In fact, I do it probably at a bit of a profit. Don't tell them, please. The reality is that I think that if we were to help them become more adept at accessing those services, we will get a better product at the back end. And so, in fact, I have a conversation coming up with the parole director in a few days to reemphasize to him that his people are not taking as much advantage of this opportunity as they could be. So hoping to see the new parole director push his people in a different direction. Wanted to highlight one service for you that we started just a little over a year ago, if I remember correctly. And again, the way my department runs, I don't come up with these ideas. I just build the processes for them to happen. Jessica Wyndham, the deputy with her arms crossed in the middle there, this was her brainchild. She wanted to bring tattoo removal to the county. She had heard about it happening outside of the county, and she thought this would be an excellent opportunity for people in El Dorado County. So the mobile tattoo removal service comes to our parking lot. We advertise. We encourage all of our folks to participate. We encourage parolees to come participate. We encourage people who just maybe had a past criminal lifestyle that don't want the remnants of that lifestyle on their body anymore. And they come to get it removed because that's not who they or what they represent any longer. And so we get just in the last several sessions, we've had 60 people come in and do tattoo removal. And I've gone in the van and watched it happen myself. Looks a little painful, but it's very quick, very quick. So, you know, Lori, if that mistake from years and years ago is something you want to, yeah, come on by. It's anonymous, confidential. Yeah.
But she's getting beat up a lot today. That's all I gotta say.
But it's been a great program and help people emotionally and mentally change the direction that they're in because they are physically doing something about it in that moment. And so they will come back for repeat visits in order to get rid of that marking permanently. And it's really been a great boon. And of course, I have talked about our youth and family services division now being a combined division. You see pictures from our juvenile treatment center up there, our staff working and playing with kids in the institution. As we are still a long ways out from being able to rehab that facility with the STC grant that we are still relying on to rebuild parts of the juvenile treatment center. We have a lot of work to do in the facility because we had a lot of deferred maintenance thinking we were building a new facility down here. That's not where we're headed. We're headed a different direction. So we've got a lot of work to do on the JTC in order to bring it up to a standard that you would feel comfortable sending your children to if that was something that had to happen. More of a school-based environment instead of a correctional environment. We find that kids do much better when they feel confident and comfortable and safe. And where do they feel most safe? Typically at school, not in an institution, not in the concrete floor, concrete walls type environment that we currently present to them. I want to really call out just for a minute because that lower right-hand picture of that goofy looking guy with that cute kid. I want to thank the district attorney's office for continuing to provide the snowball event each and every year. That was my little that I got to take shopping this year. Just such an amazing opportunity to connect with kids en masse and show them a different side of law enforcement, because oftentimes their connection to law enforcement is very negative, as Vern has said. But with this opportunity, they get to see a positive side of everybody, even sleep deprived at 7 o'clock in the morning with a cup of coffee in hand. But it's just been an amazing opportunity. Back to our juvenile treatment center for just a moment. And you can see out in our yard, we get creative at times. We do get creative, but those are swimming pools out in our yard. It does actually get warm in South Lake Tahoe, it turns out. And occasionally we like to go swimming. Haven't gotten the in-ground pool in yet, but you know, just wait. There's a future meeting. You might get a proposal for that. So our role in the strategic plan. The county really, I think, has, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah. And I'd like to turn the rest of this over to Lizette Suter if I can. The county's values, I think, core set of values that I really appreciate: integrity, service excellence, thriving workforce, collaboration, stewardship, and fiscal responsibility. And when I actually go through and critically think about how the probation department is reflected in each of those and how we incorporate each of those into our strategic plan and into the way we do business, there is, again, no daylight between those two. The county has spent a lot of time, energy, and effort in coming up with a strategic plan that makes sense for the community. And the probation department is in lockstep and in alignment with those things in the way that we do business. We appreciate all of the energy that goes into that in building out the strategic plan. I was a member and participated in that, obviously, as a department head. And there was so much discussion that went into that to make it meaningful, to not just be words on a piece of paper, but to actually matter to the citizens and to our employees, to our staff, our colleagues. And we live on the county's mission as much as we live on our own. So the probation department, I think, not just the accountability piece, but the building better version of a human being piece, both reflect each and every one of the values in the community. A lot of stuff upcoming in the state, and I am not going to go over it in detail, and I am not here to beat up on the state more than they already deserve. But suffice it to say, there are a lot of things that happen each and every legislative cycle that come to roost in our county. By design, we're a subdivision of the state, and so that's our responsibility, is to incorporate legislation into our practices. Not all good legislation, let's be honest, but a lot of things that I think will potentially have benefit in El Dorado County. And I do want to call one out because I think it's important. CalAIM is another burden on the county, but CalAIM is also potentially a huge boon to our clients. And the reason I say that is, in spite of all of the administrative responsibility that is put on the sheriff's department, the probation department, the Health and Human Services Agency, et cetera, because of the waiver that the federal government actually offered to the state of California relative to Medicaid, we now have the opportunity to provide direct services to people incarcerated that we didn't before. And that's a huge change and something that's unique to California and something that we should be considerate of, because it opens up opportunity to our clients to access resources they didn't before. They couldn't before. When they got incarcerated, that shut off. And it had to be reactivated when they got out. And there was the potential for a gap to occur where services were lost, disconnection would occur, and people would lose out on the opportunity to stay synthesized with the treatments maybe they were engaging in before they got arrested again. And there is the potential, the possibility of us building a better version of the mousetrap now so that we can help keep people connected to their services, or ensure that they're connected to services before they re-enter the community, so that there isn't a gap between when they go to jail and when they come out. Now, this applies to kids too. It applies to people just on probation who are out of custody or returning from state prison. CDCR has the same obligations that our local county jails do. I have my fingers crossed they will be able to get their act together the way that our sheriff's department has immediately gotten on board with this and made great efforts to put a program together to make sure that people are getting what they need in the jail and getting it when they get out. So, I think there's a lot of possibility in it, and I don't want to lose sight of that possibility. So all of that said, there are a lot of things that we are going to have to be mindful of as we move forward into 24, 25 and beyond. It is not slowing down. It is only speeding up. A lot of it applies to the adult services we have. A lot of it applies to the juvenile services we have. So it's an equal opportunity obligation of our probation department and all the justice partners. And I'm just really, really happy and feel fortunate to have been a part of it for the last 10 years now. And I don't know how many years going forward, but I'm told another 10. So by my staff. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Chief Richard. And, I'm hearing an ongoing theme with our law and justice partners that we do law and justice different in El Dorado County. And I think we value, I know we value that, our citizens value that, and certainly your department embodies that as well as our other partners. So thank you so much. We've had a chance to kind of get to know you and your department quite a bit over the last couple of years, and just continue to be impressed by your dedication, your heart, and your service to our community. So thanks for wrapping us up this evening. And with that, I see Supervisor Heidel.
I just have one question. Do you see any opportunities with artificial intelligence, AI, to improve, streamline? Because nobody's mentioned that yet, but it seems to me like that's an untapped resource, at least from my level of visibility. Things that we could be doing in a more efficient manner if we would embrace some of those things with caution, right? But if AI doesn't play a role in this, I don't see how we can possibly overcome all the obstacles we have, because there's just too many things stacking up against us. So your thoughts?
Supervisor, the last email I wrote you was written by ChatGPT. I didn't have anything to do with it. So
and you did a good job of it, because you used another resource, right? You plagiarized off of somebody else. No.
So if I were a more entrepreneurial sort, I could see very easily an opportunity for AI to come into the area of work that we're involved in that is more rote in nature. I'll give you an example. Pre-sentence investigation reports that we're responsible for. A lot of that preparation work is pro forma. It's not exactly duplicated, but with the right prompt of detailed information, the system could generate some of that work. It can't generate the recommendations, right? It can't generate the human thought behind what we should do next or what the court might consider next. But it certainly can take care of some of the more task-oriented stuff that would free up probation officers to be able to be more focused on human service, direct contact. Perhaps I wouldn't require 6 probation officers to write reports. I could do it with 3. We're talking down the road here. Nobody has invented this technology, but I think there's an area for consideration there. It's already in my processing, and I'm waiting to see the technology come online. I'm a bit of a techno nerd. I like technology. I'm an early adopter. I will tell you, I don't know if this board actually was around when we did this, but years ago, my probation department participated in the development of a new piece of software technology with a partner that we have in electronic monitoring. And the technology is essentially a recommendations platform for probation officers to look at different elements of data. The system identifies what should probably come next in a recommendation to the officer to consider. And then we track those recommendations relative to the actions of the officer and whether they are actually working with the client in the way that evidence-based practice and department policy would predict. And if they're not, why? Because maybe policy's off, or maybe best practice isn't quite what we should be engaging in here. And so we should make adjustments. We were the alpha test site for that and helped them develop that software. And it's a form of artificial intelligence. There is an algorithm behind that that helps generate those recommendations. So you're absolutely spot on. AI is going to be part of the future of community corrections. I just don't know what that looks like yet.
All of our departments.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Supervisor Parlin.
Just really quick, thank you for the timer. And
you're welcome.
I just want to say how much I appreciate hearing you acknowledge the efforts that the board's been putting in to support the department, all the departments. We really are striving the best we can with the circumstances that we're under. So I just wanted to acknowledge that was nice to hear. And then also super appreciate that you bumped up the daily bed rate, because you're right, we cannot be subsidizing other counties for choosing not to have their own facility. So that was fabulous to hear. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Well said. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
You're welcome, George.
That was really good.
Excellent.
And public
Supervisor.
safety is #1 priority to me, especially in this county.
Yep.
To our
Foundational.
citizens.
Foundational.
To our
Yeah.
citizens as well. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, with that, that wraps up our presentation. So at this point, we will take public comment on our law and justice sector.
Now taking public comment on item number 25, law and justice. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
You've been with us all day, Chris.
It's been very enjoyable. Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. what impressed me is your emphasis that this is law and justice. That's the segment that we're currently in. It's also the segment that's in on the county's website. So it's words that we use to define what we've heard, law and justice. Now, some of the other words that we know we use on a day-to-day basis is public safety. The public wants to be feeling that they're safe and that we have a system in place that is law and order. There has to be order to what we define as what our process is. And that also includes, as we've had our speakers talk about, some aspect of social services. There are services that are in place in order that people have a chance for the future. If you understand what I mean, Chair, that they have a chance to have some other life than the life that they've been on, the path that they've been on. So I do really appreciate the fact that that this is an important element of our county and its programs. And I do appreciate all of the staff for doing such an excellent job of summarizing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for being with us today. Anyone else in the room? Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
Thank you all. You all spent an inordinate amount of time preparing for this, and we truly appreciate you being with us. It's really been eye-opening and a very helpful start to our process. So we appreciate you all. Thank you. With that, board, we've been at this 9 hours.
Oh, I
It's
wanted to
6
do to and froms.
Okay,
Okay.
you go first. All right. Does the CAO have any updates?
I will share one thing quickly. That, and you heard this from the sheriff's office and the additional efforts with OES. And we talked about the tabletop exercise that occurred on the West Slope not too long ago. And unfortunately, we skipped to and froms on that day. So I wasn't able to give a heads
know.
up on that. But I can give you a heads up that the city of South Lake Tahoe and the fire departments up there and the county's office of OES are jointly coordinating a one-day winter preparedness tabletop exercise on February 1st. And so we will hear more about that from our emergency liaison officer, Carla Haas, but just want to let you know that the resources that you have allocated are at work.
Good.
That's at the EDSO's office?
No, that would be, I don't, that's, yeah. I don't have that. Yeah,
okay,
it's
got
at
it.
Tahoe.
Okay.
It's at the South Lake Tahoe Fire Department. I believe.
Okay. Well, we'll get more information.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, thank you all for being with us. And with that, we will bid good night.